Chapter 212. Duan Lingtian could tell that this group of stone monkeys was taking revenge for their tribesmen. Very soon, not a single piece of the black cloud python's corpse could be seen. Inner core! Very soon, Duan Lingtian saw the inner core of the black cloud python. The second monkey king directly grabbed the inner core, stuffed it into its mouth, and swallowed it. Its dark golden eyes revealed a vicious expression. And now, after the group of stone monkeys tore apart the black cloud python's corpse, their eyes turned red. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, the killing intent in their eyes didn't seem to dissipate. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. These stone monkeys wouldn't directly pounce on him and tear him into pieces, right? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. And at this moment, the group of stone monkeys that had been lured away by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang also returned. They looked at the big monkey king and shook their small heads while gesturing with their monkey claws. Occasionally, they would point at Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian couldn't understand what they were gesturing, he could guess that these stone monkeys should be reporting to the big monkey king about Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. As expected, roar! The big monkey king looked at Duan Lingtian. Its roar was mixed with anger, as though it was saying that Duan Lingtian had lied to it. Monkey king, don't be agitated. My two friends don't have any evil intentions. Since your tribesmen couldn't catch up to them, it means that their strength is inferior to theirs. If we had any evil intentions, we would have definitely acted against your tribesmen. Duan Lingtian gestured with his hands as he spoke to the big monkey king. Roar! Just when Duan Lingtian saw that the big monkey king's emotions had calmed down and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, the second monkey king suddenly jumped out. Its dark golden eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at Duan Lingtian. Next, it gestured to the big monkey king. The big monkey king nodded. Its gaze toward Duan Lingtian also became colder. Not good. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that the two monkey kings were brimming with killing intent as they pounced on him. I can save it. When the two monkey kings rushed over, Duan Lingtian quickly used his trump card and pointed at the poisoned stone monkey. Roar! The big monkey king roared and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, blocking the attack of the two Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could feel that his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Just now he was so close to death. Roar, roar! The great monkey king roared twice at Duan Lingtian. Its cold golden eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. You don't need to doubt me. I'm an alchemist. Do you understand? Duan Lingtian took out the medicine cauldron from his storage ring and waved it in front of the big monkey king. Originally, Duan Lingtian didn't expect the monkey king to understand. Unexpectedly, the big monkey king hesitated for a moment before lightly nodding. Then it's fine. All right, ask your people to leave. I'm going to refine medicinal pills for your injured people. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he glanced at the group of stone monkeys that surrounded him before speaking to the big monkey king. Roar, roar! The big monkey king roared twice in a low voice, and this time it was directed at the group of stone monkeys. For a moment, the group of stone monkeys seemed to know from the big monkey king that Duan Lingtian could save their clansmen, and they hurriedly left. Their crimson-red eyes calmed down. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Under the gazes of the group of stone monkeys, Duan Lingtian started to refine the pill. If news of what happened today were to spread out, then I'd absolutely be the first alchemist to do so, making a 4th-level Void Prying Stage Demon Beast Monkey King, a half-step Void Stage Demon Beast Monkey King, and a group of stone monkeys watched me refine pills. Besides me, who would dare do this? At this moment, a trace of complacency actually arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. It seemed as if he'd already completely forgotten that he was refining pills before so many stone monkeys, only for the sake of survival. Fortunately, the dark cloud python is only a fierce beast, and its poison is nothing. A grade 9 spirit cleansing pill is able to completely eradicate it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he withdrew a pile of medicinal materials from his spatial ring. At that time, when Duan Lingtian refined the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis, he still had half of the medicinal materials left, but he never imagined that he would use them here. Looks like I have to prepare more medicinal materials for the spirit cleansing pill in the future, as it can save my life at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian could imagine that if it wasn't for him just happening to have the medicinal materials to refine the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill in his possession today, his end would surely be the same as the dark cloud python. Duan Lingtian leisurely refined the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill here, whereas Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instead hid outside the gorge with anxious expressions. Why hasn't the young master come out yet? Let's wait a while longer. The young master doesn't seem like a short-lived person. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang could only silently wait in torment. 2 hours later, whoosh, 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 3 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills flew out from within the cauldron and were received by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian walked towards the poisoned stone monkey. The stone monkey's body was cold now, and its face was jet black, as if it was covered in a layer of gloomy clouds. Duan Lingtian helped the stone monkey open its mouth and fed it a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the stone monkey's back, intending to use his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength of the spirit cleansing pill for the stone monkey. Roar! When the second Monkey King saw this scene, its dark golden eyes went cold and its body swayed, seeming to want to make a move against Duan Lingtian. Roar! The big Monkey King stopped the second Monkey King in time, as it obviously saw that Duan Lingtian didn't have any ill intentions towards the stone monkey. Seeing that the stone monkey's complexion had recovered, and the poison that had spread to its paws had been removed, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Success! Woo woo! At this moment, the stone monkey that had been cured of the poison with the help of Duan Lingtian woke up. It looked at Duan Lingtian, and its dark golden eyes flickered with a gentle luster. It's fine now. Duan Lingtian smiled at the stone monkey and helped it up, including the second Monkey King. All the stone monkeys let out excited roars when they saw that their clansmen had recovered. These roars were also heard by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, who were hiding outside the gorge. Zhang Qian, the roars of these stone monkeys seemed to be very excited. Zhang Qian looked at Zhao Gang with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me? I don't know. Zhao Gang rolled his eyes at Zhang Qian, then said worriedly, I wonder how the young master is now. Don't worry. The young master will surely be blessed by the heavens. Although Zhang Qian said this, he still had a worried expression on his face. Within the gorge, Duan Lingtian had cured the poison of that stone monkey. Other than dispelling the hostility of the other stone monkeys towards him, he had also removed the poison. The big Monkey King also stretched out its paw and pointed at the small pond that contained the monkey wine not far away. It was obviously telling Duan Lingtian that if he wanted the wine, he could go and get it. Duan Lingtian smiled. This big Monkey King was quite tactful. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to use the cauldron to collect the monkey wine, whoop! That stone monkey that had been poisoned earlier roared twice at Duan Lingtian, then transformed into a dark golden shadow and rushed into the monkey cave. When it came out again, it took out a gourd and passed it to Duan Lingtian, nodding its head like a human. Thanks. Duan Lingtian took the gourd and smiled at the stone monkey. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was still trembling in fear. But now the bitter end was over. There was no need to steal the monkey wine. The big Monkey King directly told him to get it himself. Duan Lingtian took out a gourd of monkey wine and stored it in his storage ring. Only then did he stand up and look at the big Monkey King. The big Monkey King nodded its head at him. Its golden eyes emitted a gentle luster. "Take these 2 pills. In the future, if any of our tribesmen are poisoned, just let them consume these pills." Duan Lingtian passed the other 2 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills to Great Monkey King. Woo woo! The eyes of the other stone monkeys lit up. They had just seen the effects of these pills and knew how precious they were. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered that the other stone monkeys, including the 2 Monkey Kings, actually bowed to him like a human, causing him to be overwhelmed by the favor. He suddenly felt that these stone monkeys were rather cute. The big Monkey King took the 2 pills from Duan Lingtian and actually bowed to Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of complacency. This was a demon beast at the 4th level of the Void Prime stage or above. With my current relationship with this group of stone monkeys, if there's any enemy in the future, would I be able to lure him in and ask the Monkey King to help me kill him? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. But he knew as well that this was only an extravagant hope. It was impossible for him to lure someone to the Hungduan mountain range from afar. "Thank you for the monkey wine. I'll be leaving first. I'll come see all of you if I have the chance in the future." Under the gazes of all the stone monkeys, Duan Lingtian waved his hand to them and walked out of the gorge. He was about to walk out of the gorge. Roar! Suddenly, the big Monkey King roared in a low voice. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. This big Monkey King wouldn't be regretting it and wants to repay kindness with enmity, right? However, Duan Lingtian still obediently stopped moving, and his scalp went numb as he turned around to look at the big Monkey King. Only now did he notice that the big Monkey King wasn't enraged, and instead nodded to him before looking at the 2 Monkey Kings and waving its sharp monkey claws, seeming to be communicating with the 2 Monkey Kings. What does it want to do? Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the 2 Monkey Kings nod and directly dash into the monkey cave. In next to no time, the 2 Monkey Kings came out once more. The 2 Monkey Kings held a small gourd in their paws, and they passed it over to the big Monkey King. The big Monkey King took the small gourd and walked over to Duan Lingtian before passing the small gourd to Duan Lingtian. This is... Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian opened the small gourd and placed it before his nose to smell it. Instantly, a pungent wine fragrance assaulted his nose. Whoosh! The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body suddenly started to roil, causing Duan Lingtian to feel his entire body burn, and he felt a wave of discomfort. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, raging python form. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly circulated his cultivation method, causing his origin energy to circulate according to the cultivation path of the raging python form. Bang! Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed to his astonishment that his origin energy actually directly strengthened and broke through the bottleneck. He directly stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. This, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. Even if he drank the monkey wine, it was impossible for him to directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage in the blink of an eye. At the very least, he would need a few days to digest the alcohol. But now... Chapter 213. Duan Lingtian was stupefied, completely stupefied. What kind of wine was in this small gourd? Lowering his head to take a look at the small gourd, he could clearly see that the wine in the small gourd wasn't the vermilion red color of the monkey wine, but was instead closer to the crimson red color of blood. Instantly, the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. Could it be that this is the legendary Monkey King wine? Duan Lingtian's heartbeat suddenly sped up, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows. The Monkey King wine had an effect similar to the Void Advancement Pill, and it was a necessary item for the half-step void stage Monkey King to break through to become a demon beast. However, the void advancement pill had side effects, but this Monkey King wine didn't. Besides the effect of the void advancement pill, the Monkey King wine could also increase one's cultivation, and its effect was far superior to the Monkey King wine. My luck is too good, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After all, even if Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes and encountered many groups of stone monkeys, he still had no luck to encounter the Monkey King wine. Because once the Monkey King wine was brewed, the half-step void stage Monkey King would drink it at the first moment and undergo the transformation of a demon beast. Only the Monkey King wine knew how to brew it. If it wasn't voluntary, no matter how strong the existence, it was unable to force the Monkey King to brew the Monkey King wine. Even Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of the Monkey King wine. He had once used force to force a demon beast, the Monkey King, to brew the legendary Monkey King wine. However, that Monkey King would rather die than brew the Monkey King wine for Emperor Wu. It could be imagined how good Duan Lingtian's luck was. The Monkey King wine was something that could only be encountered but not sought. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the second Monkey King was eagerly staring at the small gourd in his hand, and was obviously somewhat reluctant to part with it. Presumably, this Monkey King wine was prepared to be used to break through to become a demon beast. However, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to it. To him, the Monkey King wine was something that could only be encountered but not sought. But to the Monkey King, he only needed to spend some time to brew it. Looks like I've obtained the true friendship of these stone monkeys. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the fact that the Monkey King could take out the Monkey King wine as a reward meant that the stone monkeys did not treat him as an outsider. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smiled at the great Monkey King. After putting away the Monkey King wine, he swaggered out of the canyon under the gaze of the stone monkeys. What he had just faced made Duan Lingtian feel like he was in a dream. It was simply playing with his heartbeat. However, all in all, he had gained a lot. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. Young master. After Duan Lingtian walked out of the canyon, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang also appeared. Looking at the intact Duan Lingtian, they were stunned. Young master, that group of stone monkeys didn't attack you? Earlier, they had seen how Duan Lingtian swaggered out slowly. He did not seem like he was escaping. Woo-woo! Suddenly, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang noticed that a stone monkey had jumped onto a tree at the side of the canyon and had extended out a hand to wave at Duan Lingtian like a human. It was precisely the stone monkey that was poisoned from before. Subsequently, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dense group of monkeys dashed out of the canyon and descended onto the tree outside the canyon before waving at Duan Lingtian in unison. This, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were instantly petrified. Who could tell them exactly what had happened? Why did these stone monkeys that were chasing them without letting go and were extremely ferocious become docile, like little kittens before their young master? Moreover, they noticed it as well. Amongst these stone monkeys, there was no lack of existences with dark gold fur. According to what their young master said, these stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, and every single one of them had a strength that wasn't inferior to them. The 2 of them felt their scalps go numb. In next to no time, their pupils constricted, because they saw 2 enormous stone monkeys walk out. One of them was over 7 meters tall, and the other was almost 1 meter tall. Compared to the other stone monkeys that weren't even half a meter tall, they simply stood out like cranes amongst chickens. They wouldn't be monkey kings, right? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's hearts jerked as this thought suddenly emerged in their minds. They noticed, as well, that when the other stone monkeys faced these 2 stone monkeys, their sharp eyes obviously contained a sense of reverence mixed within. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts, reverence that came from the soul. Big Monkey King, Second Monkey King, and you group of little stone monkeys will meet again if fate allows. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the entire group of monkeys come out, including the two Monkey Kings, and he waved his hand to bid them farewell. The Big Monkey King and Second Monkey King nodded to Duan Lingtian like a human. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian called out to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang before directly heading down the Hengduan mountain range, preparing to return to the camp. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were startled awake as they hurriedly followed him. They couldn't help but turn their heads from time to time, only to discover that after Duan Lingtian left, the group of stone monkeys had successively returned to the gorge. "Young master, Zhang Qian fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had too many doubts in his heart. My luck wasn't bad. A stone monkey was poisoned, and I just happened to be able to detoxify it. After that, they treated me as one of their own. Do you have any bottles or other containers on you?" As Duan Lingtian spoke, he asked Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang at the same time. The two of them naturally guessed Duan Lingtian's intentions. Their eyes lit up as they each took out a medicinal pill bottle. They only had this kind of container on them. Duan Lingtian took the medicinal pill bottle, took out the large gourd that contained the monkey wine, and filled the medicinal pill bottle for the two of them. "This is the monkey wine." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang took a deep breath and greedily smelled the fragrance of the monkey wine. "Yes, this is the monkey wine. However, the increase in your cultivations shouldn't be obvious, as you're both 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists after all." Duan Lingtian nodded. As for the Monkey King wine, Duan Lingtian didn't take it out, nor did he mention it. Although Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang could be considered as one of his own, they would have to leave his side sooner or later. Moreover, the Monkey King wine was limited, and it was only enough to be distributed to those close to him. Moreover, once the Monkey King wine was exposed, it would surely cause a group of half-step void stage experts to plunder it. "It's fine, we just want to try something new and see what's different about the legendary monkey wine." Zhang Qian shook his head and smiled. Zhao Gang nodded as well, obviously thinking the same as Zhang Qian. "Right, young master, those two enormous stone monkeys from before, you called them Big Monkey King and Second Monkey King?" Zhang Qian recalled the scene from before and couldn't help but ask. "That's right. The stone monkey that's almost 1 meter tall and has fur that's between dark gold and gold is the Second Monkey King. The Second Monkey King is only a step away from breaking through to the void prying stage, and its strength is comparable to a half-step void stage expert." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Half-step void stage?" Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang gasped. To them, the Second Monkey King was sufficient to easily kill them. "Young master, the other one." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's heartbeats suddenly sped up, and they faintly guessed in their hearts, but didn't dare confirm it. "The golden-haired stone monkey that's only slightly shorter than me is the Great Monkey King. This Big Monkey King is a demon beast Monkey King, an existence comparable to the void prying stage. According to my estimations, its strength is at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage." Duan Lingtian continued. "Demon beast Monkey King? Its strength is at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were petrified once more and only recovered from their shock after a long time, and they felt their scalps go numb. Earlier, they cooperated with the young master to steal the monkey wine under the eyes of this group of stone monkeys. Unknowingly, they noticed that their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's expressions of lingering fear, Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. "I never imagined that the group of stone monkeys in this transverse mountain range would be so terrifying. I was originally thinking that if there was only a half-step void stage Monkey King, we would still be able to escape unscathed after stealing the monkey wine. But who knew that there was actually a demon beast Monkey King among them, and I didn't even have the time to collect the monkey wine before I was stopped by it." Recalling the scene from before, Duan Lingtian felt his heart tremble with fear. We were lucky this time, young master. You were able to cure their clansmen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had a slight lingering fear in their hearts. However, I can be considered to have gotten what I wanted now. Duan Lingtian waved the large bottle gourd in his hand and lightly smiled. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang smiled as well. Right. Don't spread the news that there's a group of stone monkeys here. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he warned Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Although the group of stone monkeys wasn't afraid of the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom disturbing them, Duan Lingtian still didn't wish for someone to break their peaceful life. To a certain extent, he could be considered to have acknowledged the group of stone monkeys and took the group of stone monkeys to be his friends. Don't worry, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. Before long, Duan Lingtian returned to the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang concealed themselves once again. Duan Lingtian took a sip of the Monkey King wine before returning to his tent. After returning to his tent, he swallowed the Monkey King wine in his mouth. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying force ceaselessly charging at the meridians in his body, as well as his blood, flesh, and bones. Fortunately, the toughness of his body far surpassed an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would surely explode and die. Even then, Duan Lingtian still felt a wave of heart-wrenching pain come from his entire body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was drenched in sweat. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly circulated the 9 dragons, war sovereign techniques, raging python form, mental cultivation method. Under the efforts of Duan Lingtian, the Monkey King wine transformed into a force that followed the raging python form's mental cultivation method to circulate. His cultivation that had just broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage increased at an extremely swift speed. In the end, it was stuck at the final bottleneck. Even then, more than half of the Monkey King wine's force still remained within Duan Lingtian's body. Chapter 214. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. However, he wasn't in a hurry to refine the dragon blood pill, as the temporary tent he was currently in didn't have much extra space. He couldn't go out of the tent and refine it, right? Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian calmed his mood and fell into a deep sleep. Dawn would arrive in a few hours, and at that time, the army of 100,000 would directly charge towards the southern barbaric city. As the military advisor of this battle, Duan Lingtian needed to conserve his energy and build up his strength. The sky hadn't completely brightened yet, but the army of 100,000 had already set out in a formidable array. Duan Lingtian, Niafun, and He Wei spurred their horses at the front, and they quickly arrived at the moat outside of the southern barbaric city. Under the command of Duan Lingtian, the army of 100,000 put down the scarecrows and bamboo raft components they carried with them. The bamboo rafts took shape, and a pile of scarecrows stood on half of the bamboo rafts. Within the morning mist, the army of 100,000 set out along the moat and launched a surprise attack. Release the arrows! Along with Duan Lingtian's command, the army of 100,000 drew the bows in their hands, and countless arrows whistled out, killing the group of southern barbaric city guards on the city wall, who hadn't even reacted yet. At this moment, the southern barbaric city's beacons rose up as they started their counterattack. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 continued forward. However, in front of the army of 100,000, there were dense clusters of straw boats opening up a path. Within the morning mist, the southern barbaric city guards on the city wall could only vaguely see a few figures, and then they drew back their arrows, causing countless arrows to whistle out and descend onto the scarecrows one by one. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 was completely unharmed. Miraculous, miraculous! All the Star Mastermind Department students, including Hiwei and Nyefun, couldn't help but sigh. This was the act of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Only when they really saw this scene occur did they realize how terrifying the violet-clothed youth that stood at the side was. While chatting, the enemy was annihilated. It was nothing more than this. Whoosh! 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 Just when the southern barbaric city guards thought that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 had run out of arrows, another wave of arrows whistled out and killed the southern barbaric city guards on the city wall one by one. How is this possible? How could they have so many arrows? No, this isn't real. Over time, the guards of southern barbaric city were completely dumbfounded, to the extent that not a single person dared to stick their head out from atop the city wall. Success! Hiwei cheered excitedly. Commander Nya, please lead the 10,000 Crimson WYRM army soldiers under your command and take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the enemy's campsite. As for us, we'll coordinate with you from the inside and outside and launch a pincer attack on them. Duan Lingtian looked at Nya Fun and lightly nodded. In front of outsiders, he didn't directly address Nya Fun as Big Brother Nya. Good. When this battle is over, we won't go home until we're drunk. Nya Fun laughed heartily as he led the 100,000 Crimson WYRM army troops to climb over the wall and enter southern barbaric city under the circumstances where the defending army of southern barbaric city was caught off guard, plotting in the dark. Then he would take drastic measures to deal with it. This was Duan Lingtian's 3 stratagem. At this moment, the nearly 90,000 officers and officers of the border army and the group of Paladin Academy students were still concealed behind the straw boats and concealed within the morning mist. So long as someone stuck their head out from atop the city wall of southern barbaric city, they would be directly shot to death. It was precisely because of this that Nya Fun led the 10,000 Crimson WYRM army troops to easily sneak into southern barbaric city. I, Hiwei, have been in the army for many years, but it's still the first time I've fought such a satisfying battle. Hiwei had an excited expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and the space between his brows emitted deep reverence. General He, don't be so excited. It wouldn't be too late to be excited after we've breached southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a carefree expression. Meanwhile, the surrounding group of Paladin Academy students looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained deep reverence mixed within. Especially those 300-star General Department students. They were even more excited. The last time they came, they didn't even make a move before retreating. This time, they had the chance to shed blood on the battlefield, display what they'd learned, and strive for military merits. Within southern barbaric city, within the spacious campsite, a group of generals and strategists were gathered together, and their expressions were unsightly. What happened today is truly strange. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to have so many sharp arrows. A strategist frowned, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. I think it's strange as well. Moreover, we've obviously shot and killed many of their people, but their attack didn't slow down in the slightest. Don't they only have an army of 100,000 remaining? How could they possibly launch such a powerful attack after so many people have died? Another strategist nodded, and his tightly knit brows were unable to loosen for a long time. Our soldiers utterly don't dare stick their heads out from the city walls now, as those that stick their heads out will surely die. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army will arrive at the city walls. A general's face was covered in worry. Kill. Suddenly, right at this moment, an explosive sound abruptly sounded out within the campsite, causing the group of generals and strategists that were gathered together to be dumbstruck. In next to no time, they saw the 10,000-plus Crimson WYRM army approaching them head-on. It's the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Crimson WYRM army. Oh my God! How did they sneak in? One by one, the generals and strategists were quickly drowned by the Crimson WYRM army. Swish! Bang! A firework whistled out from within southern barbaric city before exploding in the sky. Charge in! Duan Lingtian's voice was loud as he abruptly ordered. Kill! 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 The border army that had been restrained for a few days instantly launched an attack on the city. For a time, shouts of battle shook the heavens, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. When faced with the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that had been thrown into disorder by the surprise attack of the Crimson WYRM army, the border army easily blasted open the city gates and directly attacked the root of the problem, launching a one-sided slaughter. The Crimson WYRM army and the border army cooperated with each other from the inside and outside, and easily killed the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that had their morale greatly reduced. In a single day, half of southern barbaric city flowed with blood like a river. Kill! Duan Lingtian had joined the battle now. Now, the battle was one-sided, and there was already no need for him to command. Swish! The violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out as if it had transformed into a violet bolt of lightning. And every time it flashed out, it would take the life of a Southern Champion Kingdom soldier. Bang! Beside Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes had turned red from killing. Seeing the Southern Champion Kingdom soldiers that were about to die under his sword being killed by Xiao Sun first, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glare. Xiao Sun, don't steal my business. Xiao Sun laughed embarrassedly and continued pouncing forward, killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's mood surged, and he only felt the blood in his entire body start to boil. Only when the Southern Champion Kingdom only had a group of surrendered soldiers left did the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army stop their slaughter. Now, what Duan Lingtian stepped on were either corpses or blood. Everyone's clothes were soaked in blood. Victory! Victory! Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! The imposing manner of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army was like a rainbow, and they were currently madly shouting Duan Lingtian's name, because they knew that if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian today, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the group of brothers that died a few days ago. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, they would be unable to breach Southern Barbaric City and hold their heads high. Southern Barbaric City was the same as relentless Thriving City. Half of the city was a campsite, and the other half was a place where people gathered. However, attacking a city and plundering it without harming the commoners was practically a tacit understanding between the various kingdoms. So, although the residents of the northern half of Southern Barbaric City were sorrowful, they didn't think of fleeing. Defeated. We've lost. How can this be possible? A few days ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's 110,000-strong army was forced back by our Southern Champion Kingdom's army, and we lost over 10,000 people. Now, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army is at most 100,000 strong. How could they possibly directly break through our Southern Barbaric City's line of defense? I heard that a military advisor with extraordinary wisdom appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army, and with unparalleled strategy, they breached Southern Barbaric City without losing a single person. Without losing a single person? Impossible, right? Yeah, how could there be no deaths in war? It's true. I heard that only 100+ soldiers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom were injured, and not a single person died. For a time, the military advisor with extraordinary wisdom of the Crimson Sky Kingdom became the focus of discussion of the residents of Southern Barbaric City. That night, cheers covered the heavens and the earth within Southern Barbaric City, and it practically didn't stop for a moment. It was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 that was celebrating. Brother Lingtian, let me toast you. He weighed and raised a bowl of wine with a flushed face. He'd been in the army for many years, but it was the first time he'd had such an accomplishment without losing a single soldier. He'd taken down Southern Barbaric City that had been in a stalemate with relentless Thriving City for many years. He knew that his name would surely be left in the annals of history and be passed down for generations to come. Of course, he also knew that from today onwards, not only would the youth before him be famous throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, his name would even spread throughout the Southern Champion Kingdom. In the future, the army of the Southern Champion Kingdom would probably flee upon hearing the name of this youth. General He. Duan Lingtian picked up a bowl of wine and drained it before directly drinking it. "Come, drink." Nie Fin was extremely excited as well. Presently, even the old man standing behind Nie Fin looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that flickered with a trace of extraordinary splendor. This youth had simply opened up a new path for the Crimson Sky Kingdom. All those years ago, even the senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate didn't have such a terrifying accomplishment. Without losing a single soldier, annihilating the southern barbaric city's army of 100,000, simply heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian, you're the pride of our Paladin Academy. In the distance, a Star General Department senior student stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian as he drank the wine in his bowl in one gulp. Exactly. You're the pride of Paladin Academy. For a time, all the other Paladin Academy students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, stood up and toasted Duan Lingtian one after another. Breaching the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city, this time was a brilliant military merit. It could be imagined that when they returned this time, they would all receive rewards. This had an extremely great effect on their future. Moreover, they were clear that all this was given to them by Duan Lingtian. Thank you, young Master Lingtian, for helping us brothers take revenge. Chapter 215. Come, cheers. Duan Lingtian was infected by the atmosphere as well, and he stood up with a heroic spirit that shot up to the clouds as he finished the wine in one gulp. In his previous life, he was born in the army, so he quickly got along well with the 100,000 officers and soldiers present, drinking until deep into the night before resting. Early the next morning, a group of people left southern barbaric city and headed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was precisely the Crimson WYRM army. Now that southern barbaric city had been completely captured, the next matter was the border army's matter. As reinforcements, their mission had already been completed. Now they returned to the Imperial City. The 10,000-plus cavalries of the Crimson WYRM army only spent a few hours to traverse the Hungduan mountain range and arrive at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's relentless thriving city. The residents of Relentless Thriving City stood outside the city as they watched the Crimson WYRM army depart into the distance, and all of them were extremely excited. Deep into the night last night, a troop of cavalry from the border army brought back the news of the capture of southern barbaric city, causing many residents of southern barbaric city to be excited to the point they couldn't sleep for the entire night. The Crimson WYRM army has once again displayed its invincible might. The success of the Crimson WYRM army's surprise attack this time was all thanks to that young military advisor, Duan Lingtian. Truly unbelievable. A mere 18-year-old youth is actually able to command an army of 100,000 and capture southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. From today onwards, this Duan Lingtian's name will surely spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom and be passed down for generations to come. Humph. I've recalled the son of the Prime Minister, Guxian. He's completely unable to compare with Duan Lingtian. At that time, he had an army of 110,000 under his command. But not only was he unable to capture southern barbaric city, he even caused the deaths of over 10,000 border army officers. Guxian, in my eyes, he can't even compare to a single strand of Duan Lingtian's hair. Yet he's still the son of the Prime Minister? He's truly a disgrace to our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The residents of Relentless Thriving City deeply remembered the name Duan Lingtian, and they also deeply remembered the name Guxian. The former caused them to respect him. The latter caused them to despise him. The Crimson WYRM army arrived in a formidable array and returned in a formidable array. All in all, the reinforcements' trip this time could be considered a complete success. Duan, Ling Tian, and Nye Fin galloped their horses side by side at the front of this 10,000-strong troop, and the taciturn old man followed behind the two of them like a shadow. Let's go back. I wonder what His Majesty will reward us with when we return this time. Our rewards should be about the same. I'm curious as to what His Majesty will reward the Duan Lingtian. The group of Paladin Academy students were in a heated discussion. Duan Lingtian could be said to be the core force behind the capture of southern barbaric city this time. And if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army would be utterly incapable of accomplishing this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's reward would be of the highest grade as well. They didn't doubt this at all. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun walked side by side, and both of their faces revealed knowing smiles. The journey to the battlefield this time caused their blood to boil, and they were incomparably delighted. When we return this time, that fellow Tian will surely complain again. That's for sure. A bright smile appeared on both of their faces. 2 months later, the group once again returned to the imperial city. Little Tian, you'll personally lead the Paladin Academy members back. I'll first lead the Crimson WYRM army back to the campsite. Then I'll go look for my father and enter the palace together to see His Majesty. Outside the imperial city, Nye Fin said to Duan Lingtian. The Crimson WYRM army campsite was outside the imperial city. Duan Lingtian nodded. Students of Paladin Academy, follow Duan Lingtian back. Nye Fin loudly ordered. Instantly, the group of Paladin Academy students, led by Duan Lingtian, entered the imperial city in a formidable array. When they left, there were a total of 312 students in Paladin Academy. Now, there were 311 people. The person missing was precisely Gu Xian, who had left Relentless Thriving City 2 months ago. He was also the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister, Gu Yuting. As expected, when Duan Lingtian's group returned to Paladin Academy, they caused a great stir. They've returned so quickly. Yeah, even if they rode horses, it would take at least 4 months to travel from here to the northwest border. Now, they've returned in less than 5 months. In other words, they've stayed in the northwest border for less than a month. Is the Southern Champion Kingdom's army so useless? Presently it was afternoon. Many Paladin Academy students had gathered at the Paladin Academy's martial arts practice grounds, and they were discussing animatedly. In next to no time, along with the group of students that followed behind Duan Lingtian, they quickly found out the sequence of events. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army captured the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without expending a single soldier. This caused those students that didn't head to the northwest border to be dumbstruck. When they found out that all this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution, the gazes they looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence, no matter if it was a junior student or a senior student. As for Duan Lingtian, who was the center of attention, when he saw the group of students return to Paladin Academy, he greeted Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, then directly slipped away and returned home. Duan Lingtian's breathing became slightly hurried as he stood before the entrance of his own courtyard house. I've returned. Following Xiong Quan opening the courtyard house door, Duan Lingtian walked in with large strides. Young master! Young master! In the front courtyard, the manager, Jingru, and the 2 servant girls respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to them, he impatiently walked into the rear courtyard. In the rear courtyard, the 2 little girls were sitting around Li Ro, as if they didn't notice Duan Lingtian's return. Tian. Only when Li Ro noticed Duan Lingtian did the 2 little girls react, as if they were struck by lightning. Mom, I'm back. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. In a few more days, it would be a full 5 months since he left. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Li Ro's face revealed a smile, and she obviously heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, scoundrel! The two little girls transformed into two bursts of fragrant wind, one from the left and one from the right, and threw themselves into Duan Lingtian's embrace, tightly hugging Duan Lingtian. I'm back. Duan Lingtian embraced the two girls in his embrace, and between his brows revealed a trace of excitement. Hiss, hiss! Right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over and directly landed on Duan Lingtian's hand. They lightly nodded to Duan Lingtian, as if welcoming Duan Lingtian's return. Ha! Little white, little black. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly and greeted the two little pythons. An entire afternoon, an entire night, Duan Lingtian tossed everything to the back of his mind and stuck close to the two little girls in the spacious room, making love. Only when it was deep into the night did he fall into a deep sleep while hugging the two little girls with a satisfied expression. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't know. Presently, many people throughout the imperial city were bound to be unable to sleep. In the afternoon, along with the divine might Marquis and his son entering the imperial palace, the news of the battle at the northwest border spread out from the imperial palace. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army captured the southern champion kingdom's southern barbaric city in one go. But the first to take credit for this wasn't the Crimson WYRM Army's commander, Niafin, nor was it the Border Army's general, Hiwayan. It was instead Duan Lingtian. The name Duan Lingtian once again swept through the entire imperial city and became the hot topic of discussion in the various restaurants. I truly never imagined that not only does Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao is heaven-defying, he's also so awesome when it comes to commanding an army. He's simply taking every possibility into account and winning every battle. All-round talent, all-round talent. Our Crimson Sky Kingdom, being able to produce a Duan Lingtian, is truly our Crimson Sky Kingdom's fortune. Exactly, Duan Lingtian is indeed a peerless genius. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, that Prime Minister Gu's son, Gu Xian, is a freak. He's indeed a freak. An army of 110,000 that obeyed his orders didn't even touch the city walls of southern barbaric city. Yet over 10,000 people died. Whereas the southern champion kingdom's army suffered less than 1,000 casualties. What Prime Minister's son, no matter if it was the imperial city's outer city or inner city, there were similar discussions everywhere. All of them were elevating Duan Lingtian and belittling Gu Xian. After all, the two of them formed a sharp contrast. Unlike the imperial city that was buzzing with activity, the Prime Minister's estate was deathly silent. Within the spacious audience hall, a middle-aged man with a medium build dressed like a scholar stood there, ceaselessly pacing back and forth. Prime Minister. Before long, an aged old man walked in with large strides. The old man's eyes were dazzling like an array of stars, and his footsteps were steady. Obviously, his cultivation wasn't low. How is it? The middle-aged man asked in a low voice. Although no expression could be seen on his face, his anxious eyes completely exposed his anxious heart at this moment. Prime Minister, I've asked. They said that the young master had already left thriving Economy City by himself 2 months ago and returned to the Imperial City. The old man spoke slowly. What? The middle-aged man's face went grim, and his pupils constricted. What actually happened? Prime Minister, supposedly, the almost 90,000 officers of the Border Army requested for orders from General Hiwayan to kill the young master. Later on, for the sake of the young master's safety, General Hiwayan privately allowed the young master to leave. The old man spoke again. Xian, how could you leave by yourself? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and he was slightly dazed. As the Prime Minister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Gu Ting's wisdom was extraordinary and ordinary people couldn't compare to it. He knew that his son had most likely been killed, but he could only suffer in silence. because this matter couldn't be blamed on the border army anymore. How's the news outside now? Gu Yuting took a deep breath, and his wise eyes emitted traces of a ghastly flowing light as he forcefully suppressed the sorrow in the depths of his heart. The old man was slightly hesitant when he heard this. There's no need to worry, speak. Gu Yuting's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he looked at the old man. Yes. The old man nodded and truthfully told Gu Yuting some of the discussions that were currently giving rise to much discussion in the imperial city. After he finished speaking, the corners of the old man's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Duan Lingtian? He's indeed a rare genius. Chapter 216. Because of Princess Bai Yao, the young master hates him to the bone. The old man slowly nodded when he heard Gu Yuting's question. Princess Bai Yao. Unfortunately, my son doesn't have the life to marry her. Cold lights flickered within Gu Yuting's eyes. However, the people outside actually belittle my son and praised that Duan Lingtian. Since Xian hates him, then there's no need for him to remain in this world. As Gu Yuting finished speaking, he had a calm expression. It was as if he'd transformed into a judge that could easily decide a person's life and death. Perhaps in his eyes, he'd never taken Duan Lingtian and the Duan clan behind Duan Lingtian seriously. My lord, that Duan Lingtian contributed the most to the capture of southern barbaric city by our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army this time. His Majesty the Emperor will probably heavily reward him, think highly of him, and take him to be a pillar of the kingdom. The old man slightly frowned and seemed to be slightly hesitant. So what? Gu Yuting indifferently said. My son is already doomed, so let me complete his final wish. He hates this Duan Lingtian to the bone, so I'll kill this Duan Lingtian to comfort his soul in heaven, and it can be considered as doing something for him one last time. Even though he guessed that his son had already died, Gu Yuting still quickly recovered his calm. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely feel fear towards Gu Yuting, because this sort of person was what he hated the most, and was also the most gloomy and terrifying. Early morning the next day, within the spacious room, Duan Lingtian was served by the two little girls to put on his clothes before walking out of the room in large strides. After eating breakfast, he went to Paladin Academy. Everywhere he passed, it unsurprisingly caused a stir. Duan Lingtian, I like you. Right at this moment, a nearby female student roared at Duan Lingtian with a red face. Duan Lingtian was stunned. The surrounding group of students were stunned as well. Then a wave of booing sounded out. I like you too. Duan Lingtian smiled at the female student and continued to walk forward. Instantly, some of the other female students looked at the female student who spoke earlier with envious gazes. Subsequently, they imitated her. Duan Lingtian, I like you. Duan Lingtian, I like you. In the face of these enthusiastic female students, Duan Lingtian returned a smile. I like you too. All the Paladin Academy students present had a favorable impression of Duan Lingtian's calmness. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a person was walking towards them from afar. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had never thought that the other party would take the initiative to greet him, and in such a friendly manner at that. The person before him was none other than Su Qing. Su Qing, you've changed. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. The current Su Qing lacked the arrogance of the past. Instead, he was much calmer. At the very least, the feeling he gave Qin, she wasn't as loathsome as before. Obviously, the incident from before had caused Su Qing to change a lot. I still have to thank you for allowing me to see many things clearly. Also, your chain of 3 strategies is admirable. Su Qing had a friendly expression as he replied with a smile. After being defeated by Duan Lingtian the last time, Su Qing was silent for a few days before recovering. He'd thought about many things clearly and had taken Duan Lingtian to be his target, so he moved forward courageously. This time, as a grade 2 student of the Star General Department, He'd joined the Crimson WIRM army and headed to the northwest border together. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's strategizing and felt admiration in his heart. Perhaps, from that moment onwards, the resentment he had towards Duan Lingtian in his heart had completely vanished. You're not bad as well. You've actually broken through to the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he smiled mysteriously. You can even tell. Su Qing was stunned. He'd broken through on the way back to the imperial city this time, and he'd just broken through less than a month ago. He was sure that he hadn't revealed his strength at the origin core stage before anyone. However, he'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to see through it with a single glance. Duan Lingtian, you're indeed out of the ordinary. How about we be friends? Su Qing's face was filled with anticipation. Aren't we friends now? Duan Lingtian smiled. Su Qing smiled as well. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'm going to class. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. The short exchange between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing shocked the surrounding crowd of people. Could it be that this is the legendary no discord, no concord? Perhaps. Many people sighed with emotion. Amongst them, some had even personally witnessed the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing. At that time, Su Qing wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. But now these two people had actually become friends. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Right? Duan Lingtian said earlier that Su Qing has already broken through to the origin core stage? It seems so. I never imagined that after an origin core stage martial artist appeared in our Paladin Academy's first year, an origin core stage martial artist also appeared in our second year. In next to no time, the topic of the crowd of students shifted to Su Qing. When Duan Lingtian walked into the classroom, he noticed that besides Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, everyone was looking at him with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian, good job. You've really done well for our Star Mastermind Department's first years. Amazing. The crowd of students in the class looked at Duan Lingtian and weren't stingy with their words of praise. Duan Lingtian returned each and every one of them with a smile. Haha, Duan Lingtian, not long after you left yesterday afternoon, we saw that fellow, Tian Hu. He even said that he'd settle the score with you at noon. Xiao Sun laughed. Settle the score with me? Settle what score? Duan Lingtian was stunned and felt that it was slightly strange. What else could it be? It's naturally the matter of you not helping him get a quota to join the reinforcement army. Xiao Yu laughed as well. F***K. The two of you sold me out, just like that? Duan Lingtian glared at them. These two fellows were really unreliable. We didn't sell you out, he guessed to himself. Xiao Sun shrugged and lightly smiled. Right at this moment, Sima Zhangfeng walked into the classroom and stood on the platform. His deep gaze then descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it contained a complicated feeling. Even he never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had the natural talent of a strategist that was able to lead an army and fight a war. Leading an army of 100,000 to capture the southern champion kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier, such a battle achievement could be used as a teaching material. Borrowing an arrow from a straw boat, secretly plotting in Chensang, taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, adding on the ability to cross the sea by deception. Duan Lingtian, you're really not simple. Sima Zhangfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he laughed. Teacher, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Lucky? It wasn't only Sima Zhangfeng. The corners of the mouths of the group of students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, couldn't help but twitch. This could be called lucky? Just when Sima Zhangfeng didn't know what to say, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Paladin Academy's Vice Dean, Zhan Xiong. Zhan Xiong nodded to Sima Zhangfeng, then looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, His Majesty wants to see you. Come with me. Whoosh! Zhan Xiong's words naturally caused a stir within the classroom as expected. Their Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor wanted to summon Duan Lingtian? Looks like Duan Lingtian is going to be lucky. I guessed it long ago. This time, Duan Lingtian commanded the army to capture the southern champion kingdom's southern barbaric city and brought honor to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. His Majesty will surely be extremely happy and naturally can't avoid rewarding Duan Lingtian based on his contributions. I wonder what His Majesty will reward Duan Lingtian. Can't we just wait for Duan Lingtian to return and ask? Within the classroom, the students whispered in discussion. Only when Sima Zhangfeng intentionally coughed twice did the entire classroom return to its tranquility. Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhan Xiong and walked out of Paladin Academy. Outside the academy, a luxurious carriage was waiting there, and on both sides of the carriage were 2 squads of armored soldiers. Acting as the coachman was a young soldier. These armors don't seem to belong to the city guard. Could it be that they belong to the imperial army that guards the imperial palace? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Vice Dean, Lord Lingtian, this way please. When the young soldier saw Zhan Xiong and Duan Lingtian arrive, he leaped down from the carriage and respectfully welcomed them into the carriage. When facing Duan Lingtian, a heartfelt reverence appeared on the young soldier's face. As a member of the army, he greatly admired Duan Lingtian's actions at the northwest border. Vice Dean, they're the Imperial Army? Sitting in the carriage, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhan Xiong and asked curiously. Exactly, they're the Imperial Army. Zhan Xiong lightly nodded, then said with a smile, It's all thanks to you this time. Normally, even if I wanted to enter the Imperial Palace, I would prepare my own carriage. But this carriage was personally ordered by His Majesty the Emperor to be prepared for you. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was grand and imposing. Numerous palaces stood in the distance, and they seemed to be extraordinarily grand. Now, the carriage that carried Duan Lingtian entered the Imperial Palace as if it was entering a place without anyone, and they quickly arrived before a palace at the center of the Imperial Palace. Under the escort of the young Imperial Army soldiers that acted as the coachmen, Duan Lingtian and Zhan Xiong walked into the palace. Within the palace, it was a dazzling sight that caused one to be dazzled. After walking into the palace, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were already 4 people present within the palace. The divine might Marquis Nieyuan and his son stood at the side. On the golden throne, an old man in his 60s that wore a dragon robe sat firmly there. Although he was old, the dignified aura of a person of high status was the most oppressive amongst all the people Duan Lingtian had seen. However, this bit of dignified aura was unable to affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Duan Lingtian guessed it. This old man in his 60s ought to be the current emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At the side of the emperor stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed like a refined scholar. His eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, and he had a carefree expression and an extraordinary bearing. If he saw such a figure at any other time, Duan Lingtian would surely praise him in his heart. However, now, slight vigilance arose in Duan Lingtian's heart when facing this person, because when he'd just entered the palace, he'd noticed a trace of faint killing intent that enveloped his body. That strand of killing intent flashed before vanishing. Chapter 217. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and quickly guessed the other party's identity. Besides Prime Minister Gu Yuting, there shouldn't be anyone else that was able to stand on the side of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor and had such a demeanor. This Gu Yuting actually aroused killing intent towards me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and faintly guessed the reason. Presently, not only within Paladin Academy, even the entire imperial city was comparing him with Gu Yuting's son, Gu Xian and imperceptibly stepping on Gu Xian and praising him. Presumably, this Gu Yuting had aroused killing intent towards him. Because of this, the dignified prime minister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was actually so narrow-minded. Vigilance arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. He was able to discern that this Gu Yuting was extremely difficult to deal with, as he was a person that was adept at concealing his heart. After the killing intent from before flashed and disappeared, Gu Yuting didn't have any other unusual actions. A person that was able to conceal his emotions so perfectly was absolutely not a simple figure. Long live your majesty. Zhan Xiong respectfully bowed to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor and slightly bowed. Vice Dean Zhan, you may rise. The emperor nodded and slowly spoke. Your majesty. Duan Lingtian looked at the emperor and lightly nodded as he bowed. The emperor slightly frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, whereas Gu Yuting, who stood at the side, had already coldly shouted, Audacious Duan Lingtian, why don't you kneel when you see His Majesty? Could it be that you really think that you can be mentioned in the same breath as Vice Dean Zhan, just because you've made some meritorious contributions? Prime Minister Gu, His Majesty hasn't even spoken. You're making such a ruckus in front of His Majesty, yet you don't know where you place His Majesty? As for whether I bow or not, to put it bluntly, what does it have to do with you? After Duan Lingtian noticed Gu Yuting arousing killing intent towards him earlier, he was filled with vigilance and hostility towards Gu Yuting. Now that he was lectured by Gu Yuting, he instantly retorted. Gu Yuting's face went grim and killing intent appeared in his eyes once again. At this moment, even Nie Yuan and Nie Fen had a trace of a bitter smile on their faces. This little Tian was actually so wanton and unrestrained before the Supreme Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, they were not worried. With them around, nothing would happen to Duan Lingtian. Ha ha ha! At this moment, the Emperor laughed. A carefree smile appeared on his aged face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You are Duan Lingtian? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly, but when facing the emperor, he was very courteous. You are the first person to contradict the prime minister in front of me. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The smile on the emperor's face never stopped, as if he was still thinking about the scene just now. Gu Yuting was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Your Majesty is exaggerating. I just think that Prime Minister Gu is exaggerating. It's just a formality. Why do you have to be so rigid? Duan Lingtian said slowly, neither servile nor overbearing. Now that you mention it, I am curious. Why aren't you kneeling? The emperor asked with a smile. Your Majesty, in my eyes, in the entire world besides the heavens and earth, only my parents are able to make me kneel. As the saying goes, there is gold beneath a man's knees. I kneel to the heavens, earth, and my parents. Duan Lingtian said, There is gold beneath a man's knees. I kneel to the heavens, earth, and my parents. The emperor was stunned when he heard this, and after carefully digesting these words, he laughed carefreely. As expected of the person who was able to allow an army of 100,000 to capture the southern champion kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. You actually have such arrogance. However, you do indeed have the qualifications. I permit you to dispense with kneeling when you see me in the future. How about it? The emperor's current mood was obviously very good, but Prime Minister Gu Yuting's mood wasn't very good, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian occasionally flickered with a trace of gloominess. If one didn't carefully notice the gloominess in Gu Yuting's eyes, one would be utterly unable to notice it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed as he expressed his thanks. All right, the main reason I called you here today is to reward you. This time, you commanded my Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 to capture the southern champion kingdoms Southern Champion Kingdoms, Southern Champion Kingdom, without losing a single soldier. This is an unparalleled military merit. Tell me, what do you want? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian as he directly asked. As soon as the emperor said this, even Nie Yuan, Nie Tian, and Zhang Xiong, who stood at the side, couldn't help but be slightly moved. Your Majesty, you can't. Gu Yuting hurriedly dissuaded. A young man doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Your Majesty. What? Prime Minister, you want to make a decision for me? Although the emperor was old, his eyes narrowed now, and his indifferent words caused Gu Yuting's face to go pale, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, this subject absolutely doesn't have such intentions. Humph. I presume you don't have the guts. However, Prime Minister, you've slightly lost your composure today. The emperor grunted coldly. Ever since he found out that Gu Yuting's son, Gu Xian, had caused the death of over 10,000 soldiers, a ball of rage had arisen in his heart. It was also because he'd always thought highly of Gu Yuting. Otherwise, even if Gu Xian wasn't present, he would still punish Gu Yuting. After all, it was the father's fault if the son didn't teach the son. Yes, this subject knows his mistake. This subject was anxious about his son. I hope your Majesty can forgive me. Gu Yuting hurriedly pleaded for leniency. Stand up. The emperor spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't carry the slightest emotion. Thank you, your Majesty. Gu Yuting stood up. Prime Minister Gu, according to my knowledge, Gu Xian seems to have already returned to the imperial city 2 months ago, right? What do you mean when you say that you miss your son dearly? Could it be that your Majesty has punished Gu Xian and made Gu Xian reflect in prison? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he spoke, indifferently. After he finished speaking, he ignored Gu Yuting's furious gaze and looked at the emperor as he said respectfully, Your Majesty is wise. The emperor couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. This little guy, what a formidable mouth. Duan Lingtian, tell me, what do you want? The emperor returned to the previous topic and asked Duan Lingtian once again, Your Majesty, I want you to set up an organization and let me be the head of this organization. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he looked at the emperor and spoke slowly. Oh. When the emperor heard Duan Lingtian's words, he felt that it was a novelty. Then tell me, what kind of organization do you want me to set up for you? The Embroidered Uniform Guard. When Duan Lingtian said these 3 words, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. The Embroidered Uniform Guard. It was also one of Duan Lingtian's dreams in his previous life. When he thought of the Ming dynasty in his previous life and the tyrannical Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian's heart palpitated with excitement. To put it bluntly, the Embroidered Uniform Guard was the secret service of the Ming dynasty, and it was also a blade in the hands of the emperor at that time, possessing monstrous power. Actually, Duan Lingtian only wanted to play around and experience a similar addiction. After all, he would be leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom soon, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to play in the future. Or perhaps, even if he had the chance in the future, he wouldn't have this thought. Embroidered Uniform Guard? Presently, it wasn't only the emperor who was puzzled. Even Nie Yuan and his son, Zhang Xiong, and even Prime Minister Gu Yuting had puzzled expressions. When Duan Lingtian saw that the emperor's interest had been aroused, he immediately said, Your Majesty, the so-called Embroidered Uniform Guard is an organization that directly belongs to Your Majesty. Besides, Your Majesty, it isn't subject to the interference of anyone else. As for the Embroidered Uniform Guard's function, it is to share Your Majesty's burdens and eliminate all injustices in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. For example, helping Your Majesty deal with people who disrespect you. For example, finding the person who poisoned Your Majesty. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, besides the emperor, the expressions of the other 4 people present went pale. Duan Lingtian, don't talk nonsense. His Majesty's status is lofty. Who would dare poison His Majesty? Guyuting looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke coldly. However, the emperor's following words caused Guyuting to be dumbstruck. You're able to discern that I've been poisoned? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with interest. Your Majesty, not only am I able to discern that you've been poisoned, I'm even able to discern what poison you've been poisoned with. Moreover, I know that you've been poisoned for many years. If it wasn't for your Majesty's deep cultivation, perhaps you'd have long since. Although Duan Lingtian didn't continue speaking, everyone present was able to understand what Duan Lingtian meant. Your Majesty. Nye Yuan, and Zhan Xiong looked at the emperor and were shocked in their hearts. His Majesty seems to have admitted that he's been poisoned? A trace of coldness arose in their hearts. Who exactly dared to poison the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor? If I agree to your request, can you really help me find the person who poisoned me? The emperor's eyes focused, and a dignified aura enveloped Duan Lingtian's body. Actually, he'd secretly investigated the person who poisoned him for a long time, but he came up empty-handed. Duan Lingtian remained unmoved and smiled indifferently. If your Majesty agrees to my request, not only can I help your Majesty find the person who poisoned you, I can also cure your Majesty's poison. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. The spirit cleansing pill is really a good thing. It can be used anywhere. What? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the emperor, who originally had a calm expression, couldn't help but be moved. After all, even the Alchemist Guild's guildmaster, a grade 6 alchemist, was helpless against the poison he was afflicted with. He'd practically resigned himself to his fate. According to his estimation, he could only live for another half a year at most. So, to the outside world, he'd always declared that he was sick and not poisoned. Actually, with his cultivation, how could he possibly be sick? You can really cure the poison for me? The emperor took a deep breath and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. His emotions were slightly agitated, as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. If the poison was cured, he could at least live for a few more decades. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, I can refine a medicinal pill for you to suppress the poison in your body right now. It's enough to suppress a portion of the poison in your body and allow you to live for another year. Duan Lingtian's face was carefree, and his body emitted strong confidence. You are an alchemist. The emperor was stunned. Chi! Duan Lingtian flipped his hand, and a strand of pill fire was faintly discernible. In an instant, everyone present, except for Nye Yuan and his son, the emperor, Zhan Xiong, and Guyuting, were all stunned. This Duan Lingtian, besides having a heaven-defying natural talent in the martial Dao and a heaven-defying natural talent in military advisor, he's even so heaven-defying in alchemy? An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Chapter 218. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Guyuting's ridicule. In next to no time, under Duan Lingtian's request, the emperor ordered someone to find a pile of medicinal herbs for Duan Lingtian, and it was precisely a portion of the medicinal herbs required to refine the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian didn't ask the emperor to prepare a few of the medicinal ingredients, because he held back and didn't plan to refine the complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the emperor to consume. Since ancient times, kings were the most heartless. He wasn't unfamiliar with this saying, so he held back. If he were to refine the complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, it would be able to easily eradicate all the poison in the emperor's body. But in this way, between him and the emperor would undoubtedly hold the initiative. Even if the emperor still set up the embroidered uniform guard for him, he would surely be restrained in every aspect and couldn't act freely. So he planned to keep the emperor in suspense and make the emperor ask him for help. In this way, the embroidered uniform guard under him would be able to do as they pleased. After all, there was an emperor supporting him from behind. Although the incomplete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill was unable to eradicate the poison in the emperor's body, it could help him temporarily suppress a portion of the poison. What a miraculous medicinal pill! I can feel that the poison in my internal organs has been suppressed by quite a bit. After the emperor consumed the incomplete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, his eyes lit up and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Your Majesty, you need to consume this detoxification medicinal pill for a long period of time before it can completely eradicate the poison in your body. If you don't consume it for a period of time, the poison in your Majesty's body will relapse once again, and it might even be even more violent than before, like a scourge. So in the future, I'll refine this detoxification medicinal pill for your Majesty every once in a while. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the emperor, and his eyes flickered with flowing lights. Only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. Duan Lingtian, why don't you refine more detoxification medicinal pills for me? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. As the supreme emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he was naturally able to discern what Duan Lingtian was thinking, and it was none other than wanting to use this to threaten him. And if he wanted to live, he had no other choice. Your Majesty, this detoxification pill is extremely difficult to refine. Unless I recuperate for more than a month, I don't have the confidence to refine it successfully. Duan Lingtian naturally declined. He understood that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Duan Lingtian, since that's the case, why don't you contribute the formula for the antidote? There are many alchemists in the palace who can serve His Majesty better. Gu Ting looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, Prime Minister Gu, I'm really sorry, but I won't share my pill formula with anyone. Duan Lingtian glanced at Gu Ting calmly. He couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush in front of Gu Ting. Not even His Majesty? Gu Ting's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he wanted to use the emperor to force Duan Lingtian. Prime Minister Gu, don't scare me. If I'm scared by you and forget the pill formula, then I won't be able to refine it myself in the end. At that time, if His Majesty doesn't have any detoxification pills to use and the poison relapses again, then all the blame will be borne by you alone. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. You. Gu Ting's face went pale. At this moment, the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan stood out and looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, according to what I know, pill formulas are of extraordinary significance to alchemists, and that detoxification pill formula ought to be Duan Lingtian's unique pill formula. To an alchemist, a unique pill formula is more important than his life. The Marquis is right. Your Majesty, this point is understandable. Zhan Xiong stood out as well and spoke up for Duan Lingtian. What? Could it be that you're worried that I'll forcefully seize this little fellow's pill formula? The emperor smiled indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I approve your request. From today onwards, I'll issue an edict to establish the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and you will be the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. As for the members of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Divine Might Marquis will be in charge of dispatching them. How about it? As he finished speaking, the emperor looked at Nye Yuan. I have no objections. Nye Yuan received his orders. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the emperor. The Prime Minister Gu Ting, who stood at the side of the emperor, had an extremely unsightly expression. Embroidered Uniform Guard, directly subordinate to the emperor, and only obey the emperor's orders. The commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian, was only responsible to the emperor and had the authority to act first and report later. Along with the emperor's edict, the entire imperial city was stirred. Embroidered Uniform Guard. Before today, this name was so unfamiliar to everyone, but now it caused everyone to be dumbstruck. When had such an organization appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Even though I knew that Duan Lingtian had made a great contribution this time and that the emperor would reward him heavily, I never imagined that it would be so exaggerated. Once the embroidered uniform guard is established, he, as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, would simply be equivalent to the emperor's spokesperson. Too exaggerated. Once the embroidered uniform guard is established, the imperial city will probably be in turmoil again. Duan Lingtian, at the mere age of 18, is already practically standing at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's hard to imagine. The entire imperial city was filled with similar discussions. Divine might marquee estate within the audience hall. Little Tian, you really have guts, even daring to threaten His Majesty the Emperor. The divine might Marquis Nya Yuan shook his head and smiled. He was slightly surprised when he recalled the scene he saw in the imperial palace earlier. Truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. I was frightened by you earlier. Nya Fen looked at Duan Lingtian as well and laughed bitterly. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. I was originally asking a tiger for its skin in this matter. Uncle Nya, besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, I only need 9 people from the embroidered uniform guard, but they must be elites. What counts as elites? Nya Yuan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian only needed so few people. 8 of them must be existences that are at least on par with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. As for the last person, I want the half-step void stage. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, flowing lights flickered within his eyes. Half-step void stage? Nya Yuan and Nya Fen were both shocked. Nya Yuan returned to his senses and scolded with a smile. You kid, you asked me for 8 people whose strengths aren't inferior to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and my heart already ached. But now, you've directly demanded an exorbitant price and directly asked me for half-step void stage experts. Do you think half-step void stage experts are cabbages sold in the market? Uncle Nya, if you're able to send the 9 people I need to me, I'll give you a great fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly squinted as he smiled mysteriously. What great fortuitous encounter? Nya Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Even the nearby Nya Fen had his interest aroused. Uncle Nya, have you heard of the monkey wine? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Monkey wine? What? You have it, kid? Nya Yuan's eyes lit up and he was slightly surprised, whereas Nya Fuan's breathing instead became hurried. To Origin core stage martial artists, the monkey wine was a precious treasure that could increase their cultivation. Since Uncle Nya knows of the monkey wine, then have you heard of the Monkey King wine? Duan Lingtian asked again. Monkey King wine? Nya Yuan shook his head. As for Nya Fen, he didn't even know. The Monkey King wine possesses a medicinal effect comparable to the Void Advancement Pill. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Nya Yuan, then slowly said, I think that Uncle Nya ought to be interested in this, right? Void Advancement Pill. Nya Yuan and Nya Fen were both stunned. Nya Yuan was the first to react. His pupils constricted as his breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. Little Tia, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian didn't directly answer Nya Fen and continued. With Uncle Nya's current cultivation, that's only a step away from the void prying stage. If you have the assistance of the Monkey King wine, you'll surely be able to successfully break through to the void prying stage within half a year and welcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. You little fellow even know of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation? Right at this moment, an aged figure silently walked in. It was precisely the senior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Grandpa Nya, Duan Lingtian didn't notice the old man's arrival in the slightest, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of an existence at the void prying stage, even if he's unable to utilize origin energy, his cultivation is still there. Father, grandfather. Nya Yuan and Nya Fen respectfully bowed to the old man. Little Tian, Grandpa Nya will send you 2 half-step void stage experts, and you give Grandpa Nya 2 drops of the Monkey King wine. How about it?" The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with traces of flowing lights. 2 half-step void stage experts? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Looks like the divine might Marquis Estate's resources and reserves were even more formidable than he'd imagined. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and lightly smiled. "Grandpa Nya, I'm afraid this won't do. I don't have much of the Monkey King wine in my possession." The old man didn't mind and smiled. "Then leave 1 drop for your Uncle Nya, and Grandpa Nya will still send you 2 half-step void stage experts. How about it? I truly never imagined that you'd actually be able to encounter a thing of legend like the Monkey King wine." Obviously, the old man knew what the Monkey King wine was. "Thank you, Grandpa Nya." Duan Lingtian smiled, then said, "Grandpa Nya, I still have a piece of good news to tell you. I ought to be able to condense a grade 8 pill fire in a few days, and at that time I'll be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for you. Once you consume the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, the toxic poison in your body will be completely eradicated in 3 months at most." The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and they were dazzling like an array of stars. Even Nye Yuan and Nya Fen both revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. "Uncle Nya, these are the medicinal materials required for the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill." Duan Lingtian waved his hand and wrote down the list of medicinal materials required for the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Of course, he wrote down an extra set of medicinal materials. The other set was prepared to refine the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xiong Quan. After 3 months, not only would the toxic poison in the old man's body be eradicated, even Xiong Quan's cultivation would recover to the void prime stage. "Good. I'll immediately order people to gather them." Nye Yuan nodded, and a trace of excitement was revealed between his brows. "Here's a drop of Monkey King wine." Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill bottle and passed it to Nye Yuan. Chapter 219. This is the Monkey King wine. I feel that the origin energy in my body seems to have been alarmed by its wine fragrance. Nya Fen looked at the Monkey King wine in Nye Yuan's hand with a burning expression. I never imagined that I'd be able to smell the wine fragrance of the Monkey King wine in my lifetime. I'm truly fortunate. The old man sighed with emotion. As for the person involved, Nye Yuan, he put away the Monkey King wine as if he'd obtained a treasure. Nya Fan's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he rubbed his palms together. "Little Tia on you. Big brother Nya, when you step into the half-step void stage, I'll give you a drop of Monkey King wine as well." Nya Fan hadn't even opened his mouth when Duan Lingtian guessed what he wanted to say and spoke before him, dispelling Nya Fan's thoughts. It wasn't that he was stingy. There might not even be 30 drops of Monkey King wine in that small bottle gourd, and every drop used was a drop less. He had to use it sparingly. Nya Fan laughed bitterly. "Half-step void stage. That's a matter of how many years later. Big brother Nya, I can't give you the Monkey King wine, but I have quite a bit of Monkey King wine here." Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a wine jug appeared in his hand. Instantly, the wine fragrance of the Monkey King wine suffused out from the mouth of the wine jug. "Good wine!" The gazes of the 3 Nya clan men abruptly shone. Before long, the 3 of them had tasted the Monkey King wine one by one. Especially Nya Fun. After drinking the Monkey King wine, he sat cross-legged on the spot and circulated his cultivation technique in meditation, and only opened his eyes after a long time. Just a little bit more to break through. After Nya Fen woke up, his gaze abruptly shone. He subconsciously grabbed the wine jug, but noticed that the wine jug was empty. "Where's the wine?" Nya Fen had an astounded expression. It was finished by Grandpa Nya and Uncle Nya. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Before Nya Fen could react, he fled, not forgetting to remind the old man and Nye Yuan. Grandpa Nya, Uncle Nya, I'll leave my embroidered uniform guard members to you. I'll come get them tomorrow. Grandfather, Father, why didn't you leave a single drop for me? I only drank a cup. A cup? Nya had a bitter expression as he grumbled. Stupid brat, if you have the time to complain here, why don't you go ask little Tian for another pot of monkey wine? The old man shook his head and smiled as he reminded. Yeah, how could I forget? He's stingy with the Monkey King wine, but he can't be so stingy with the monkey wine. Niafan hurriedly stood up and chased after him. However, he found that Duan Lingtian was long gone. Good lad, no wonder you were in such a hurry to leave. Niafan had a helpless expression as he cursed with a smile. After leaving the divine might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian headed straight home. He locked himself in his room and began to refine the dragon blood pill. An hour later, the dragon blood pill was completed. After consuming the dragon blood pill, Duan Lingtian finally completed the tempering of his body for the 9th level of the core formation stage. The second transformation of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, the raging python form, could be considered to have reached perfection. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian used his origin energy to draw out more than half of the remaining medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine he drank last time and started circulating it in next to no time. The bottleneck of the 9th level of the core formation stage was directly broken through. Duan Lingtian's cultivation stepped into the origin core stage in one go. After stepping into the origin core stage, there was still some medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine remaining. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique's 3rd form, WYRM Python form. Duan Lingtian started circulating his new mental cultivation method and consumed the remaining medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine. Only when he approached the bottleneck of the 1st level of the origin core stage was the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine completely exhausted. He lightly stretched his hands. Crack, crack, crack. The clear sound of bones rubbing together sounded out. Suddenly his fists clenched tightly. Whoosh! Instantly, 31 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. This was the strength of Duan Lingtian after stepping into the 1st level of the origin core stage. When an ordinary martial artist breaks through to the 1st level of the origin core stage, their full strength would only be the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Compared to when he was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, he had the strength of 8 ancient mammoths more, whereas Duan Lingtian actually only had the strength of 8 ancient mammoths more than before. This strength of 8 ancient mammoths was added on top of his original foundation. When he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage with the raging python form mental cultivation method and completed the tempering of his fleshly body, he already possessed the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist, he possessed the strength of an entire 11 ancient mammoths more, whereas now, Duan Lingtian, who broke through to the 1st level of the origin core stage, still possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, more than an ordinary martial artist with the same cultivation. This 9 dragons wore sovereign technique's 3rd form, the WYRM Python form, seems to not have the tempering of the fleshly body. In other words, I can only cultivate step by step and increase my strength of ancient mammoths that is similar to an ordinary martial artist. However, no matter which level I cultivate to, I still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than a martial artist with the same cultivation. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed this problem. He knew clearly in his heart that it was precisely because of this that he could similarly be called invincible amongst martial artists with the same cultivation. However, in general, along with the increase of his cultivation, his strength would be pulled closer and closer to martial artists with the same cultivation, and his advantage would become smaller and smaller. Duan Lingtian felt a trace of pressure. I must work hard and cultivate. So this is the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian could clearly see the situation within his dantian through inner vision. Presently, within his dantian, the origin energy that had originally formed into the form of scattered clouds and mist had actually condensed into an origin core. The origin core was completely snow-white and was precisely condensed from origin energy. The origin core stage was also named because of this. The strength of an origin core stage martial artist was stored within the origin core within the dantian. If the dantian was crippled, then the origin core would lose its support and completely vanish, which was equivalent to the origin energy in the entire body dispersing, just like Fang Tong and Xueling, who were crippled by Duan Lingtian that day. Before long, Duan Lingtian went to the rear courtyard to find the two little girls and his mother, Li Ro, and gave 3 pill bottles to them. Within every pill bottle was a drop of Monkey King wine. "Young master, what's this?" Kerr had a curious expression as she asked. Li Fei and Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian as well. "This is Monkey King wine. Kerr, haven't you broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage now? So long as you consume this Monkey King wine and circulate your cultivation method, it'll be sufficient to assist you in breaking through to the origin core stage." Duan Lingtian smiled as he said to Li Fei, "Little Fei, you're the same as well. You're only a sliver away from breaking through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Relying on this drop of Monkey King wine, not only will you be able to break through the bottleneck and step into the 9th level of the core formation stage, you'll even have the chance to break through to the 1st level of the origin core stage in one go." Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's words caused the two little girls to have excited expressions, and they directly returned to their rooms to cultivate. "Mom, you go cultivate as well." Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro and lightly smiled. Li Ro lightly nodded, then followed behind Kerr and Li Fei to return to her room. Duan Lingtian left the courtyard house and found a clothing store. Then, according to the memories of his previous life, he ordered 13 sets of skyfish clothes. "How long will it take to finish?" Duan Lingtian asked the manager. "Customer, the 13 sets of clothes you ordered are all very complicated. Even if you rush the work, I'm afraid it will still take 3 days." The manager slowly said, "3 days." Duan Lingtian frowned. "Too long. You think of another way." Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and besides the money he handed over earlier, he put down another 10,000 silver bill. The manager's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly nodded. "Customer, I understand. I'll get a few more people to work through the night, and it'll surely be completed by tomorrow." "Okay." Duan Lingtian nodded, then turned around and left. He found a weapon store and ordered 13 scabbards. Then he bought some materials required for weapon refinement. After he returned home, he refined these materials into 13 spirit sabers. Skyfish clothes, embroidered spring saber. This was the true embroidered uniform guard. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. After the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor established the embroidered uniform guard, he also set aside a vast courtyard in the inner city as the embroidered uniform guard's residence. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the courtyard, he noticed that there was already someone waiting there. "Commander Duan." As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard, a middle-aged man came up to greet him. The middle-aged man wore the Imperial Guard's armor, and a trace of dignity was emitted from between his brows. Obviously, he wasn't an ordinary soldier. "You know me?" "You are." Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. "Commander Duan, I'm the Imperial Guard's Chiliarch Mengyang. His Majesty ordered me to hand these over to Commander Duan." Soon, Mengyang handed over a pile of command tokens to Duan Lingtian. These command tokens, except for one that was slightly special, were all exactly the same. All the command tokens had one thing in common, and that was that the words embroidered uniform guard were engraved on them. "Chiliarch Meng, sorry to trouble you." Duan Lingtian took the command tokens and nodded to Mengyang with a smile. "Commander Duan, you're too courteous." Meng Yang replied with a smile, although the person standing before him was only an 18-year-old youth. He didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. What a joke! This youth was currently the most popular figure in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army. Ever since they found out about the establishment of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, countless people racked their brains trying to join Commander Duan. Meng Yang looked at Duan Lingtian and seemed to be slightly hesitant. "Chili Archmeng, is there anything else?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Commander Duan, I wonder if your Embroidered Uniform Guard is still lacking people?" Meng Yang asked. "What? Chili Archmeng wants to jump ship?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "No, it's a brother under my command. He especially admires Commander Duan." Meng Yang shook his head. "So long as there's no problem with his character and cultivation is at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, our Embroidered Uniform Guard will take him," Duan Lingtian slowly said. Meng Yang was dumbstruck when he heard Duan Lingtian. 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. Even he, a chiliarch of the Imperial Guard, was only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Meng Yang fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked with slight hesitation, "Commander Duan, could it be that the members of your Imperial Guard must be at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above?" Duan Lingtian nodded. "Exactly, this is the lowest threshold." Lowest threshold? Meng Yang noticed that his heart was about to jump out. What a fellow! This Commander Duan really wasn't an ordinary person. Chapter 220. The lowest threshold of the Embroidered Uniform Guard was the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. For a time, he became the laughingstock of the entire Imperial City, as they all felt that the Embroidered Uniform Guard's commander, Duan Lingtian, was indulging in fantasy. How could an existence at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above be someone he could recruit as he pleased? At dusk, a red glow filled the sky. Imperial City, City Guard Army campsite. At the campsite's entrance, 13 tall horses stood still. Then 13 figures flipped over and descended from the horses. These 13 people wore uniform attire, flying fish robes. On their waists hung a command token and a narrow and long saber, the embroidered spring saber. Amongst the 13 people, there was a youth in the lead. A trace of immaturity could be vaguely seen on the youth's face. It could be discerned that the youth was about to step into the age of 19 and become a young man. "Who are you people?" 10 armored soldiers stood at the entrance of the City Guard Army campsite, guarding both sides as they glared fiercely at the 13 people that were approaching. "Presumptuous!" The youth in the lead grunted coldly, then his cold and indifferent gaze swept past the 10 City Guard Army soldiers. Then he ignored them and directly walked into the City Guard Army campsite. "You all." One of the City Guard Army soldiers took a step forward, wanting to stop the youth. However, he was pulled back by one of the people beside him. "What are you doing? Didn't you see someone trespass into our City Guard Army campsite?" The former frowned. "Are you mad? Didn't you see their command tokens? They're the Embroidered Uniform Guard." The latter took a deep breath, and a trace of terror was mixed between his brows. "What? Embroidered Uniform Guard? Isn't the lowest threshold of the Embroidered Uniform Guard the 7th level of the nascent soul stage? Could it be that someone really joined the Embroidered Uniform Guard? Who knows? If I'm not wrong, then the youth in the lead ought to be the Embroidered Uniform Guard's commander, Duan Lingtian. The existence of the Embroidered Uniform Guards is approved by His Majesty the Emperor. Commander Duan is also His Majesty the Emperor's spokesperson. Not to mention us. Even the Lord Commander of the City Guard would be afraid of him. Duan Lingtian walked into the City Guard Army campsite and directly headed towards the central tent. Wherever he passed, the city guards would make way for him. Duan Lingtian took the lead, followed closely by the 2 old men, and behind them were 10 middle-aged men. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were among them. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate and broke away from his fate of being a commander by himself. He took 10 people with him from the Divine Might Marquis estate, including Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. The current embroidered uniform guard, including him, had a total of 13 people. Lord Commander, the embroidered uniform guards are here. A figure rushed into the tent in the center of the city guard's camp and hurriedly reported. What? The expression of the city guard commander, Xue Lu, slightly changed. How many of them came? Including Commander Duan, a total of 13 people. The person who came in continued. 13 people? In other words, besides him, there were 12 existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. The Divine Might Marquis is really generous to actually cooperate with that little bastard like this. Right? The Divine Might Marquis was the good friend of that little bastard's father, Duan Rufang after all. Xue Lu's face sank as he said to the person who came in, "Go notify the other captains and call out all the brothers that stayed in the camp. I want to let that little bastard know that my city guard army's camp isn't a place where he can behave atrociously." Yes, the person who came and received his orders and left. Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. Even the nascent soul stage martial artist I sent out wasn't able to take your life. But since you dare bring people to my city guard army's camp to behave atrociously, I'll make it so that all of you won't be able to return. Xue Lu's eyes flickered with traces of frightening cold lights. Outside, Duan Lingtian arrived at the vicinity of the central tent and stopped moving. The 12 people behind him stopped as well. Meanwhile, the soldiers that stayed behind in the city guard army's camp dashed over. For a time, the ground trembled, as if the earth was moving and the mountains were swaying. The group of city guard army soldiers surrounded Duan Lingtian's group tightly like buckets, causing them to have no place to escape. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw Xue Lu once again. Xue Lu walked over in large strides, his face filled with a bloodthirsty smile. "Duan Lingtian, I never imagined that you'd actually take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Outside, you have the identity of the embroidered uniform guard commander, so I might have some misgivings if I wanted to kill you. But now that you've innocently trespassed into my city guard army's camp, even if I kill you, I presume His Majesty wouldn't blame me." Duan Lingtian never imagined that Xue Lu would threaten to kill him as soon as he appeared. Looks like he really made the right choice in coming today. "Xue Lu, you're still as arrogant as last time. Didn't you say I would surely die last time? Aren't I still alive and well now?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile when faced with Xue Lu's provocation. Xue Lu's face sank. "If it wasn't for your Duan clan's grand elder appearing last time, you would already be a corpse at that time. But today is the same. I have to say, you've really surprised me. You set the threshold for the embroidered uniform guard so high, yet the Divine Might Marquis actually still gave you 12 people. You know, they were people the Divine Might Marquis gave me." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. "Humph, what I know has exceeded your imagination." Xue Lu sneered. "Commander Xue, I came here today mainly because I wanted to talk to you about what happened 5 months ago. The person you sent to kill me has already died in the wilderness. I came here today to collect the debt, and I'm not greedy. You just have to give me 10 million silver as compensation for suppressing the shock. How about it?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xue Lu and slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the surrounding city guard army soldiers, causing them to be dumbstruck. 10 million silver is still not greedy? Is this commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, joking? Duan Lingtian, looks like you already know. Xue Lu's gaze went slightly cold. "You have some ability to actually pry open my people's mouths." "What? Commander Shui, you admit it? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. So what if I admit it? Shui Lu sneered as his eyes emitted a bone-piercing coldness. Then quickly hand over the compensation for suppressing the shock, and I'll take my brothers to have a good drink. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a deep smile. You still want compensation for suppressing the shock? Shui Lu laughed, laughing insolently, laughing without the slightest scruple. Duan Lingtian, you seem to have not figured out the situation, right? Could it be that you think the people you brought can go against my city guard army's thousands of officers and soldiers? Let me tell you, every single one of us here can drown you with a mouthful of saliva. Looks like Commander Shui is very confident. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, but his eyes flickered with mischief. Humph. Duan Lingtian, don't think that just because you have the title of commander of the embroidered uniform guard, you're really someone. Let me tell you, in front of me you're nothing. Shui Lu stretched out his hand and pointed at Duan Lingtian's nose, his saliva flying everywhere as he spoke in a condescending tone. Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, what he hated the most was people pointing at his nose and lecturing him. Once, there was a mercenary from Country M's most outstanding seals. Because he pointed at his nose and said a bunch of nonsense, his head exploded with a punch, and he was directly blasted to death. Kill him. Just as Duan Lingtian's killing intent soared to the heavens, Duan Lingtian's voice rang out, incomparably cold. Kill me? Shui Lu laughed, his face full of ridicule and disdain. However, in next to no time his smile froze, because his head had already separated from his body. Bang! Pillars of blood sprayed out, and most of the city guard soldiers present didn't even have the time to react before they noticed that their commander's head had already separated from his body. In the next moment they saw, in the process of the old man standing behind Duan Lingtian, withdrawing his narrow saber, droplets of blood sprinkled beneath his feet, whereas those Kiliarchs in the city guard army all stared blankly at the old man with faces full of disbelief. They only saw the old man transform into an afterimage, and didn't even have the time to clearly see exactly how many ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the old man before their commander was killed. They were extremely sure that this old man was at least in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. His strength was absolutely not inferior to their commander. Because of the sneak attack, he was able to succeed with a single strike. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, then slowly turned around with the 12 embroidered uniform guards behind him, then walked out of the campsite with large strides. Wherever he passed, the soldiers of the city guard would make way for him. Now that their commander was dead, they naturally wouldn't foolishly charge forward to give their lives away. The people brought by this embroidered uniform guard commander weren't only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, and there was no lack of 9th level nascent soul stage experts amongst them. In terms of strength, a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist could become a commander in any army of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, now they were willing to follow behind this embroidered uniform guard commander and serve him. After walking out of the city guard army campsite, Duan Lingtian mounted his horse, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. This feeling was indeed extremely satisfying. Today he really had a good time. If someone knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, it was unknown what expression they would have. Right when Duan Lingtian brought his 12 subordinates back to the embroidered uniform guards campsite, a shocking piece of news spread out from the city guard army campsite and instantly swept through the entire imperial city. The embroidered uniform guards commander, Duan Lingtian, brought along 12 embroidered uniform guards to charge into the city guard army campsite and kill the city guard army commander, Shui Lu, before leaving unhurriedly. This piece of news caused many people who didn't look favorably upon the embroidered uniform guard and secretly ridiculed the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian, to be a lone commander, to be completely dumbstruck. The threshold for the embroidered uniform guard is so high, yet they're still able to recruit 12 people. 12 existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. This group of embroidered uniform guards is simply an elite group, the representative of quality over quantity. I heard that the person that killed the city guard army commander, Xuelu, was only an embroidered uniform guard under Commander Duan's command. He only used a single strike to kill Commander Xuelu. I heard of it as well. According to my estimations, the strength of that embroidered uniform guard is surely a figure at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 221. The embroidered uniform guard was bound to shock the entire imperial city tonight. A few days after the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor issued the decree to establish the embroidered uniform guard, the embroidered uniform guard had already killed the city guard army commander, Xuelu. The actions of the embroidered uniform guard caused many people in the imperial city to tremble with fear. These people were practically all people that had enmity with Duan Lingtian. Third Prince Estate. Bang! Within the building at the center of the lake, the third prince, who'd just heard his servant's report, had an extremely gloomy expression, and the wine cup in his hand was smashed into pieces. This caused some of the young geniuses present to be unable to help but tremble with fear. Everyone, let's disperse for today. Let's meet again next time. The third prince took a deep breath before sending off the guests. After all the young geniuses present left, the third prince's eyes flashed with a cold light that was awe-inspiring. Since I'm already like fire and water with him, there's no need for me to be courteous with him. I must annihilate his arrogance. Go prepare. I'll enter the imperial palace to see Imperial Father tomorrow morning. Yes. The servant received his orders and left. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that you can be unbridled just because you've made a small contribution? Let me see how Imperial Father will punish you. The third prince's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, and it was incomparably icy cold. Fifth Prince Estate. Within the pergola, the white-browed old man respectfully reported to the fifth prince about the matter that gave rise to much discussion outside. What? That Duan Lingtian actually led the embroidered uniform guard under him to kill Xuelu? The fifth prince was shocked as well, and then his face sank. He really has no scruples, and is perverse. Your Highness, I heard that the person that acted was an embroidered uniform guard under him, and that embroidered uniform guard ought to be in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. The white-browed old man's voice contained slight fear. Looks like the divine Might Marquis, still concerned about the friendship he had with Duan Rafong all those years ago. He's actually so generous and even sent a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist to order around Duan Lingtian. The fifth prince's eyes flickered with coldness, and his tone was low and suppressed. Your Highness, what should we do now? The white-browed old man asked. Humph, he didn't have to do anything now. Early in the morning tomorrow, I will enter the palace to see my father. This Duan Lingtian is too bold. He even dared to kill the commander of the city guards. Tomorrow, my father will definitely remove him from his position as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. The fifth prince waved his sleeves and said coldly, Your Highness is wise. The white-browed old man nodded. Prime Minister manner. Gu Yuting sat in front of the stone table in the front yard, quietly savoring the fragrant tea. In next to no time, a hasty figure whistled in and said respectfully, Prime Minister. The embroidered uniform guards commander Duan Lingtian led the embroidered uniform guards under his command to kill the city guard army's commander Xuelu. Xuelu? Gu Yuting raised his eyebrows. He's just a boorish man. However, this Xuelu's father is not simple. As Gu Yuting muttered to himself, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The next day, Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the embroidered uniform guard's residence when he was summoned into the imperial palace. It was still that magnificent palace. Duan Lingtian walked in and noticed that besides the emperor who sat on the golden throne and Prime Minister Gu Ting, who stood at the side, there were two more people standing at the side. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with these two people. Third prince, fifth prince. Although he guessed that the reason the emperor summoned him into the palace was probably because of what happened last night, he never imagined that the third prince and fifth prince, who were usually at loggerheads with each other, would actually unite together for him. Looks like his face was quite big. Greetings, your majesty. Duan Lingtian looked at the emperor and lightly nodded. Presumptuous. The third prince and fifth prince's faces went grim as they berated. Presumptuous. Duan Lingtian looked at the two of them and lightly smiled. Princes, how have I been presumptuous? Duan Lingtian, you didn't kneel when you saw His Majesty the Emperor. Isn't that presumptuous? The third prince said in a deep voice. Not kneeling when you see His Majesty the Emperor is a great disrespect. Duan Lingtian, do you know your crime? The fifth prince followed along and added insult to injury. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to their words and looked at the emperor instead. All right, both of you brothers shut up. The emperor spoke. Imperial father. The third prince and fifth prince were stunned as they looked at the emperor with a puzzled expression. The emperor said indifferently, I've already promised Commander Duan that if he sees me in the future, he can be exempted from kneeling. Both of you don't have to make a fuss over nothing. Exempted from kneeling? The third prince and fifth prince's pupils constricted, and their faces were filled with astonishment. They never thought that their imperial father would treat Duan Lingtian so generously. However, when they thought of Duan Lingtian's actions yesterday, their hearts calmed down. As far as they were concerned, just yesterday's matter was sufficient to make Duan Lingtian fall from heaven to hell, and he would never be able to rise again. All right, now that Commander Duan has arrived, what do the two of you have to say? The emperor looked at the third prince and fifth prince as he asked indifferently. Imperial father, this Duan Lingtian obtained your favor and was even conferred the title of commander of the embroidered uniform guard by you. He ought to set an example and serve our imperial family. But who knew that at dusk yesterday he actually went mad and barged into the city guard army's campsite and killed Commander Xuelu? The third prince had an enraged expression. Imperial father, Commander Xuelu is a pillar of the country, but he died at the hands of this ignorant kid. I hope Imperial father can uphold justice for Commander Xuelu. Yes, Imperial father. Duan Lingtian killed Commander Xuelu, and his crime is extremely heinous. This son hopes that Imperial father can remove him from the position of commander of the embroidered uniform guard and heavily punish him as a warning to others. The fifth prince cooperated and pleaded. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't take the matter before him to heart. In reality, he indeed didn't take the matter before him to heart. To him, this was only a farce. Commander Duan, what's going on? The emperor's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. When he saw the emperor's calm gaze, Duan Lingtian understood that the emperor absolutely didn't just find out about this matter, and probably already found out last night. Now he was only putting on an act before the third prince and fifth prince. The emperor's gaze seemed to contain a trace of meaning mixed within. Duan Lingtian saw through what this trace of meaning meant, and the emperor hoped that he would give him a way out. Although it was impossible for the emperor to punish him for the sake of the antidote that only he could refine. But the emperor was the emperor after all and possessed supreme dignity. Now the emperor needed a way out. Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian gave the emperor an understanding gaze, then slowly said, The rift between me and Xuelu was all because of his son Xueleng. I presume your Majesty has heard of it. However, your Majesty, you don't know that nearly 5 months ago, when I accompanied the Crimson WRM army to leave the imperial city and head to the northwest border, there was a person who intended to kill me. I can imagine that if that person had succeeded, I wouldn't have been able to cooperate with the Border Army and the Crimson WIRM Army to capture southern Barbaric City and spread the might of my Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian spoke in a clear voice. There's such a thing. The Emperor's face sank. Do you know who that person is? Duan Lingtian nodded. This is precisely what I wanted to continue talking about. That person was a member of the City Guard Army, and he received orders from the City Guard Army's commander, Xue Lu, to infiltrate the Crimson WIRM Army with the intention of killing me and taking revenge for his son. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. The third prince and fifth prince spoke at almost the same time. However, under the dignified gaze of the Emperor, both of them shut their mouths. Continue speaking. The Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Your Majesty, I know both princes suspect that what I said is false. But this matter was personally admitted by that Commander Xue Lu at the City Guard Army's campsite yesterday. I originally didn't want to do anything to him, and only wanted to ask him for some money to suppress my shock. This shouldn't be too much, right? However, that Xue Lu didn't appreciate my kindness and threatened to kill me and the embroidered uniform guards under my command. All of this was heard by the thousands of soldiers in the City Guard Army's campsite. If both princes don't believe me, you can go investigate. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at the third prince and fifth prince. The latter's face sank instead. Duan Lingtian continued. In the end, for the sake of self-preservation, I could only ask the embroidered uniform guards under my command to take the initiative and kill Xue Lu. Otherwise, the ones to die would only be me and the group of embroidered uniform guards under my command. Your Majesty, please judge clearly. The Emperor nodded. Right at this moment. Imperial Father, a voice that was like the sound of a silver bell sounded out, and then a drop-dead gorgeous figure could be seen walking in with quick steps under the escort of 2 palace maids. This was a young girl. The young girl had a peerless appearance, and with a single glance, one couldn't help but be lost in it. Princess Biao. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, as he never imagined that he would see Princess Biao here. Biao, you seem to be in such a hurry. Is there something urgent? The Emperor's face revealed a trace of amiability when he saw Princess Biao, and this was something that wasn't present when facing the third prince and fifth prince. It was sufficient to show how much he loved this little daughter of his. Imperial Father, I heard you want to punish Commander Duan, right? Imperial Father, can you not punish Commander Duan? He wouldn't kill without reason. Princess Biao slightly gasped for breath as she spoke. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. No one had imagined that Princess Biao would actually come in such a hurry to plead for mercy for Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the third prince and fifth prince were incomparably gloomy. As for the Emperor, he instead glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. He was an experienced person, and was able to discern that his daughter ought to have secretly given her heart to this youth of a similar age. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forcefully barged into the throne room. Biao, who said Imperial Father wants to punish Commander Duan. The Emperor shook his head and smiled. Commander Duan explained earlier that he wasn't wrong in this matter, and it was the fault of the City Guard Army's commander, Xue Lu. Xue Lu deserved death. When they heard the Emperor, the third prince and fifth prince knew that they'd come in vain today. Princess Biao's beautiful face flushed red when she heard the Emperor, as she never imagined that rushing over in such a hurry would result in such an outcome. It turned out that even if she didn't come, nothing would happen to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, she was slightly ashamed to show her face. You too. Chapter 222. Yes, the third prince and fifth prince hurriedly lowered their heads in agreement. At the instant they lowered their heads, their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. This killing intent was naturally targeted at Duan Lingtian. "Father, then I'll take my leave first." The third prince looked at the emperor and spoke respectfully. "I'll take my leave as well." The fifth prince followed suit and left. The emperor's gaze occasionally descended onto Duan Lingtian and occasionally descended onto Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian was fine. He stood there without moving, like a mountain, with a carefree expression. But Princess Bai Yao blushed instead. "Father, what are you looking at?" "Ha ha ha!" The emperor laughed heartily, and his laughter only stopped after a short while. "You two know each other?" Princess Bai Yao nodded shyly. The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. "Commander Duan, it's rare for you to make a trip to the imperial palace. Since you know Bai Yao, accompany her to walk around." "Yes, your majesty," Duan Lingtian replied before leaving the throne room with Princess Bai Yao. The palace maids behind Princess Bai Yao followed as well. Prime Minister Gu Yuting, who stood beside the emperor and hadn't spoken since the beginning, now had a slightly gloomy expression, and his eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light. He was extremely like a ferocious, venomous snake, choosing a person to swallow. Compared to before, the current Princess Bai Yao was obviously slightly restrained. Ever since she heard that Duan Lingtian commanded an army of 100,000 to defeat the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city, her mind was filled with the figure of Duan Lingtian. She never imagined that this sweetheart of hers actually had such great ability. Now, walking together with the sweetheart of her dreams caused her to be embarrassed to the point that she didn't know what to say. Duan Lingtian felt that the atmosphere was slightly strange as well. After accompanying Princess Bai Yao for a while, he spoke first. "Princess, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." "Okay." Princess Bai Yao gently nodded her head and watched Duan Lingtian leave from afar. After a long time, she sighed. After leaving the palace, Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. Even he himself didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Princess Bai Yao. However, one thing was certain. Princess Bai Yao had barged into the throne room today to plead on his behalf, causing him to be slightly moved. Although she didn't help, her kind intentions were extremely rare. "Who?" Heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian returned to the residence of the embroidered uniform guards, the spacious courtyard. "Lord Commander, the embroidered spring sabers you gave us are all grade 8 spirit weapons." Duan Lingtian had just entered the door when he saw Zhang Qian walking up to him with a startled expression. The other 11 people also looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect the Duan Lingtian to be so generous. "You only just realized?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "Lord Commander, why spend so much money to ask a grade 8 weapons craftsman to refine these spirit weapons? The cost isn't small, right?" Zhao Gang said as well. "It's only a small toy that I casually refined, and I only spent a little money on materials," Duan Lingtian casually said, instantly including the 2 half-step void stage old men. The 12 people were dumbstruck. Their Lord Commander was a grade 8 weapons craftsman? According to their knowledge, it seemed that this Lord Commander would only turn 19 in 1 or 2 months, right? An 18-year-old grade 8 weapons craftsman. What concept was this? "Lord Commander, if I'm not wrong, these grade 8 spirit weapons are able to provide an entire 20% amplification of strength. They're much better than those crafted by an ordinary grade 8 weapons craftsman." The old man that killed the city guard commander Shui Lu yesterday couldn't help but speak. "Elder Hong has good judgment." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. This old man was precisely one of the 2 half-step void stage experts that the Divine Might Marquis Estates Senior Marquis sent to him. Now, when they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Elder Hong, the remaining people were even more shocked. They took out their spring embroidered sabers and seriously tested it. In the end, they noticed that it was indeed as Elder Hong had said. It was able to provide an entire 20% amplification of strength. They couldn't help but be moved. After all, An ordinary grade 8 spirit weapon was at most able to provide an amplification of strength by 20%, and being able to provide an amplification of strength by 19% was already considered a top-grade item. When placed amongst grade 8 spirit weapons, the spring embroidered sabers in their hands could absolutely be considered to be a top-grade item amongst the top-grade items. For a moment, the gazes they looked at Duan Lingtian with emitted slight reverence. An 18-year-old origin core stage grade 8 weapons craftsman. But it was unknown what sort of expression they would have if they knew that Duan Lingtian was also a grade 8 alchemist. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, you and Zhao Gang go to the various medicine stores in the Imperial City and check for these medicinal materials. Duan Lingtian withdrew a brush and paper, then wrote down a few medicinal materials before passing it to Zhang Qian. Mainly check the accounts from 3 years ago and see if they still remember who they sold the medicinal materials to. These medicinal materials were the main medicinal materials of the poison the emperor was poisoned with, and very few people would normally use them. Duan Lingtian's objective was to find out the person that poisoned the emperor. Yes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang received their orders and left. Imperial Palace, outside a quiet and secluded palace. Prime Minister Gu? An empty voice seemed to come from all directions. The voice was gloomy and cold, and didn't carry the slightest emotion. A black-clothed old man appeared without a sound. Old Shui. Gu Yuting looked at the old man and lightly nodded. Prime Minister Gu, is there something you need from me? The black-clothed old man had a pair of muddy eyes, and his entire body seemed to emit a sense of gloominess. Coupled with his thin body, he seemed as if he would fall in the wind. However, Gu Yuting instead knew that this old man's strength was extremely terrifying. At the very least, he wasn't inferior to him. Old Shui, my condolences. Gu Yuting sighed and slowly said, Prime Minister Gu, what do you mean by this? When the black-clothed old man heard this, the gloomy aura on his body became even more profound. Old Shui, maybe you still don't know. Your grandson Xuelang had his dantian crippled by someone, and his cultivation was completely lost. Gu Yuting's eyes flashed as he spoke. What? The black-clothed old man's muddy eyes instantly flickered with a dense light, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Gu Yuting. Prime Minister Gu, is what you said true? Yes. Gu Yuting nodded. Who did it? Did my son take revenge for Langer? The black-clothed old man's mood was slightly agitated. Old Shui, your son is dead. Gu Yuting bitterly laughed. The black-clothed old man didn't let out an exclamation of surprise this time, but his thin body lightly trembled, and his voice was incomparably icy cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Prime Minister Gu, do you know who did it? Old Shui, your son precisely wanted to take revenge for your grandson. However, in the end, he didn't manage to take revenge, and instead was killed instead. The person that crippled your grandson and killed your son is precisely the same person, Gu Yuting slowly said. Who is it? The black-clothed old man's eyes were filled with rage, and he was furious to the extreme. The embroidered uniform guards commander, Duan Lingtian. Gu Yuting slowly said, Old Shui, you should go back and take a look at your grandson. I'm really worried that once your son dies, that Duan Lingtian will be ruthless to your grandson. He dares. The black-clothed old man shouted in a low voice, and his tone contained frightening, icy coldness mixed within. Whoosh! Instantly, the black-clothed old man's figure trembled, and he vanished without a trace. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you resist the rage of this madman Shui. The corners of Gu Yuting's mouth curled into a sneer from his scheme succeeding. On the main street of the inner city of the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian spurred his horse and walked in the front, and behind him were 10 embroidered uniform guards following closely behind. The two old men were like two guardian gods, tightly guarding Duan Lingtian on both sides. Everywhere the 11 people passed, the passers-by would move aside. It's the embroidered uniform guard. He's the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian. Oh my God! I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but I didn't expect that this Duan Lingtian is really only a youth. The surrounding passers-by whispered in discussion. These discussions were naturally heard by Duan Lingtian, but he only shook his head with a smile and didn't take it to heart. On the way, there was no lack of similar discussions, and he was already used to it. Giddy up! Right at this moment, a luxurious carriage approached from the front, and its speed was extremely swift. Duan Lingtian frowned. Move aside! The coachman driving the carriage was obviously extremely overbearing, and he swung the horsewhip in his hand as he shouted in surprise. When he saw the passers-by in front of him fleeing to the sides, the coachman's eyes were obviously mixed with a trace of ridicule. Soon, he saw Duan Lingtian's group. The coachman frowned, and when he saw the flying robes on Duan Lingtian's group, he faintly realized that these people might not be simple, and he panicked in his heart and hurriedly tightened the reins. Halt! The carriage stopped less than 3 meters away from Duan Lingtian's horse. Afu, why have we stopped? Right at this moment, a man's voice came from within the carriage. Third young master, there are a few military lords in front. Let's wait for them to pass. The coachman looked at the youth in the flying robes before him, and he was slightly uncertain in his heart. What military lord? The voice that came from within the carriage was slightly impatient. Soon, the carriage's curtain was lifted, and a young man stuck his head out. However, when he looked over, the young man's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and when he looked at the youth in front of him, a trace of malevolence and anger appeared on his face. It's you! Duan Lingtian was slightly stunned when the young man in front of him suddenly shouted at him. Do I know him? Duan Lingtian carefully sized up the young man who stuck his head out of the carriage, and memories flashed through his mind. In the end, a blurry figure seemed to appear before his eyes and completely merged with the person before him. The scene outside Triumph City more than 2 years ago flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind once again. At that time, on the way to Triumph City, he encountered a young man and a young girl who treated human lives like grass. The young man and the young girl were traveling on a Fergana horse. At that time, he deliberately avoided them to the side. But who would have thought that the young girl would actually brandish her horsewhip at him? He taught the young girl a lesson, and the young boy stood up for the young girl and attacked him. In the end, one of the young boy's arms was chopped off by him later on. Duan Lingtian found out that the young boy was the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei San. It's you. Chapter 223. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had never imagined that he would encounter Pei San once more. Moreover, it was on the streets of the inner city of the Imperial City. The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. As he recalled the sorry state he was in after cutting off Pei San's arm, Duan Lingtian suddenly had a feeling as if a lifetime had passed. He still remembered that time when he desperately spurred his horse towards Triumph City, only for the sake of escaping the pursuit of the expert by Pei San's side. He could imagine that if he was caught by the expert by Pei San's side at that time, he would die for sure. Later on, even if he stayed in Triumph City for a few days, he still advanced step by step, as he was deeply afraid of being found. At that time, Pei San was an extremely great threat to him. It was even to the extent that once he was found by Pei San only had to say a word, and he would die on the spot. In the past, he was filled with fear towards Pei San's identity as the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Yet now, Duan Lingtian suddenly noticed that when he met Pei San once more, besides being slightly surprised, he didn't have any other emotions. Perhaps it was because he stood at a different height, or perhaps it had been too long. I've finally found you. Pei San gnashed his teeth as he walked out of the carriage, and his eyes were filled with icy cold, killing intent as he gazed at the youth on the horse. Duan Lingtian looked at Pei San with a calm expression. In the past, he might have been afraid of Pei San. Now, Pei San was already not on the same level as him. It was even to the extent that so long as he wanted, he only had to say a word, and it was sufficient to make the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate behind Pei San change hands. He believed that so long as he spoke to the emperor would absolutely satisfy his request. It was even to the extent that he only had to give an order now, and the embroidered uniformed guards behind him would attack like a bolt of lightning, causing Pei San's blood to splatter and die on the spot. But he didn't do this, and even didn't have the intention to fuss about it with Pei San. "Third young master, what's wrong?" Right at this moment, 2 more people walked out successively from the carriage and stood behind Pei San, an old man and a young man. The old man was obviously in existence at the nascent soul stage. As for the young man, Li Qing, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The young man standing behind Pei San was none other than Li Qing, who had left the Li clan that day. He didn't expect that after this Li Qing left the Li clan, he would actually walk together with the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate's 3rd young master. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Only after hearing Duan Lingtian's voice did Li Qing look towards Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, his face abruptly went pale, and he hurriedly said to Pei San, who was before him, "Third young master, it was this person that crippled your arm that day. It's him. It's him." "Blood feud. Do you think I still need you to tell me?" Pei San turned his head slightly and glanced at Li Qing. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "So, Li Qing is your real name. No wonder I couldn't find out anything about you during these 2 years. Li Qing, you really have a good trick up your sleeve. You really hit it well." "Third young master, Li Qing's gaze was difficult to unravel, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "I was exposed in the end. Humph, I'll deal with you later." Pei San's voice was cold and indifferent, and then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. "Over 2 years ago, you crippled my arm. Today, I'll make you return it with interest." "Oh," Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. "How do I return it with interest?" "I'll take your life." Pei San's voice was filled with hatred and ruthlessness. Presumptuous. The faces of the 2 old men by Duan Lingtian's side sank as they shouted out in unison. Pei San frowned. Only now did he realize that the youth before him wasn't alone, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with became even colder. "What? Do you think Pei San, can't touch you just because you have a few helpers?" "Pei San." Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Pei San, and he said indifferently that you're outside Triumph City who started the fight between us, you know, best. Today it can be considered fate that we're able to meet again. I don't want to fuss about the matter from that year with you, so let's write it off at this point. It had been 2 years, and he didn't suffer any losses that year, so Duan Lingtian didn't want to fuss about it anymore. The current Pei San was already not on the same level as him, and he had no intention of using his strength to bully the weak. Just let everything in the past be gone with the wind. However, this was only Duan Lingtian's wishful thinking. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Pei San's mouth when he heard Duan Lingtian. "You're saying this because you're afraid? During these past 2 years, I've never forgotten the scene of you crippling my arm. I wish for nothing more than to tear you into pieces, burn your bones, and scatter your ashes. Only in this way can I vent the hatred in my heart. If you knew this day would come, then why did you do it in the past? That year, if you'd properly received my sister Rue's whip, then the matters after that wouldn't have happened. So, even if you die today, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant that year. You don't know who you can offend and who you can't. I, the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, I'm an existence that a lowly commoner like you can't afford to offend." As he finished speaking, Pei San's voice was filled with ruthlessness and arrogance. Li Qing stood behind Pei San, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He too felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die on the spot today, although he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would appear in the imperial city. But as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would die without a doubt if he encountered the berserk Pei San. Only the expression of the old man behind Pei San was slightly unnatural. He noticed that after his young master spoke these words, the passers-by on both sides of the road all revealed looks of disdain. The son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, scolding the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, who was currently in the limelight as a lowly commoner. A comical feeling arose within the hearts of the passers-by. At this moment, they even forgot to whisper in whispers and concentrated their minds and calmly watched the development of the matter before their eyes. But the gazes they shot at Pei San all leaped with traces of a mischievous smile. "Grandpa Huai, I want him dead." Pei San stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent as he fiercely shouted. But Pei San quickly noticed that the old man behind him didn't move, as if he didn't hear what Pei San said at all. "Grandpa Huai." Pei San was stunned. Then he turned around to look at the old man behind him, only to notice that the old man's gaze was staring at the waist of the youth that sat astride the tall horse. His gaze followed along. This gaze caused him to be on the verge of being scared out of his wits. Embroidered uniform guard. Yesterday he'd arrived at the imperial city and stayed for a night in the outer city. In the restaurants in the outer city, he'd heard of the rumors of the embroidered uniform guard and knew that the embroidered uniform guard was the most terrifying and also the most arrogant and despotic organization in the imperial city. Supposedly, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, was only 18 years old this year, but he'd already deeply received the favor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor and had become the emperor's spokesperson. Even though he was far away in Swallow Mountain County, he'd heard of Duan Lingtian and knew that Duan Lingtian was the #1 genius of Paladin Academy. This time, he'd come to the imperial city precisely with the intention of reporting to Paladin Academy. As far as he was concerned, once he arrived at Paladin Academy, he might have a chance to see this legendary figure. A few months ago, when he'd first heard of Duan Lingtian, he'd already had a trace of yearning in his heart, as he was curious about what sort of figure Duan Lingtian was. When he arrived at the imperial city and found out about Duan Lingtian's accomplishments in the northwest border battlefield, admiration arose from the bottom of his heart. When he heard that Duan Lingtian had become the commander of the embroidered uniform guard and had even led over 10 embroidered uniform guards to directly charge into the city guard army's campsite and kill the city guard army's commander, Shwalu, he only felt his blood boil. From that moment onwards, he'd practically taken Duan Lingtian to be his idol. However, now, you're the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian? Pei San took a deep breath and harbored a final trace of hope in his heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he really hoped that Duan Lingtian would deny it. "What do you think?" Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Pei San as he replied with a question. This son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor has finally recognized Commander Duan. Truly laughable. He actually threatened to tear Commander Duan into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Humph! He's only the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Even if the Swallow Mountain County's county governor personally came today, he wouldn't dare be so presumptuous in front of Commander Duan. This Pei San is really courting death. This Pei San had an expression of deep hatred earlier, but now his face is filled with terror and disbelief. It's normal. After all, he's recognized Commander Duan now. If he still dares to act like before, then his head has really been kicked by a donkey. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly and didn't intentionally suppress their voices. "Duan, Commander Duan?" Pei San's body trembled, his face ghastly pale, and he was dumbstruck. He'd completely confirmed it. He'd never imagined that the person he desperately wanted to kill these past 2 years would actually be this Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the hatred in his heart had completely collapsed. Only a sense of loss and powerlessness remained. Just as the surrounding crowd of spectators had said, with Duan Lingtian's current status and influence, not to mention him, even his father, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, had to treat him with respect. A trace of bitterness appeared on the face of the old man behind Pei San. This youth was the violet-clothed youth that he chased into Triumph City all those years ago. In a mere 2 years, this youth had actually already stood at such a height, even he could only look up to Pei San. No, impossible. It's impossible. Li Qing stood behind Pei San as he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. The embroidered uniform guards commander, Duan Lingtian? He'd heard of the Duan Lingtian that had given rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the past few months. But he didn't connect the Duan Lingtian of legend with his sworn enemy. The Duan Lingtian, as far as he was concerned, his sworn enemy. Duan Lingtian was only a disciple with a different surname from a branch family under the Aurora City's Li clan, whereas the rumored peerless genius, Duan Lingtian, was instead a direct descendant of the imperial city's Duan clan. In the past, he'd thought that the two of them only had the same name. Chapter 224. No matter what, Li Qing would never have imagined. The Duan Lingtian that had caused much discussion in the Crimson Sky Kingdom these past few months, and whose name shook the imperial city, was actually the Duan Lingtian that he wished for nothing more than to kill. A disciple with a different surname from the branch family of the Aurora City's Li clan. A direct descendant disciple of the imperial city's Duan clan. It was actually the same person. Li Qing felt that this was absolutely a joke played by the heavens, but when he tried to pinch his thigh, the pain that came from his thigh told him that all of this was real. How could this be possible? It can't be. It can't be. Li Qing's face was ghastly pale. Everything before his eyes caused him to lose all hope. He originally planned to rely on the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate to break through to the origin core stage before returning to the Li clan to kill Duan Lingtian and take revenge for his grandfather. But now, the thoughts that he'd persevered on for 2 years instantly collapsed. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian was now the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. Even if he wasn't, Duan Lingtian was still in existence at the origin core stage, the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. Far from something he could compare to. Duan Lingtian sat on his horse, and his calm gaze flashed past Pei San and Li Qing. When he saw their expressions, he didn't even have the slightest intention to fuss about it. Humph. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the carriage driver in the distance. Remember to slow down when you're driving in the Imperial City in the future. Yes. The carriage driver nodded like a chick pecking for grains, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. He already knew the identity of the youth now, and he knew in his heart that if Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, it would be no different than stepping on an ant. Let's go. Duan Lingtian urged his horse forward slowly, bringing along the 10 embroidered uniform guards behind him. Pei San and the old man behind him only reacted when they saw the figures of Duan Lingtian's group vanish at the end of the street. Blood grudge. No, I should call you Li Qing now. Pei San's gaze landed on Li Qing's body, faintly mixed with a trace of coldness. In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtian was gradually distancing himself from him and making him lose hope of revenge was all because of Li Qing. If not for Li Qing deliberately mystifying things back then, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to grow to such a level. When Li Qing heard Pei San's words, it was as if he woke up from a dream. He immediately knelt on the ground and begged, "Third young master, please spare my life, please spare my life." "Grandpa Huai." Pei San's voice was cold. "Not good." Li Qing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly got up, intending to escape. However, he was a martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the origin core stage. So how could he possibly escape from the hands of a nascent soul stage martial artist? In the blink of an eye, the top of his head was shattered by the old man's palm strike. Dead. When he saw Li Qing being killed, Pei San took a deep breath and returned to the carriage. He understood that even if he couldn't let go of some enmity, he had to bury it in the depths of his heart. The current Duan Lingtian wasn't someone he could deal with. If he was stubborn, he would only be courting death. Moreover, it might implicate his father, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Duan Lingtian was leading the group of embroidered uniform guards as they walked on the streets. Suddenly, his vigilant spiritual force noticed that something was wrong. A pair of gloomy eyes were staring at him from the shadows. Moreover, this person's cultivation wasn't weak and was even skilled in concealment. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's heart being as calm as water now, he might not have noticed. This is an expert. Duan Lingtian became vigilant in his heart, relying on his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul stage martial artist. He could sense how terrifying this person was. It was extremely likely that this person was a half-step void stage expert. Let's go back. Duan Lingtian didn't panic. He called out to the 10 embroidered uniform guards behind him, then turned his horse around and headed towards where the embroidered uniform guards were staying. On the way, Duan Lingtian conversed with the 2 old men beside him in a low voice. "Old Hong, Old Qin, no matter what I say later, both of you must not panic." Duan Lingtian first gave the 2 old men a dose of assurance. After that, he spoke of his discovery, allowing the 2 old men to be on guard. The 2 old men nodded to indicate that they understood. Before long, Duan Lingtian's group returned to where the embroidered uniform guards were staying. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, the door to the spacious courtyard was closed. At practically the same time that Duan Lingtian's group walked in, a figure silently leaped over the wall and lightly descended into the front courtyard. "Who is it?" Instantly, an embroidered uniform guard that was walking at the back noticed the old man's tracks. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised, and he slowly turned around to look at the old man. The old man was dressed in black, and a dense killing intent was emitted from between his brows. His fierce gaze descended precisely onto Duan Lingtian. As expected, his target is me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He knew that this person was the person that was spying on him in secret earlier, but he was slightly curious. Who exactly was this old man? When this old man in black looked at him, it was as if he had seen a great enemy of life and death. Duan Lingtian was sure that he didn't know this old man and had never seen him before. "You ought to be the commander of the embroidered uniform guards. Duan Lingtian, right?" The old man in black's gloomy and cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Instantly, besides Old Hong and Old Qin, the expressions of the 10 embroidered uniform guards beside Duan Lingtian slightly changed, and they moved to protect Duan Lingtian behind them. "Exactly, I'm Duan Lingtian, but I wonder who you are." Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he asked. Now he could practically confirm that this old man in black was in existence at the half-step void stage, and his strength was extremely terrifying. "Who am I?" A wisp of icy coldness appeared on the old man's face as he said coldly, "I'm Xue Lu's father, Xue Yin." Instantly, the expressions of Old Hong and Old Qin, who stood at both sides of Duan Lingtian, went serious as they exclaimed in a low voice, "What? Both of you know me?" Xue Yin's gaze descended onto Old Hong and Old Qin. "Both of you are members of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Old Hong and Old Qin looked at Shui Yun with a calm expression. Shui Yun. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that after he crippled Xuelang's dantian that day, the city guard army commander Xuelu was guarding him at the entrance of Paladin Academy. When the Duan clan's grand elder arrived, he had once mentioned this name. It was precisely Xuelu's father. Now, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder this old man in black would look at him with such hatred. It turned out that the enmity between them had been planted deep since long ago. Today, my target is only this Duan Lingtian. I have no intention of making things difficult for the divine Might Marquis estate. If both of you are sensible, then leave right now. Otherwise, even if I have to risk offending the divine Might Marquis estate, I'll still make both of you accompany this Duan Lingtian in death. Shui Yun's gaze went slightly cold as he spoke in a low voice. What high-sounding sentiments! Then let's see if you have the ability. Old Hong and Old Qin took a step forward. Their gazes were like swords, and their tone contained slight rage mixed within. All right, let me see what ability all of you have. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he moved. Instantly, he seemed to have transformed into a black bolt of lightning that flashed towards Old Hong and Old Qin with an extremely swift speed. Above him, 1,500+ ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He really is an expert that has stepped into the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. Even if a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist exerted his full strength, he would only possess the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoths. A first-level void prying stage martial artist possessed the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Although Shui Yun's strength was far inferior to a void prying stage martial artist, it still far surpassed a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Whoosh! Whoosh! Old Hong and Old Qin transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that moved to intercept Shui Yun above the heads of Elder Hong and Elder Qin. Over 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes had floated up into appearance in terms of strength. Old Hong and Old Qin weren't inferior to Shui Yun. Moreover, Old Hong and Old Qin had joined forces and suppressed Shui Yun in a short moment. The cooperation between the two of them was flawless. Both of you are the divine Might Marquis estates Hu and He elders? Shui Yun's face went ghastly pale as he guessed the identity of the 2 people that attacked him. Hu and He elders? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Old Hong and Old Qin had such a nickname. However, he was able to discern that when Old Hong attacked, he was indeed like a ferocious tiger, whereas when Old Qin attacked, he was like a graceful crane. Old Hong was adept in attacks and firmly suppressed Shui Yun. Old Qin was adept in movement techniques, causing Shui Yun to have nowhere to flee. I never imagined that the divine Might Marquis estate would be so generous. They actually sent you, Hu and He elders, to follow this little bastard. Shui Yun's figure flashed to the side, and his face sank. Since you, Hu and He elders, are here today, then I'll give you face. I'll come take this little bastard's life next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Yun wanted to flee. Since you've come, don't think of leaving. Old Qin spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. His figure flashed out, and the white robe on his body fluttered, as if transforming into a swift white crane that instantly obstructed Shui Yun's path. In terms of speed, Shui Yun was unable to catch up to Old Qin. Meanwhile, Old Hong had caught up in time and blocked Shui Yun's path with Old Qin, causing him to have nowhere to flee. Hu and He elders, you seem to have forgotten my identity, right? Shui Yun's face sank, as he knew very well that if this were to continue, then the one to die would surely be him. He stretched out his hand and withdrew a command token, and on the command token, the word Spectre was inscribed. I'm the Spectre Guard under the command of His Majesty, the Mortal Emperor. If you kill me, then I'll surely bring calamity to your divine might Marquis estate. His Majesty the mortal emperor? Spectre guard? A trace of bewilderment appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, as these two terms were so unfamiliar to him. Shui-yin, you think too highly of yourself. Old Hong's voice revealed a trace of disdain. Would His Majesty the mortal emperor fall out with our divine might Marquis estate because of a mere spectre guard? What a joke! Perhaps it wouldn't in the past, but don't forget that your divine might Marquis estate's senior marquis was poisoned by the dark nethermink and isn't the void prying stage expert of the past. Shui-yin took a deep breath and spoke with a low voice. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. In at most 3 months, the dark nethermink poison in the senior marquis will be completely expelled. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be amused when he heard Shui-yin. Chapter 225. Little bastard, don't speak without thinking. Even a grade 6 alchemist is helpless against the poison of the dark nethermink. Who are you trying to fool? Shui-yin's icy cold eyes flashed past Duan Lingtian as he sneered. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only an ignorant youth. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Shui-yin, and he said indifferently, Elder Hong, Elder Qin, you too ought to remember what the senior marquis said to you too when you left the divine might Marquis estate with me, right? I don't care what spectre guard he is. Now I want him dead. Duan Lingtian's tone was carefree, yet it revealed dense killing intent. A half-step void stage expert was too great of a threat to him. Moreover, the enmity between him and this half-step void stage expert could be said to be irreconcilable. If the half-step void stage expert didn't die, his heart wouldn't be at ease. Yes, Lord Commander. Elder Hong and Elder Qi nodded and directly attacked with their full strength. Humph. Shui-yin's face went grim, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. His origin energy skyrocketed, and the 3-foot-long blade emitted a wave of sword howls, and the ancient mammoth silhouettes above him instantly soared to over 1,900 obviously. This was a grade 7 spirit weapon, but only he had a grade 7 spirit weapon? Elder Hong and Elder Qin each withdrew their grade 7 spirit weapons, and over 1,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above them as well. The grade 7 spirit weapon in Elder Hong's hand was a spear. The grade 7 spirit weapon in Elder Qin's hand was a bone fan. Swish! Shui-yin attacked. The sword in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky, and a piercing howl sounded out as it flashed straight towards Elder Qin. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, only by injuring Elder Qin would he have the hope of escaping. Elder Qin didn't dodge, and with a raise of his hand, the bone fan in his hand started to revolve faster and faster, emitting an ear-piercing howl of the wind that caused the surrounding air to freeze. Wham! Origin energy skyrocketed on the bone fan, and it actually revolved as it flashed out, aiming straight for Shui-yin's throat. Facing Shui-yin's sword, Elder Qin wasn't afraid in the slightest, and seemed to be waiting for Shui-yin's sword to flash over. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the long spear in Elder Hong's hand shook. Like a dragon coming out of its cave, it tore through the sky and blocked Shui-yin's sword. No! Shui-yin shouted. This would be the last sound he made in his life. His head was directly twisted off by the rotating bone fan. Death! The two halves of Shui-yin's body fell to the ground, staining the ground with blood. At this time, Old Man Qin raised his hand, and the fan returned to his hand. There was not a trace of blood on it. So strong! Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed in surprise. At the same time, he was shocked by the alliance between Elder Hong and Elder Qin. The two of them had a tacit understanding and trusted each other. When faced with Shui-yin's sword, not only did Old Qi not dodge, he instead took advantage of that moment to unleash his strongest attack, causing Shui-yin to be unable to defend against it. He dared to do so because he trusted Elder Hong. Elder Hong didn't disappoint him and blocked the sword that was about to pierce through his chest. He believed that when Elder Hong and Elder Qin joined forces, there probably weren't many half-step void stage experts below the void prying stage that were a match for them. With Elder Hong and Elder Qin's strength, they're absolutely the divine might Marquis Estate's trump card. I never imagined that Grandpa Nya would lend them to me. A trace of warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. Whereas the other 8 people that the divine might Marquis sent to Duan Lingtian didn't reveal the slightest surprise, as if they'd known since long ago that Elder Hong and Elder Qin possessed such strength. Duan Lingtian took off Shui Yan's spatial ring and picked up his grade 7 spirit sword. Shui Yan's sword was completely jet black and revealed a sense of simplicity. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook and black-colored lightning flashed out, whereas 39 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian. An amplification of 27%, not bad. It's better than the grade 8 spirit weapon I'm refining now. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and directly put away the completely jet black grade 7 spirit sword. Meanwhile, all the embroidered uniform guards present, including Elder Hong and Elder Qin, were all dumbstruck. When their Lord Commander utilized a grade 7 spirit weapon, he was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 39 ancient mammoth silhouettes. A grade 7 spirit weapon amplified strength by almost 30%. In other words, even without a spirit weapon, he was still able to exert the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. Second level of the origin core stage. They never imagined that their Lord Commander had already broken through to the second level of the origin core stage, an 18-year-old second-level origin core stage martial artist. They felt their scalps go numb. In next to no time, after instructing the remaining embroidered uniform guards to deal with Shui Yan's corpse, Duan Lingtian called out to Elder Hong and Elder Qin before walking into the rear courtyard together. Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 old men and asked curiously, "Elder Hong, Elder Qin, what exactly are the Mortal Emperor and Spectre Guard that Shui Yan spoke of earlier? Can you 2 explain it to me?" "Of course." Elder Hong nodded, and his expression became slightly serious. "His Majesty the Mortal Emperor is called Mortal Emperor Chu, and he's the half-brother of the current emperor. He's from the same generation as your father, Duan Rafeng. That year, in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, his natural talent was only inferior to your father. Later on, Mortal Emperor Chu left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to wander. When he returned over 10 years later, his cultivation had stepped into the void prying stage. At that time, the void prying stage expert of the older generation of the imperial family had just passed away, and he took over the heavy responsibility of protecting the imperial family and became the mortal emperor that hid behind the scenes. As for the Spectre Guard, they were the servants by the side of the mortal emperor. There were a total of 9 of them, and all of them were half-step void stage experts. Elder Hong finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Mortal Emperor Chu, the void stage expert of the imperial family, he deeply remembered it in his heart. "Lord Commander, the Marquis sent someone to inform you to make a trip to the divine might Marquis Estate." Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from the front courtyard. Duan Lingtian, who was in the rear courtyard, heard it clearly, and he lightly smiled to the 2 people before him. "Elder Hong, Elder Qin, come with me." Before long, Duan Lingtian had once again arrived at the divine might Marquis Estate. "Little Tian, the medicinal materials you wanted have been gathered." The divine might Marquis Nyayuan revealed a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian arrive. "So fast." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. After all, one of the main medicinal catalysts to refine the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill was an extremely rare medicinal material. Even in the imperial city, it was extremely rare. He never imagined that it had only been a few days, and this Uncle Nye of his had already gathered it. The divine might Marquis estate's resources and reserves were extraordinary as expected. Nye Yuan smiled. Amongst those medicinal materials, there was an extremely rare medicinal material. However, it just so happened that an alchemist I knew possessed it, so I asked him to transfer it to me. Duan Lingtian nodded and arrived at the rear courtyard of the divine might Marquis estate with Nye Yuan. Before long, Duan Lingtian withdrew his cauldron and condensed a grade 8 pill fire. Then he started to officially refine the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian placed a pile of medicinal materials into the cauldron and spent 3 hours to refine 7 grade 8 spirit cleansing pills, which slightly exceeded his expectations. Grandpa Nye, these 3 grade 8 spirit cleansing pills are the same as last time. Consume them in 3 batches. After 3 months, the toxic poison of the dark nether mink in your body will completely vanish. Duan Lingtian put away 4 grade 8 spirit cleansing pills and passed the other 3 to the old man. The old man directly consumed one, and his face revealed a carefree smile. Little Tian, it's all thanks to you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Grandpa Nye, there's no need to be courteous with me. If it wasn't for you sending old Hong and old Chin to me today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you again. If it wasn't for those 2 old men today, it could be imagined that it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive under Shuiyan's hands. What's going on? The old man's face sank when he heard this, and his pair of muddy eyes lit up with a bright light as killing intent shot out. Little Tian, who's so audacious to dare touch you? Nye Yuan had an enraged expression as well. Grandpa Nye, Uncle Nye, don't worry, he's already dead. That person is called Shuiyan, and he seems to be the father of the City Guard Army's commander, Shuilu. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. Shuiyan? According to my knowledge, he seems to be a specter guard. But since he dared touch you, he deserved to die. The old man had a casual expression, as if he didn't take Shuiyan's death to heart in the slightest. Nye Yuan was more or less the same. Uncle Nye, you haven't consumed the Monkey King wine. Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Yuan and changed the topic. I intend to consume it in a few days. At that time, I'll temporarily leave the imperial city and find a place to welcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Nye Yuan lightly smiled. Looks like Uncle Nye is extremely confident in stepping into the void prying stage in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes and smiled. Huh. Even if Uncle Nye steps into the void prying stage, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for your Monkey King wine, I don't know how long it would take for me to break through, and I might even be unable to break through in my entire lifetime. As he finished speaking, Nye Yuan shook his head and sighed, even though he was only a step away from the void prying stage. But in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, many half-step void stage martial artists like him had appeared. Among them, 90% and above were unable to break through to the void prying stage until they died. If one wanted to step into the void prying stage, one must possess extraordinary natural talent. Of course, with ordinary natural talent, it wasn't impossible to break through to the void prying stage. As long as one had the assistance of a void advancement pill, Monkey King wine, or similar external forces, one could similarly smoothly break through to the void prying stage. Uncle Nye, you're exaggerating. Even Grandpa Nye was able to break through to the void prying stage. How could you possibly have problem? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. However, Nye Yuan hadn't spoken when the old man spoke first. Little Tian, you don't know. Grandpa Nye was able to break through to the void prying stage because he consumed a void advancement pill. If I didn't have a void advancement pill, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to break through to the void prying stage in my entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that the old man relied on a void advancement pill to break through to the void prying stage. After leaving the divine might marquee estate, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. He called Xiong Quan over. "Young master." Xiong Quan respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. "Xiong Quan, take it." Chapter 226. Young master, this is? Although Xiong Quan could vaguely guess what it was, he could not help but ask for confirmation. This is a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, and it's the same as the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill from before. Consume it 3 times. After 3 months, your cultivation will recover by another third, and you ought to be able to recover to the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Xiong Quan's breathing became hurried when he heard this. His cultivation could finally recover to the void prying stage. These days he had been very sullen. He was originally in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Yet because of the origin restriction goo, his cultivation had suffered an extremely great restriction. If he was able to recover to the void prying stage, then even if he was only at the 1st level of the void prying stage, it would far surpass his current state. After all, he had many formidable abilities that could only be executed by relying on the strength of the void prying stage. Also, this is your antidote for the past 6 months. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spent half an hour in front of Xiong Quan to refine a simple and unadorned medicinal pill before he passed it to Xiong Quan. Back then, when he gave Xiong Quan the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, he mixed it with a special poison. That kind of poison was something that even the spirit cleansing pill couldn't do anything about. Every 6 months, Xiong Quan had to take the antidote. Otherwise, he would definitely die. This was also his method of controlling Xiong Quan. "Thank you, young master." Xiong Quan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took it and swallowed it. After sending Xiong Quan away, Duan Lingtian went to the backyard. Only now did he notice that the 2 little girls had smoothly broken through to the origin core stage. After accompanying the 2 girls for a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. Duan Lingtian took out another drop of Monkey King wine and drank it. Then he began to cultivate. This time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the medicinal effects of the Monkey King wine had weakened by half compared to the last time. He began to circulate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Flood Python transformation. In the end, Duan Lingtian barely broke through to the 2nd level of the origin core stage. Looks like the Monkey King wine is the same as the monkey wine. The effect is better the first time, and the effect will be reduced by half every time after that. The second time is half the effect of the first time. The third time is half the effect of the second time, and so on. In the end, the effect is equivalent to nothing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He also realized that unless he stepped into the half-step void stage in the future and used the Monkey King wine to break through, otherwise, no matter how much Monkey King wine he drank, it would be a waste. However, now that his cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the origin core stage, it allowed Duan Lingtian to possess the strength of 41 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 2nd level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more. Compared to an ordinary 3rd level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of an extra ancient mammoth. That Shui Yin is a specter guard. Duan Lingtian took out Shui Yin's storage ring and used a drop of blood to bind it to him. He glanced inside and his eyes narrowed. There's actually only a little over 1,000,000 taels of silver. This Shui Yin, he's doing too badly, right? In any case, he's still in existence at the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian had a look of disdain on his face as he spoke. At the entrance of the 5th prince's mansion, when I have the time, I will go to Pingyang County to visit you. The 5th prince looked at Tong Li and lightly smiled as he spoke. Cousin, Tong Li's eyes were hazy with tears, and her face contained slight unwillingness. Could it be that we're really unable to do anything to that Duan Lingtian? After she found out about Duan Lingtian's current strength, Tong Li's heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Lear, don't worry. Once I ascend the throne, I'll surely capture that Duan Lingtian and send him before you, allowing you to deal with him as you please. The fifth prince made a promise. Tong Li's expression eased up slightly when she heard this, and she fiercely nodded as her gaze was vicious. Good. At that time, I'll slice off his flesh piece by piece and watch him bleed to the last drop of blood. Subsequently, Tong Li brought along the old woman beside her and left the fifth prince's mansion. They returned to Pingyang County. Only when Tong Li's carriage vanished before his eyes did the fifth prince bring along the white-browed old man and turn around to return to the mansion. Lear, don't worry. That old fellow won't be able to live for long. On the way back, the fifth prince muttered to himself. Ever since he killed Shui Yin, Duan Lingtian's life had gradually calmed down. The third prince and fifth prince seemed to have vanished from his world as well. The prime minister, Gu Yuting, seemed to have gone completely silent as well. Now, besides occasionally going to Paladin Academy, he would usually stay at home to accompany the two little girls and accompany his mother, Li Ro. Occasionally, he would go to the embroidered uniform guards' lodgings to investigate who actually poisoned the emperor. Now, as time passed, more and more clues appeared. Duan Lingtian believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to find out the truth and find the culprit. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had turned 19 and stepped into the ranks of youths, and the childishness on his face had completely faded away. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, extraordinarily handsome and elegant. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Within a spacious room, whoosh! A violet-clothed youth abruptly opened his eyes, and above him, 51 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. I've finally broken through. Luckily, the monkey wine doesn't conflict with the monkey king wine. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. Ever since he drank the monkey king wine for the second time and noticed that the effects weren't great, he didn't waste the monkey king wine and instead drank the monkey wine. In the end, he noticed that the medicinal strength of the monkey wine didn't weaken because he drank the monkey king wine. Relying on the medicinal strength of the monkey wine and the assistance of the Origin strengthening pill, he smoothly broke through to the third level of the Origin core stage after 3 months. The Origin strengthening pill was the upgraded version of the Origin increasing pill and was also a medicinal pill used by Origin core martial artists to cultivate. It was able to increase the cultivation speed of an Origin core martial artist. During these 3 months, Duan Lingtian had refined quite a few Origin strengthening pills with extremely high purity, and they were far from what the Origin strengthening pills sold outside could compare to. The two little girls at home, Kerr and Li Fei, successively stepped into the second level of the Origin core stage as well after consuming the second drop of Monkey King wine in the entire younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Only Duan Lingtian was able to steadily surpass their cultivations. Of course, only Duan Lingtian knew of all this. Outsiders were completely unaware. Otherwise, who knew what sort of commotion it would cause? After breaking through, Duan Lingtian, who was in an extremely good mood, came to Paladin Academy to have a meal with Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu. Presently, Xiao Yu's group of 3 had already gotten used to Duan Lingtian's behavior of skipping class. Presently, Duan Lingtian didn't make any difference whether he skipped class or not. To a certain extent, his current status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could already be considered to be second only to one person and above everyone else. Presently, in the Imperial City, perhaps some people didn't know who the Prime Minister was, but practically no one didn't know who the Embroidered Uniform Guard's commander was. The commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian, was the spokesperson of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, and in the eyes of the current emperor, his status even surpassed the Prime Minister Guyuting. Right? Calculating the time, the new batch of students should have entered the academy, right? We should be considered to be year 2 students now, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian, you're really slow. The new students entered the academy 2 days ago, and we've already advanced to year 2. Tian, who shook his head and smiled. Even if Duan Lingtian was now the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, he still wasn't unfamiliar with him. The friendship between him and Duan Lingtian wouldn't change because of the change in status of one of them. Duan Lingtian, do you have any plans? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only 19 years old and had already obtained such accomplishments in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, unless he wanted to rebel and seize the throne, it would be extremely difficult for him to stand higher. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he practically stood at the peak. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Of course I have plans. However, everything has to wait until I finish some unfinished business. After I finish, maybe I'll leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to what Duan Lingtian found out from Xiongquan, some of the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were located in places with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. The origin energy there was abundant, and it was greatly beneficial to cultivation. Compared to cultivating in an ordinary place, the speed was much faster. Some places even had a cultivation speed that was twice as fast as ordinary places. He could imagine that if he was able to cultivate in those places, coupled with a high-purity origin strengthening pill in his possession, his cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds, so he already planned to enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only for the sake of the superb cultivation grounds within. However, no matter if it was the Paladin Academy he was currently in, or the top sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom he wanted to enter in the future, they were all only a springboard for him. His ambition wasn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, nor was it in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After hearing what Duan Lingtian said, Xiaoyu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who all had expressions of yearning. After finishing his meal with the 3 of them, Duan Lingtian left Paladin Academy and brought Xiongquan along to the embroidered uniform guard's residence. Presently, Xiongquan's cultivation had recovered to the void-prying stage and had become a great help to him. Commander, we've found it. As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang greet him. You found it? Duan Lingtian's gaze shone. Who bought those medicinal materials? Zhang Qian took a few steps forward and closed the courtyard house's door before returning to Duan Lingtian's side and saying in a low voice, Commander, it's someone from the 5th Prince's estate. 5th Prince's estate? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Are you sure? This isn't a joke. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. This vicious tiger ought to not eat its father, right? Commander, we've caught the person that bought the medicinal materials and confirmed it. Those medicinal materials were bought by the 5th Prince's personal manager, White Brows. Zhao Gang added, Looks like this matter is related to the 5th Prince. I want to make a trip to the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his heart slightly trembled. The 5th Prince is really ruthless and merciless, to even be so ruthless to his own father. Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan along as he hastily entered the Imperial Palace to see the Emperor. Commander Duan, for you to come in such a hurry, do you have any leads? The Emperor guessed the reason Duan Lingtian had come. Your Majesty, I really don't know how to start this matter. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. Could it be that he should directly tell the Emperor that his son wanted to kill him? Speak. The Emperor's gaze was calm as he slowly spoke. Chapter 227. 5th Prince. When the Emperor heard Duan Lingtian's words, his breathing became hurried. After a long time he took a deep breath and a trace of gloominess flashed through his eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at the emperor, and he could clearly feel the rage in the emperor's heart. He could understand the emperor's current feelings. "Commander Duan." The emperor opened his mouth, and his voice was ice-cold, revealing a bone-piercing chill. "Your Majesty," Duan Lingtian replied. "Now, bring your embroidered uniform guards and capture that unfilial son. We will immediately summon the Prime Minister and the Divine Might Marquis to enter the palace. We will execute that unfilial son in the throne room as a warning to others." The emperor's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, incomparably gloomy and cold. He was completely enraged. Duan Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. It was said that the monarch was heartless, and he had thoroughly experienced it today. However, when he thought of the fifth prince's actions, Duan Lingtian felt at ease. The fifth prince only had himself to blame. Yes, Duan Lingtian received the order and left the palace with Xiong Quan. He gathered the 12 embroidered uniform guards under him, and the group headed directly to the fifth prince's residence. When the guards at the entrance of the fifth prince's residence saw Duan Lingtian bring people over, their expressions changed. "Commander Duan." They recognized the embroidered uniform guards, flying fish robes, and respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian, not daring to obstruct him. Duan Lingtian ignored these guards and brought Xiong Quan and the 12 embroidered uniform guards, directly charging into the fifth prince's residence. "Duan Lingtian, you're presumptuous." Soon the fifth prince came out, and behind him followed an old man with white eyebrows. "Presumptuous." Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he looked at the fifth prince and said indifferently, "Fifth prince, I'm here on His Majesty's orders to invite you into the palace. So, I hope that the fifth prince will cooperate." "Humph. If Imperial Father wanted to summon me, why would he send you here? Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do?" The fifth prince's face darkened. Clearly, he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. "Fifth prince, if you don't cooperate, don't blame me for using force. Men, invite the fifth prince in." As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he suddenly issued an order, his voice like a clap of thunder. Immediately, except for Xiong Quan, Elder Hong, and Elder Qin, who were standing behind Duan Lingtian, the other 10 embroidered uniform guards stepped forward to capture the fifth prince. "How dare you?" The face of the white-browed old man behind the fifth prince sank. With a roar, he took a step forward and shielded the fifth prince behind him. "If anyone tries to stop us, kill them." Duan Lingtian continued to order, his voice cold. Instantly, the 10 embroidered uniform guards made a move. The embroidered spring sabers whistled out with piercingly cold lights, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous venomous snakes that bit towards the old man. The old man's figure shook as 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him, 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. However, even if he was at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, under the tacit cooperation of 10th, 7th, and 8th level nascent soul stage martial artists, he didn't gain the slightest advantage. It was even to the extent that he was slightly in a sorry state under the envelopment of the saber net formed by the embroidered spring sabers. Right at this moment, a wave of whistling sounded out. It was precisely the fifth prince who blew it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, numerous figures that were exceedingly swift flashed over from all directions. These people were led by an old man. This old man wore azure clothes, and his movements carried along a shocking aura. His cultivation was extraordinary. Behind the old man, another 5 old men followed closely behind, and there was also a group of middle-aged men with cold expressions following closely behind. These middle-aged men were precisely the death warriors fostered by the fifth prince, death warriors that lived only for the sake of slaughter. The old man in the lead dashed out, and 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, Half-step void stage expert. Elder Pu, I want that Duan Lingtian dead. The fifth prince's gaze lit up when he saw this old man, and he abruptly gave the order, as if he was filled with confidence towards this old man. Don't worry, your highness. Not a single one of them will survive. The voice of the old man in the lead spread out in the air, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a rock that enveloped towards Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan, kill him! Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm and his expression carefree when faced with this half-step void stage expert flashing over. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan's figure flashed out when he heard this. Swish! Accompanied by an awe-inspiring sound of the wind, the clear howl of the sword stopped abruptly. Instantly, a dazzling pillar of blood blossomed out from the throat of the old man that was approaching menacingly, and he was still halfway to Duan Lingtian when he lowered his head and fell to the ground, fiercely being thrown out by inertia, and he completely lost all signs of life. Dead. Besides Elder Hong and Elder Qin, who rode beside Duan Lingtian, no one present was able to clearly see Xiong Quan's movements. In their eyes, Xiong Quan had always been sitting on the horse and had never moved. Void prying stage. Elder Hong and Elder Qin's hearts trembled. They never imagined that the middle-aged man that had been following beside the commander recently was actually a void prying stage expert. Moreover, he seemed to not be as simple as a first-level void prying stage expert. They only felt their scalps go numb. No. The fifth prince's pupils constricted when he saw this scene, and he wasn't willing to believe that everything before his eyes was real. His greatest reliance and existence at the half-step void stage had died just like this? The other 5 old men that were following behind the half-step void stage old man had now stopped moving, and they were all dumbstruck from fright. The white-browed old man's figure flashed out to avoid the joint attack of the group of embroidered uniform guards, and he stood in the distance and was stunned for a moment. Only those death warriors pounced forward one after another, but they all died under the embroidered spring sabers of the 10 embroidered uniform guards. Not long after, the front courtyard of the fifth prince's estate flowed with blood. There wasn't a single death warrior left standing. Fifth prince, I hope you can cooperate. Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze swept past the white-browed old man and the other 5 old men that were dumbstruck before finally descending onto the fifth prince. The fifth prince was slightly dazed, and he only recovered from his shock when the 10 embroidered uniform guards surrounded him. Duan Lingtian, you're dead. The fifth prince looked at Duan Lingtian, and his voice was filled with icy coldness. Fifth prince, I've said it before. I'm under the orders of His Majesty to invite you into the palace. Duan Lingtian continued. As for the fifth prince's threat, he didn't take it to heart. His Majesty? Did that old fellow notice something? A trace of viciousness flashed within the fifth prince's eyes as he asked in a low voice. Old fellow? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the fifth prince. Looks like the fifth prince didn't respect the emperor in the slightest, and actually called him old fellow. Take him away. Duan Lingtian turned his horse around and left the fifth prince's estate. He didn't notice that when the fifth prince was thrown onto the back of a horse by an embroidered uniform guard, he gave the white-browed old man a look. The white-browed old man nodded with a serious expression. After Duan Lingtian took the fifth prince away, the white-browed old man left the fifth prince's estate at the first possible moment and headed straight for the imperial palace. In terms of speed, it was far faster than Duan Lingtian's group that was traveling on horseback. Duan Lingtian's group brought the fifth prince into the imperial palace. When they arrived at the throne room, they noticed that besides the emperor, there were many other people present. Besides the divine might Marquis Nieyuan and Prime Minister Gu Yuting, the senior marquis of the divine might Marquis estate had also come. He was currently sitting at the side, obviously having been given a seat by the emperor. Duan Lingtian led Xiongquan and the 12 embroidered uniform guards into the throne room. Imperial Father, when the fifth prince saw the emperor, it was as if he had seen his savior as he knelt on the ground. This Duan Lingtian is audacious and presumptuous. He actually dared to barge into your son's estate and even killed my men. Imperial Father, you have to uphold justice for your son. It was I who asked Commander Duan to capture you. Why? Do you have any objections? The emperor's gaze was slightly cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Imperial Father, I wonder what wrong I've done? The fifth prince looked at the emperor and asked, You know very well what you've done. Don't tell me you want me to tell you personally. The emperor's face sank, and his eyes revealed a trace of gloominess. Imperial Father, you must not listen to the slanderous words of a villain. This Duan Lingtian has a personal grudge with your son. He's framing your son. The fifth prince hurriedly said. Framing? The emperor sneered. Do you really think I'm an incapable ruler? I originally suspected you as well. But after thinking about it, you're my son after all, so I convinced myself not to suspect you anymore. Who knew that the truth would be revealed today? It really was you. My good son. Imperial Father, I don't know what you're talking about. The fifth prince pretended to be confused. Just when the emperor's face sank and was about to angrily rebuke the fifth prince. Soon, a calm voice sounded out from outside the throne room. In next to no time, a white-clothed middle-aged man slowly walked in. His speed seemed to be slow, but in the blink of an eye, he'd already arrived within the audience hall. At this moment, another person followed in from behind. It was precisely the white-browed old man from the fifth prince's estate. Your Majesty, mortal emperor. For a moment, Nie Yuan and Gu Yuting looked at the person that arrived and lightly bowed. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Mortal Emperor? He's Mortal Emperor Chu, the formidable void stage expert of the imperial family, fourth imperial brother. The emperor saw Mortal Emperor Chu arrive, and the furious expression on his face eased up slightly. Why have you come? Imperial brother, I heard you want to punish Sun. Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the emperor, and a murderous intent flashed within his calm eyes. But it was still caught by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and he suddenly felt that the arrival of this mortal Emperor Chu was probably not so simple. Fourth imperial brother, there's something you don't know, but this unfilial son actually dared to poison me, his father. Tell me, should such an unfilial son be killed? The emperor took a deep breath, and his tone was hurried and incomparably agitated. Unfilial son? Mortal Emperor Chu's dignified tiger brows raised as he indifferently said, Then what if he isn't your son? Fourth imperial brother, what do you mean by this? The emperor's face slightly went grim, and his fierce gaze descended onto Mortal Emperor Chu. Soon tell him. Mortal Emperor Chu calmly looked at the emperor as he indifferently spoke. Meanwhile, the fifth prince, Chu's son, directly stood up and respectfully bowed to Mortal Emperor Chu. Yes, imperial father. Silence. Following Chu Sun's words, the scene went deathly silent. The fifth prince addressed Mortal Emperor Chu as imperial father? What the heck is going on? Chapter 228. As expected. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he suddenly understood. When Mortal Emperor Chu appeared, Duan Lingtian discovered that the atmosphere was somewhat off. First of all, human Emperor Chu seemed to be very dissatisfied with the emperor. Secondly, the fifth prince, Chu Sun, who was originally kneeling there and begging for mercy, heaved a sigh of relief when Mortal Emperor Chu appeared, as if he'd seen his savior. But even then, Duan Lingtian never imagined that the fifth prince and Mortal Emperor Chu were actually father and son. Didn't that mean that this fifth prince was born from the adultery of the mortal emperor of Chu and the emperor's favorite concubine? This things seemed to have gotten a little complicated. You! The emperor was so angry that his pupils constricted. He pointed his finger at Renhuang Chu and Chu Sun, and was somewhat unable to breathe. Royal brother, Sun doesn't know anything about medicine. He poisoned you with a prescription that I gave him. Mortal Emperor Chu gazed at the emperor with a calm gaze, as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. All these years, I've protected the imperial family, and I have no other request. I only hope that my only son can ascend the throne. But unfortunately, imperial brother, you're too greedy for power. You're already over 60 years old, yet you're still unwilling to give up your throne. His only son, Mortal Emperor Chu's words caused the emperor's face to turn ashen. This bastard was born of you and that bitch. Thinking about how he had been cuckolded for so many years, the emperor felt a sense of uneasiness in his chest. Old man, don't insult my mother. Chu Sun coldly glanced at the emperor. Since things had already come to this, he no longer hid anything. Ha! Ha ha ha! The emperor started laughing loudly, laughing madly, and only after a long time did his laughter stop. He looked at Mortal Emperor Chu and said in a cold voice, Fourth Imperial Brother, you've shed all pretense of cordiality with me today for the sake of this animal. It shouldn't be as simple as just protecting his life, right? Renhuang Chu took a deep look at the emperor. Imperial Brother, I've come here today in hopes that you can abdicate your position. Abdicate? Mortal Emperor Chu's words caused another stir. Even Duan Lingtian never imagined that this Mortal Emperor Chu would be so deranged. What if I'm not willing? The emperor said in a deep voice, his eyes cold, Brother, you are a smart person. Mortal Emperor Chu spoke indifferently, and within his calm tone was a sense of coercion. What? Fourth Imperial Brother, are you trying to force me to abdicate? The emperor suddenly laughed, and the coldness on his face became even more apparent, as if he was covered with a layer of frost. So what? Mortal Emperor Chu had a carefree expression, not putting the emperor in his eyes at all. How dare you? The emperor's face darkened as he shouted coldly. Just at this moment, Mortal Emperor Chu ignored the emperor. He seemed to have noticed something and looked outside the throne room. At the same time, Xiongquan, who was beside Duan Lingtian, also looked outside. Shortly after, the divine Marquis Manor's old Marquis and Marquis Manor also looked outside. A handsome figure slowly walked in. He wore a silk scarf on his head and held a feather fan in his hand. The person who came was an elegant, middle-aged man. He walked in slowly and stood behind the emperor. When the emperor saw the elegant, middle-aged man, he heaved a sigh of relief. Dean Sima, a wise man, submits to circumstances. Could it be that you think you alone are sufficient to go against me? Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto the elegant, middle-aged man, and his voice contained gloominess mixed within. Dean Sima. Duan Lingtian revealed a surprised expression. The middle-aged man that appeared now was none other than his teacher in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, Sima Changfeng. Now this mortal Emperor Chu addressed Sima Changfeng as Dean. Could it be that this teacher Sima of his was that elusive Dean of Paladin Academy? If it was really like this, then this Dean had concealed himself too deeply. Your Majesty, Mortal Emperor, stop. Sima Changfeng looked at Mortal Emperor Chu and said indifferently, His Majesty the Emperor is the legitimate heir of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. If you want to force him to abdicate, not to mention me, even the old Marquis would probably not stand by idly. Old Marquis? Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto the old man sitting at the side, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Not to mention the old Marquis being poisoned by the dark nether mink and is unable to use his origin energy. Even if the old Marquis wasn't poisoned, so what? Could it be that you think the two of you joining forces is sufficient to go against me? As he spoke up to hear, Mortal Emperor Chu's face revealed an arrogant expression. Ha! Your Majesty, mortal emperor, is indeed worthy of being the imperial family's rare genius in the martial Tao. The old man sitting at the side couldn't help but laugh. Old Marquis, I hope your divine might Marquis estate doesn't interfere in today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame the mortal emperor for not showing mercy. Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the old Marquis, and his tone contained no lack of threatening intent. Humph! The old Marquis hadn't spoken when the divine might Marquis Nieyuan had already taken a step forward. Your Majesty, mortal emperor, the divine might Marquis estate only respects the legitimate heir of the imperial family. If you really want to force the emperor to abdicate, then that's treason. I, Nieyuan, will be the first to stand out and share your Majesty's burden and kill the traitor. Good. Divine might Marquis, my trust in you wasn't in vain. The emperor revealed a gratified smile when he saw the attitude of the divine might Marquis. Although I, Duan Lingtian, am untalented, I'm indebted to your Majesty's great kindness and am willing to serve your Majesty. Duan Lingtian expressed his stance as well. You're Duan Lingtian? Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You don't have the qualifications to choose. Whether I have the qualifications to choose or not isn't something for your Majesty, mortal emperor, to worry about. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, you're presumptuous. Chu Sun's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Sun and said with a smile, "Fifth prince?" "Oh, no, you're not the fifth prince anymore. You." Chu Sun's face went grim, and the killing intent in his eyes was piercingly cold. Duan Lingtian, you've lost for sure today. I'll capture you and send you before my cousin, and let her personally tear you into 1,000 pieces. What? Fifth prince? You're so confident that you'll win for sure? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he smiled indifferently. You'll know very soon. After today, I, Chu Sun, will become the new emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Chu Sun's gaze became fervent, as if he'd seen the scene of himself ruling over the world. Wishful thinking. The emperor sneered. Imperial brother, whether it's wishful thinking or not, you'll know very soon. Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze swept past everyone present, and in the end, it descended onto Prime Minister Gu Yuting. Prime Minister Gu, you have great talent and strategy, so I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Accompany this old fellow to die. 2. Serve my son and assist my son in governing the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When Gu Yuting saw mortal Emperor Chu look over, he knew that he had to make a choice. Now he could notice that the emperor's gaze was looking at him as well. For a moment he was in a difficult position. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, numerous black figures flashed in from outside the throne room and descended behind mortal Emperor Chu. There was a total of 8 people, and all of them were old men. They wore black clothes and had cold and indifferent gazes. It was precisely mortal Emperor Chu's specter guards. Your Majesty, we've already dealt with those stubborn half-step void stage revered elders. One of the specter guards reported to mortal Emperor Chu. Prime Minister Gu, what's your choice? Mortal Emperor Chu looked at Gu Yuting and asked once more, and his tone contained slight impatience. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Gu Yuting didn't hesitate any longer when he saw the arrival of the specter guards. He spoke to the emperor, and in the next moment his entire body flashed towards mortal Emperor Chu. But even though his speed was fast, someone was even faster than him. Bang! Sima Changfeng behind the emperor raised his hand, and an origin energy palm print that carried along a trace of terrifying aura instantly descended onto Gu Yuting, killing Gu Yuting. Sima Changfeng, mortal Emperor Chu's face sank, and his white robe and long hair fluttered without wind, as he was enraged to the limit. Whoosh! Sima Changfeng moved, flashing directly towards mortal Emperor Chu with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Above Sima Changfeng, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form with a vast impetus, second level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised, as he never imagined that this teacher Sima's strength would be so strong. Humph. Mortal Emperor Chu's face revealed disdain when faced with Sima Changfeng flashing over. His body lightly trembled, and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Third level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. As expected of the publicly acknowledged strongest void prying stage martial artist in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, this Duan Renhuang was actually a third-level void prying stage expert. Dean Sima, this old fellow will assist you. The old man that had always been sitting there made a move as well, revealing his cultivation at the second level of the void prying stage. Father, be careful. Nie Yuan's figure flashed out to join the battle, and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Obviously, Nie Yuan had already broken through to the first level of the void prying stage. For a time, the throne room shook. The movements of the four great void prying stage experts fighting were so swift that it caused one's eyes to be dazzled, and they were utterly unable to see clearly. At least, Duan Lingtian didn't see clearly in the slightest. However, the only thing he was able to discern was that even though it was 3 against 1, mortal Emperor Chu still occupied the upper hand. Senior Marquis, looks like your dark nether minx poison has been cured. Nie Yuan, I truly never imagined that you've stepped into the void prying stage as well. Mortal Emperor Chu's voice contained slight astonishment mixed within. In next to no time, the feather fan in Sima Changfeng's hand flashed out, revealing the strength of a grade 7 spirit weapon. The Divine Might Marquis and his son each withdrew a grade 7 spirit weapon as well. Humph. So what if it's a spirit weapon? 3 void prying stage martial artists, and only 2 have comprehended force. I'll let all of you experience advanced force. A dark blue, 3-foot-long blade appeared in mortal Emperor Chu's hand. Whoosh! Everywhere the 3-foot-long blade passed, the attacks of Sima Changfeng's group of 3 were directly disintegrated as easily as crushing dry weeds. A single sword strike shocked the world. Advanced sword force. The senior Marquis exclaimed in surprise, then shouted out explosively, "Retreat!" Instantly, the 3 of them hurriedly flashed back to avoid mortal Emperor Chu's sword strike, as they didn't dare fight it head-on. Spectre guards, listen to my orders. Capture Duan Lingtian alive and kill everyone else. Meanwhile, Chu Sun gave the order. Chapter 229. 8 Spectre guards were 8 half-step void stage experts. Now, they pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Humph. A light, cold snort sounded out, and a strand of azure sword light appeared gracefully. Whoosh! Only a strand of sword light flashed past, and the 8 spectre guards that charged over died before they could even start a slaughter. In the sky, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before vanishing. Besides Duan Lingtian and the group of embroidered, uniform guards behind him, the gazes of everyone else descended onto Xiong Quan, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had a void prying stage expert by his side, and it was even a second-level void prying stage expert. 3 second-level void prying stage experts, 1 first-level void prying stage expert. Very good. All of you can come at me together. Mortal Emperor Chu laughed heartily, and his words were filled with overbearingness. I alone am enough to kill you. Xiong Quan's voice contained a sense of calmness mixed within, and he walked out in large strides, arriving nearby mortal Emperor Chu in the blink of an eye. Just by relying on you, a second-level void prying stage martial artist. Mortal Emperor Chu sneered, and the dark blue grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out to stab towards Xiong Quan, giving rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls. Relying on the grade 7 spirit sword, the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above mortal Emperor Chu instantly increased to around 5,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This wasn't the end. Along with a strand of mysterious and profound aura appearing on the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above him once again increased by around 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Mortal Emperor Chu attacked with his full strength, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop around 5,600 ancient mammoth silhouettes. His strength was shocking. Besides a spirit weapon, there's an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he quickly came to a sudden understanding. He knew that the additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths that mortal Emperor Chu had now was the extra strength from half-step advanced force. Force was an existence that only existences at the void prying stage and above could come into contact with. Force was divided into 3 levels: elementary force, half-step advanced force, and advanced force. Amongst them, elementary comprehension force was able to increase the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Half-step advanced force was able to provide an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. As for minute subtlety, whoosh, Xiong Quan also moved. His sword whistled out, facing mortal Emperor Chu, who attacked with his full strength and displayed half-step advanced sword force. He was fearless. Through the amplification of the grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan had instantly increased to nearly 3,900. Right at this moment, a strand of an aura that was even more mysterious and powerful than the aura of mortal Chu's sword leaped out from the 3-foot-long blade in Xiong Quan's hand. Instantly, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan once again increased by an entire 2,000 when he attacked with his full strength. He erupted with the strength of almost 5,900 ancient mammoths. Advanced sword force. Mortal Emperor Chu was originally full of confidence, but when he noticed the terrifying aura on Xiong Quan's sword and saw the almost 5,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out above Xiong Quan, his face went ghastly pale. At this moment, the figures of Xiong Quan and mortal Emperor Chu passed by each other. A stream of blood splattered into the air. Xiong Quan was motionless like a mountain and wasn't injured in the slightest. Mortal Emperor Chu's chest was penetrated, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand was even blasted flying. Bang! Mortal Emperor Chu's body crashed onto the ground. The strength of almost 5,900 ancient mammoths that Xiong Quan exerted completely crushed mortal Emperor Chu's strength of around 5,600 ancient mammoths. How is this possible? Advanced sword force? Mortal Emperor Chu struggled as he stared at Xiong Quan with a face full of disbelief, unwilling to believe that everything that happened earlier was real. He felt that even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his half-step advanced sword force could already be considered to be extremely rare amongst martial artists below the 4th level of the void prying stage. But the person before him was only at the 2nd level of the void prying stage and had comprehended true advanced sword force. Half-step advanced force only increased the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. However, advanced force was instead able to increase the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. Mortal Emperor Chu died with a heart filled with unwillingness and regret. Imperial Father! Chu Sun cried out in grief. His pupils stared wide open, and his body lightly trembled, unwilling to believe that all this was real. At this moment, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The path before his eyes was dim without light. Within the throne room, only Chu Sun's sorrowful cries remained. Besides Duan Lingtian, the gazes of the remaining people all descended onto Xiong Quan. After a long time, May I ask if mortal Emperor Chu's sword force is still advanced sword force? Sima Changfeng looked at Xiong Quan and was rather fearful of this expert that was able to kill mortal Emperor Chu with a single sword strike. Of course not. Xiong Quan calmly glanced at Sima Changfeng and slowly said, his sword force is only at the half-step advanced stage. Although there is only a difference of one level between half-step advanced stage and advanced stage, the difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. The sword force I executed earlier is the true advanced sword force. Sima Changfeng nodded and came to a sudden understanding. The difference was indeed like the difference between heaven and earth, a difference of an entire 1,500 ancient mammoths. This is the strength of the void stage. Although in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this wasn't a big deal, Duan Lingtian was still slightly excited in his heart, and traces of yearning were emitted from his eyes. Imperial Father! Chu Sen was currently lying on mortal Emperor Chu's body with a dim expression. Duan Lingtian walked over in large strides, and he didn't pay attention to Chu Sen, who retreated in fear. He directly put away the grade 7 spirit weapon and spatial ring on mortal Emperor Chu. Then he went to put away the spatial rings of the 8 specter guards. After putting away all the spoils of the battle into the spatial rings, Duan Lingtian laughed slyly, then looked at Sima Changfeng and the Emperor. Teacher Sima, Your Majesty, these spoils of the battle belong to me. You don't mind, right? Kid, you've already put them away. Is there any use in us saying we mind? Sima Changfeng shook his head and said angrily. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. These spoils of the battle belong to the expert by your side, so they ought to belong to you. The Emperor recovered from his shock, and his gaze flickered with a bright light that never left Xiong Quan's side. Humph! Only when Xiong Quan coldly snorted and coldly swept a glance at the Emperor did the Emperor withdraw his gaze somewhat embarrassedly. Commander Duan, I truly envy you for having such an expert as your follower. The Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Your Majesty is too kind. I wonder how I should deal with these two people? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the dejected Chu Sen and the ghastly pale, white-browed old man. Whoosh! Practically at the same time Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Emperor moved. In the blink of an eye, Chu Sen and the white-browed old man were personally killed by the Emperor. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He never imagined that the Emperor was actually in existence at the half-step void stage. When he saw the Emperor return to the throne, Duan Lingtian's gaze shone as it descended onto Chu Sen and the white-browed old man's spatial rings. Your Majesty there, just take it. The Emperor shook his head. Commander Duan, are you very short of money? After Duan Lingtian put away Chu Sen and the white-browed old man's spatial rings, he nodded. That's right, very short of money. The Emperor nodded, and his eyes flickered as he slowly said, Commander Duan, today's matter is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, perhaps I, the Emperor, wouldn't exist. I'll bestow you with 10 million gold. How about it? 10 million gold? Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried. 10 million gold was equivalent to 1 billion silver. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. You little fellow, you're really a miser, the old man from the Divine Might Marquis estate shook his head and smiled, and his gaze occasionally flashed past Xiong Quan. He was extremely surprised that Duan Lingtian had such a formidable existence by his side. Although Nie Yuan didn't say anything, he was similarly shocked. Alas! Suddenly the Emperor let out a long sigh. Through today's matter, I've finally realized that it's time to abdicate. Senior Marquis, Dean Sima, Divine Might Marquis, Who do you think I should let inherit the imperial family and become the new emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Your Majesty, it's better for you to decide this yourself. Sima Changfeng hurriedly said. Dean Sima is right. If your Majesty really doesn't know who to pass the throne to, you can carry out a test for the princes, and the one that passes will inherit the imperial family. The senior Marquis slowly said. No matter who inherits the imperial family, Nie Yuan will surely sacrifice his life for it. Nie Yuan expressed his stance. Divine Might Marquis, I haven't congratulated you for successfully breaking through to the void prying stage. Alas, I wonder if I'll be able to break through to the void prying stage in my lifetime. After I abdicate this time, I should properly study the martial Tao. After today's matter, the emperor seemed to have suddenly been enlightened and was able to see things through. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's group bid their farewells and left. Teacher Sima, I really never imagined that you were actually the dean of Paladin Academy. After leaving the throne room, Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Changfeng with a face full of emotion. As far as he was concerned, Sima Changfeng ought to be the fourth void stage expert hidden within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As for the divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan, he'd only broken through recently. I never imagined that you had such an expert by your side. Today, if it wasn't for him, even if the senior Marquis, divine Might Marquis, and I joined forces, it would still be difficult to subdue mortal Emperor Chu. Sima Changfeng glanced at Xiong Quan, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and sighed with emotion. Little Tian, this is? Nie Yuan glanced at Xiong Quan as he asked Duan Lingtian curiously. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when Xiong Quan spoke first. I'm the young master's servant. Servant? Nie Yuan was dumbstruck when they heard Xiong Quan. Sima Changfeng was dumbstruck, and the nearby senior Marquis was dumbstruck as well. This second-level void prying stage expert that had comprehended advanced sword force and was capable of defeating a third-level void prying stage expert actually called himself Duan Lingtian's servant? Has this world gone mad? Even the group of embroidered uniform guards couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although they'd witnessed how terrifying Xiong Quan was at the fifth prince's estate and knew that Xiong Quan addressed Duan Lingtian as young master, but they never imagined that Xiong Quan was Duan Lingtian's servant. Is there a need to be so surprised? Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose when he saw the expressions of the group of people. Chapter 230. No matter what, with the death of mortal Emperor Chu, the imperial family finally recovered its calm. As for the rest of the matter, it had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. The matter this time was too shocking, so the emperor sealed off the news and didn't allow the news to spread. The imperial city was still peaceful since returning from the imperial palace that day. Duan Lingtian had returned the 12 members of the embroidered uniform guard, including Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, to the divine Might Marquis estate. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed Duan Lingtian for such a long time, and Duan Lingtian had taught them everything he could. It could be considered that he'd fulfilled his promise to the divine Might Marquis that day. Half a month later, the emperor once again summoned Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw the large stack of gold bills before him, his eyes shone. Every single one of these gold bills was of a denomination of 10,000 gold, a total of 10 million gold. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian put away all the gold bills, then looked at the emperor. Thank you, your majesty. Commander Duan, I heard the divine Might Marquis say that you returned the 12 members of your embroidered uniform guard to him? You. The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with a curious expression, as he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would do this. Your majesty, actually, when I asked you to set up the embroidered uniform guard for me that day, I only wanted to play around. Now I've played enough, so I ask your majesty to disband this organization. Besides that, the antidote medicinal pill I gave your majesty that day was actually reserved. I'm still confident in directly curing your Majesty's poison. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he passed a complete, grade 9 spirit cleansing pill to the Emperor. After the Emperor consumed it and dissolved the medicinal strength, he noticed that the poison in his body was completely cured, and his face couldn't help but emit a shocked expression. The Emperor glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Commander Duan, looks like you really did reserve some of your strength to me in the past. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Why don't you continue to reserve some of your strength now? The Emperor asked curiously. Your Majesty, there's no meaning in me continuing to hold back now. I'm preparing to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom soon. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, his eyes revealing traces of expectation. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The Emperor was shocked, but soon recovered and nodded. With Commander Duan's natural talent, staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom is indeed a waste of talent. However, I will preserve the embroidered Uniform Guard organization. When Commander Duan is tired outside, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will always welcome you back. At that time, no matter who the Emperor is, you'll still be the one and only commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered Uniform Guard. This is my promise to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked him. Also, before you leave, if you have any needs, you can tell us. We will satisfy your requests. The Emperor added. Duan Lingtian thanked him again. Right. The Emperor suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze became slightly dubious. Commander Duan, I wonder what you think of my daughter Bai Yao? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Princess Bai Yao is beautiful and moving, like a celestial maiden that has fallen into the mortal world. She's one of the few beauties I've seen. Then, if I betroth Princess Bai Yao to you, will you agree? The Emperor glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that the Emperor would be so direct. Your Majesty, you don't know, but I already have 2 fiancés at home. As for Princess Bai Yao, I don't have that kind of feeling towards her for now, and it's more like a friendship between friends. I understand. The Emperor nodded. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, a beautiful figure arrived at the throne room and looked at the Emperor. Imperial Father, what did he say? The Emperor sighed. Bai Yao, he said, he doesn't have that kind of feeling towards you for now, and it's more like a friendship between friends. Did he really say that? The beautiful figure lightly trembled, and her voice that was like a silver bell had a trace of bitterness mixed within. After Duan Lingtian left the imperial palace, he went to buy 5 Fergana horses. At noon that day, Duan Lingtian, Li Ro, Li Fei, Ker, and Xiong Quan each rode a Fergana horse and left the imperial city, heading directly towards Swallow Mountain County. This time, Duan Lingtian intended to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't know when he would be able to return. So, Duan Lingtian intended to return to Fresh Breeze Town's Li Clan to take a look, and it could be considered as returning home in glory. After that, he'd accompany Li Fei to visit her grandfather at the Aurora City's Li Clan. An ordinary horse would require half a year to complete the journey, but a Fergana horse only required 2 months. 2 months later, Duan Lingtian's group walked on the public road outside Aurora City, but they didn't enter Aurora City. Instead, they continued forward and headed towards the Fresh Breeze Town's Li Clan. They wouldn't be able to stay in the Fresh Breeze Town's Li Clan for long, at most for 1 night. It was the same for returning to the Aurora City's Li Clan tomorrow. This was also the first time that Li Fei was returning to Fresh Breeze Town with Duan Lingtian. Li Fei's heart was filled with curiosity and yearning towards the place where Duan Lingtian grew up. Fresh Breeze Town was still the same Fresh Breeze Town as before. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 spurred their horses as they walked into Fresh Breeze Town, and everywhere they passed, they attracted the gazes of everyone. After all, 5 Fergana horses were too shocking. 5 Fergana horses were equivalent to 50,000 gold and 5 million silver. This amount of money wasn't much in the eyes of the current Duan Lingtian, but to the people of Fresh Breeze Town, it was an astronomical figure. Who are they? The group of Fresh Breeze Town residents were surprised. That looks like Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, someone recognized Duan Lingtian. Although 3 years had passed and the childishness on Duan Lingtian's face had completely faded away, Duan Lingtian's appearance hadn't changed much. It's really Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect him to come back again. Yeah, the last time he came back, he annihilated the Fong family. This time, he wouldn't be thinking of annihilating the Qin family and letting the Li clan dominate the city, right? It's possible. The Li clan is really lucky to have produced such an outstanding disciple like Duan Lingtian, and even went to the Aurora City's Li clan. For a moment, the group of Fresh Breeze Town residents discussed animatedly. However, they didn't connect the Duan Lingtian with the other Duan Lingtian that had recently been the talk of the town. After all, in their opinion, it was already not bad that Duan Lingtian could go to Aurora City. They never thought that the Duan Lingtian from the Imperial City would be the same person as the Duan Lingtian from Fresh Breeze Town. Hearing the words of the group of Fresh Breeze Town residents, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Annihilate the Chen family? In the eyes of these people, was he such a violent person? Kerr and Li Fei, who were riding beside Duan Lingtian, had long since covered their mouths and laughed lightly. Let's go home. Duan Lingtian urged his horse forward and directly went to the Li clan's mansion. When the members of the Li clan found out that Duan Lingtian had returned, they all came out to welcome him. Below the patriarch, Li Nanfeng, all the elders in the Li clan's mansion had all come out to welcome him. Patriarch elders. Duan Lingtian greeted the patriarch and the Li clan elders. It's good that you're back. Coming quickly. Li Nanfeng and the others welcomed Duan Lingtian and the others in. Following the return of Duan Lingtian, the entire Li clan's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling as if it was the new year. Fifth elder, where's Li Xian? After catching up with each other, Duan Lingtian still hadn't seen the little fatty, Li Xian, and felt that it was somewhat strange. Logically speaking, if the little fatty knew that he had returned, he should have run over at the first possible moment. Fifth elder, Li Ting, smiled. Li Xian went to the Aurora City's Li clan 2 years ago. What? You didn't come back from there? Duan Lingtian shook his head. No, we didn't. We came back from the Imperial City and directly returned to Fresh Breeze Town. We plan to go to Aurora City tomorrow. You're leaving tomorrow. Li Ting was slightly surprised. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and lightly smiled. Now that you mention it, I came back this time to bid farewell to the patriarch and elders. Bid farewell. For a moment, all the higher-ups of the Li clan were slightly puzzled. I intend to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian explained. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's words caused the patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the group of Li clan elders to be shocked. The little fellow that only started to display natural talent 3 years ago was now about to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the even vaster stage of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian, your current cultivation. Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with slight hesitation. 3rd level of the Origin Core Stage. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and slowly said. Instantly, all the higher-ups of the Li clan were dumbstruck and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Ayo. Li Nanfeng was slightly speechless. Then he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're the same person as the Duan Lingtian that's been giving rise to much discussion in the Crimson Sky Kingdom recently? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whoosh! A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples, and all the higher-ups of the Li clan were once again stunned. a direct descendant of the Duan clan, the #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation, the embroidered uniform guards commander. It was actually the youth that came from their Fresh Breeze Townsley clan. They felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. In that case, your father is that Duan Rafeng. Li Nanfeng sighed. No wonder I never heard your mother mention your father. So it turns out that your father was once a peerless genius like you, whose name spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, you're even more abnormal than your father at that time. Duan Lingtan shook his head and smiled. Then he withdrew a large stack of silver from his pocket and passed it to Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, here's 10 million silver. It's a small token of my appreciation to the clan. Li Nanfeng didn't accept it. Duan Lingtian, if you're going to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you'll surely have to join one of those large sects. The competition between large sects will surely be intense, so you should keep this money to buy medicinal pills and cultivate properly. Exactly. Yeah, you can keep it for yourself. Currently, most of the businesses in Fresh Breeze Town are in the hands of our Li clan. We don't lack money. The other elders persuaded him one after another. In the end, Duan Lingtian was truly helpless and could only keep the money. He could feel that the group of people before him really wanted the best for him, and it caused a trace of warmth to arise within his heart. That night, Duan Lingtian stayed in his own courtyard. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. His mother, Li Ro, stayed in her own room. Duan Lingtian brought Ker and Li Fei to stay in Ker's room. Chapter 231. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian hugged the 2 girls and fell into a deep sleep. Hua! A sound entered his ears. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy shook and he instantly woke up. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the entire courtyard was ablaze with flames. Who's there? At this time, Duan Lingtian heard Xiongquan shout, followed by the sound of someone breaking through the door. Ker and Li Fei also woke up when they heard the sound. The 3 of them put on their clothes and walked out of the room. They discovered that Li Ro had also come out. Tian, are you all okay? Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 2 and asked with concern. Mother, I'm fine. Xiongquan seems to have chased after them. Let's go out too. Although the entire courtyard was on fire, with the speed of Duan Lingtian and the other 3, they were still able to easily pass through the surrounding flames. Soon, Xiongquan returned. In his hand he was carrying a person. It was a young man. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this young man. Li Xian, the son of the former 7th elder, Li Kuan. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy. When he left Fresh Breeze Town that year, he didn't plan to find trouble with this Li Xian again. Now, this Li Xian was still stubborn and wanted to find trouble with him. Duan Lingtian, you actually didn't burn to death. When Li Xian saw that Duan Lingtian and the others were safe and sound, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with unwillingness. At this time, the sound of disorderly footsteps could be heard. It was the patriarch Li Nanfeng and the other elders rushing over. Many of the Li family members also rushed over, carrying buckets of water in their hands. They rushed over to help Duan Lingtian extinguish the fire in the courtyard. Unfortunately, the fire had already burned to a certain extent and couldn't be extinguished. In the end, the entire courtyard was turned into ashes. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists, killing intent flickering in his eyes. This courtyard contained far too many memories. Now it was all gone. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, are you angry? I just want to make you angry. You're the one who ruined my brother. My father must have died because of you. I want to avenge them. I want to avenge them. Li Xian laughed when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Li Xian, you're courting death. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he stared at Li Xian. Tian, Leave this matter to the family head," Li Rose said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the other elders were also present. "Duan Lingtian, don't worry. The family head will give you an explanation." Li Nanfeng's expression was extremely ugly. With Duan Lingtian's current status, the fact that he could still visit them meant that Duan Lingtian still considered himself a member of the Li family. Now, Duan Lingtian had only returned to stay for one night, and Li Exan had actually set fire to it. This had crossed his bottom line. "That's right, Duan Lingtian. We will give you an explanation." The Li family elders also expressed their stance. They looked at Li Exan with murderous eyes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the others stayed in the courtyard that Patriarch Li Nanfeng had arranged for them. As for Li Exan's matter, he believed that the Patriarch would be able to handle it properly, so he didn't think too much about it. The next morning, Duan Lingtian woke up. He woke up the two girls and walked around the Li family's mansion. He didn't know when he would return after leaving this time. "I heard that Li Exan was executed by the Patriarch." He deserved it. He bumped into the muzzle of a gun. "That's right. Duan Lingtian is the pride of our Li family. That Li Exan actually dared to provoke him. He's simply courting death." Hearing the Li family's discussion, Duan Lingtian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the Patriarch and the elders would give him such a straightforward explanation. After breakfast, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to the Li family's upper echelons. Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the elders personally sent Duan Lingtian and the others out of Fresh Breeze Town. After watching Duan Lingtian leave, they turned around and returned. Riding on a Fergana horse, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at Aurora City in less than 2 hours. They directly returned to the Li family's mansion. Li Ro and Kerr returned to the courtyard they used to live in. Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan and Li Fei to her home. Not long after arriving at Li Fei's courtyard, Duan Lingtian saw Patriarch Liao bring a group of elders over. Duan Lingtian. Liao had a face full of smiles when he saw Duan Lingtian again. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's accomplishments, but at the same time he was also gratified. After all, Duan Lingtian came from their Li family. Now that they knew that a figure like Duan Lingtian had appeared in their Li family, the few large families in the nearby cities all intentionally befriended the Li family. Moreover, the Li family also obtained many benefits from this. As far as he was concerned, all of this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian smiled at Liao before greeting the other elders, although he didn't know most of these elders. "Scoundrel! Something happened to grandfather." Just at this moment, Li Fei's anxious voice sounded, and it carried a trace of sobbing. "What's wrong?" Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly serious as he looked at Li Fei. Li Fei passed a letter in her hand to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian opened it and read, "Fei, if you come back and see this letter that grandfather left behind, grandfather should already be gone. Actually, I've long wanted to help teacher do something, but because of your existence, grandfather couldn't make up his mind. Now that you have Ling Tian to take care of you, grandfather can be at ease. I want to go to a place to find the person that once bet his life with teacher on equipment refinement and caused teacher to die tragically. I'll make him bet his life with me on equipment refinement and take revenge for teacher. This is the only thing I can do for teacher. That year, if it wasn't for teacher saving me, I would have died long ago. If you see this letter, don't be sad. Grandfather's death was worth it." After reading the letter, Duan Lingtian's expression was incomparably gloomy. "What's wrong?" Liao also felt that something was wrong and asked. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before passing the letter in his hand to Liao. After Liao read it, his expression changed greatly. "Elder Li left a year ago. At that time, he only said that he was going on a long trip. I didn't expect." A year ago. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. and he looked at Li Fei with slight worry. Scoundrel. Li Fei threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace and started crying bitterly. Duan Lingtian lightly patted Li Fei's back, and his eyes went cold as he looked at Liao and asked, "Patriarch, do you know where Elder Lida went?" Liao shook his head. "I don't know. I even didn't know that Elder Lida had a teacher. But betting his life with equipment refinement is a clue. After all, this sort of thing doesn't happen often. So long as we spend some time, we should be able to find out. I'll send someone to investigate right now." "Thank you, Patriarch." Duan Lingtian nodded gratefully. Liao brought along the group of Li clan elders and left in a hurry. Orders were passed down one after another. The Li clan attached great importance to this matter. In the eyes of the Li clan higher-ups, although Duan Lingtian was only a disciple with a different surname, he was the pride of the Li clan. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's current status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if they only wanted to curry favor with Duan Lingtian, they would spare no effort to help Duan Lingtian. "Little Fei, don't worry. Maybe Grandpa won?" Duan Lingtian consoled Li Fei. "Grandpa has already left for a year. If he won, he would have returned long ago." Li Fei cried as she spoke. "Maybe Grandpa won and is in a good mood, so he went around for a stroll. Don't worry until you're sure, okay?" Under Duan Lingtian's consolation, Li Fei's expression finally eased up. "Scoundrel, if Grandpa loses, you must help me take revenge for Grandpa." Li Fei's beautiful eyes squinted as killing intent flickered within. "Don't worry." A trace of killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as well, and he fiercely nodded. Li Fei's grandpa was his grandpa as well. Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei back to his own courtyard. When Li Ro and Ke heard about Li Fei's grandpa, they also started to comfort Li Fei. Duan Lingtian bid farewell to the three girls before leaving the Li family estate with Xiong Quan. He directly went to the trade market and found Tang Ying, the person in charge of the Ghastly Shadow Assassin organization in Aurora City. "Kid, you're finally back." Tang Ying was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian, but he quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. "What's wrong? With your current status, what could still trouble you?" Presently, Duan Lingtian could be said to be known by everyone within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. "Tang Ying, I came to find you this time because I have something I need your help with." Duan Lingtian stated his intentions. "Speak." Tang Ying nodded. Duan Lingtian told him about Lida's matter. "I want you to use the Ghastly Shadows Intelligence Network to help me check if there's any place where a Grade 8 weapons craftsman gambled his life by forging weapons in the past year." "No problem." Tang Ying agreed. "Thank you." After Duan Lingtian left the medicine store, he went to the Lin family estate and found Lin Qi. "Duan Lingtian, you're now famous throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom." When Lin Qi saw Duan Lingtian once again, his gaze was extremely complicated. The youth of the past had now grown to such an extent, leaving him in the dust. "Lin Qi, I came to find you this time because I have something I need your help with." Duan Lingtian stated his intentions. He came to find Lin Qi this time because he hoped to be able to ask the Violet Tulip Trading Company for information through Lin Qi. After Lin Qi heard the ins and outs of the matter, his expression became serious. "This is naturally not a problem. I'll go find the person in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Aurora City right now. I believe that with your current status and identity, my uncle and aunt will be very happy to help you." "Thank you." Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't in the Imperial City now, so besides the Li clan, the only forces he could use were the Ghastly Shadow and the Violet Tulip Trading Company. However, Duan Lingtian believed that with the involvement of the Ghastly Shadow and the Violet Tulip Trading Company, there ought to be a result soon. After leaving the Lin family estate, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the Li family estate. Then he saw an acquaintance. Li-en. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Li clan, this Li-en was once in existence that was second only to Li Qing in the younger generation of the Li clan. Later on, he had even set his sights on Ker. Chapter 232. Duan Lingtian. When Lin saw Duan Lingtian, he was slightly embarrassed. With Duan Lingtian's current identity and status, even if he had some little thoughts, he didn't dare to play any tricks in front of Duan Lingtian. The slightest carelessness might cause him to fall into a bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. He didn't have any friendship with Lin, and instead had some conflicts. However, he couldn't be bothered to fuss about it and directly went home. Lin couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian leave. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian would look for him to settle old scores, but now it seemed that he was too petty. When Duan Lingtian returned home, he noticed a fat figure sitting there chatting with his mother, Li Xian. Duan Lingtian walked into the courtyard and spoke with slight hesitation. Li Xian should be about the same age now. Haha, boss. The fatty turned around. Compared to the past, the immaturity on his chubby face had vanished without a trace. However, his small eyes were still so wretched. Li Xian, you've grown up. Duan Lingtian looked at the fatty and couldn't help but laugh. Subsequently, he replaced his mother, Li Ro, and started chatting with the fatty. Boss, you're so awesome now. When I say you're my boss in the Li clan, no one dares to offend me, Li Xian said arrogantly, and his chubby face was filled with complacency. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You little fatty, when did you learn how to intimidate others? Boss, you fought for such a great reputation outside. If I don't make good use of it, wouldn't it be a waste of your efforts? Li Xian said in all seriousness. Can you be any more shameless? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Xian. As expected, this damned fatty was still as wretched as before. It made Duan Lingtian feel as if he'd returned to the days when he was in the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town. He still remembered. At that time, the son of the second elder was played by Li Xian to the point that he ran away whenever he saw Duan Lingtian. Boss, tell me about what happened in the Imperial City. Li Xian was clearly very interested in the Duan Lingtian's experience in the Imperial City. Along with Duan Lingtian's narration, his small eyes flickered with bright lights. Boss, why don't you take me to the Imperial City this time? At that time, with you protecting me, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? At this point, Li Xian's face was filled with yearning. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm afraid I can't let you do as you wish. Once I'm done here, I won't be able to stay in the Imperial City for long. Noticing Li Xian's bewildered expression, Duan Lingtian continued, I'm going to the Azure Forest, Imperial Kingdom. Hearing this, Li Xian's chubby face fell. Then I can only continue to stay in Aurora City. In the following days, Duan Lingtian stayed in the Li clan and waited for news. Finally, a month later, Lin Qi brought back good news. Duan Lingtian, I've found it. When Lin Qi arrived, he was gasping for breath. Obviously, he had rushed over as soon as he obtained the news. You've found it. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. Duan Lingtian, according to the information obtained by the Violet Tulip Trading Company a year ago, a grade 8 weapons craftsman in the county city had a life and death bet with another person. In the end, the grade 8 spirit weapon that the former refined was of a higher quality than the opponent, and the opponent lost his life because of this. Lin Qi finished speaking in a single breath. At that time, this matter gave rise to much discussion in the county city, and my aunt knew as well. This time, when she found out that you were investigating this matter, she immediately sent someone to ride a Fergana horse to Aurora City to notify me. Do you know the origins of that weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian's face sank and a trace of cold light flashed within his eyes as he asked. It seems to be someone from the county city's Chu family. Lin Chi continued. Chu family? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he smiled gratefully at Lin Chi. Lin Chi, thank you. Don't mention it, we're all friends. Lin Chi shook his head and then said, Duan Lingtian, my aunt said that if you need any help, you can go look for her when you arrive at the county city. Don't worry, if I really need it, I won't be courteous. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Lin Chi left, Li Fei came out of the room and was slightly excited. Scoundrel, there's news? Yes, there's news, but I'm not sure if it's grandfather, so I'm preparing to make a trip to the county city to confirm it myself. Duan Lingtian nodded, and as he finished speaking, his gaze went slightly cold. If it's really grandfather, then that grade 8 weapons craftsman from the Chu family is dead for sure. I'll go with you, Li Fei said. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, because he knew that he couldn't refuse, nor did he have a reason to refuse. The person who was most concerned about this matter was undoubtedly Li Fei. Yes, I'll tell Kerr and Mother that we'll bring Xiong Quan along and set out immediately. Duan Lingtian went to inform Kerr and Li Ro. Then he left with Li Fei and Xiong Quan. The 3 Fergana horses transformed into a gust of wind as they left Aurora City. With the Fergana horses as their mounts, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 spent 7 days to arrive at the Swallow Mountain County's county city. The county city was larger than Aurora City, but was inferior to the imperial city. After entering the county city, there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. Duan Lingtian found an inn, and the 3 of them stayed there for the time being. After that, they found a restaurant nearby to have a meal. Li Fei didn't wear a veil, and everywhere she passed, she attracted many burning gazes. However, although these people were envious, they didn't dare act rashly. They were able to discern that the violet-clothed young man walking with this young woman had an extraordinary bearing and was obviously not an ordinary person. Also, the middle-aged man following behind them was obviously not simple. Customer, what would you like to eat? Before long, an attendant arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and asked respectfully, Slap. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a silver ingot. I want to ask you about some things. If you agree, then this is yours. The attendant's eyes shone when he heard this. He could get so much silver just by moving his mouth. Just this silver ingot was equivalent to 1 month of his salary. Customer, if you have anything you want to ask, feel free to ask. The attendant gave a flattering smile. I'm not interested to know anything else. I just want to ask you. 1 year ago, did the Chu family have an 8th grade weapons craftsman that had a conflict with an 8th grade weapons craftsman from outside the family? Even to the extent that they competed in weapons refinement and conducted a life and death bet? Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he asked. Customer, I was wondering what you wanted to ask, so it turned out that you wanted to ask about this. I know this. The attendant instantly started laughing when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. The 8th grade weapons craftsman from the Chu family you spoke of is the Chu family's 2nd elder. Now that I speak of it, this Chu family's 2nd elder is a renowned 8th grade weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County's county city, and he's even able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with a 19% amplification. 19% amplification. That's a top grade 8 spirit weapon. Supposedly, many years ago, he once had a life and death bet with another grade 8 weapons craftsman in weapons refinement. At that time, he was only able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with an 18% amplification, but he still won against his opponent. Supposedly, that grade 8 weapons craftsman that overestimated his ability 1 year ago was the disciple of that grade 8 weapons craftsman from many years ago. This master and disciple pair fell to the same person, and they can be considered to be unlucky. As he finished speaking, the attendant couldn't help but sigh. When Li Fei heard what the attendant said, her beautiful eyes turned slightly red. Now, She could practically confirm that the grade 8 weapons craftsman that had a life and death bet with the Chu family's second elder was her grandfather, Lida. Do you know what the grade 8 weapons craftsman that had a life and death bet with the Chu family's second elder a year ago was like? Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he further confirmed. Customer, it's a coincidence. At that time, I just happened to be resting, and a friend of mine who's a servant of the Chu family brought me in to witness the life and death bet with my own 2 eyes. That grade 8 weapons craftsman was an old man around the age of 70, and above the old man's left eyebrow was a crescent-shaped scar. The attendant spoke slowly, word by word. Unfortunately, even though he was able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with an 18% amplification, he still lost. Grandfather! Li Fei's heart trembled, and she raised her head as if wanting to stop the tears that were about to flow out. This silver is yours. Give us a few of your signature dishes. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Now he could completely confirm that the old man was Lida. All right. The attendant received the silver and left in high spirits. As far as he was concerned, exchanging a few words for a silver ingot was a huge gain. Scoundrel! Li Fei's eyes were filled with tears, and she was slightly agitated. Little Fei, we've been on the road for an entire day. When the food is served, eat your fill. After you're full, we'll go to the Zhu family estate and make that Chu family's second elder pay with his life. Doesn't he like to bet his life with weapons? Then I'll accompany him to play. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes went cold. Okay. Li Fei lightly nodded, seeming to be obedient and cute. Young master, it's only a county city's clan. Just say the word, and I'll go annihilate it right now. Xiong Quan's eyes squinted as he spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. Xiong Quan, if you just let some people die, it would be letting them off too easily. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Right at this moment, 2 figures walked into the restaurant. The person in the lead was a young man around the age of 20, and behind him followed an old man. The young man's face was slightly pale, and his footsteps were light. It was obvious that he had overindulged himself. In next to no time, the young man's gaze descended onto the table where Duan Lingtian was at and onto Li Fei. So beautiful! The young man's breathing became hurried, and he walked over in a few steps. When he looked at Li Fei, his eyes revealed a burning gaze. Young miss, how should I address you? From the beginning until the end, he completely disregarded Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan at the side. F***K off. Li Fei was already in a bad mood, and now that she was annoyed by such a detestable fellow, her face sank as she coldly shouted, "Oh, you're quite fierce. This young master likes it." The young man didn't get angry, and instead became even more interested. "Young miss, how about we be friends? I told you to F***K off, didn't you hear me?" Duan Lingtian's face sank, and from the beginning until the end, he didn't even glance at the young man. Chapter 233. Third Young Master Zhu. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line when he heard the young man. "You're a member of the Chu family?" "Exactly. This young master's father is the Chu family's second master, and the Chu family's patriarch is my uncle. How about it, kid? Scared? If you're scared, then hurry up and F***K off." Zhu Zhao raised his nose and raised his chin, looking down at Duan Lingtian with an arrogant and complacent expression. But he did notice that at this moment, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile, like the smile of a hunter when he saw his prey. "I'll give you one more chance. F***K off." Duan Lingtian's eyes went slightly cold as he stared straight at Zhu Zhao, and his tone contained a trace of pressure. "You know this young master's identity, yet you dare ask this young master to F***K off? Zhu Zhao was stunned. Then he revealed a savage expression as he extended his hand to grab Duan Lingtian. Since you won't F***k off, then let this young master help you. When Zhu Zhao attacked, the strength of 10 ancient mammoths appeared in the air above him, 7th level of the core formation stage. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian sneered as he casually swung his arm. He only used the strength of 12 ancient mammoths to easily block Zhu Zhao's attack and slap Zhu Zhao to the ground. Zhu Zhao's overly indulgent body crashed onto the ground as he emitted a wave of miserable, shrill cries. Uncle G, I want him dead. Zhu Zhao roared with a savage expression as he looked at the old man behind him. The old man's eyes went cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Then he took a step forward. Young man, there are some people you can't afford to offend. If you do, then you must pay the price. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he extended his hand to descend towards Duan Lingtian, intending to grab Duan Lingtian from his seat. Above the old man, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He was obviously a 7th level nascent soul martial artist. Duan Lingtian sneered and ignored the old man. Instead, he looked at the servant in the distance and said, Hey, why hasn't the food been served yet? Hurry up! We still have work to do after dinner. The surrounding customers were speechless. This purple-clothed youth actually completely ignored the old man beside the Zhu family's 3rd young master, just when they thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. Xiong Quan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, made his move. He moved closer to the old man and casually slammed his palm onto the old man. The old man, who was charging at Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner, was sent flying. He crashed hard into the wall and fainted. Above Xiong Quan's head, ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed past, and no one could clearly see exactly how many there were. So strong! This middle-aged man is at least in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. No wonder this violet-clothed young man was so composed. So it turns out that he had such an expert by his side that blasted a 7th level origin core stage martial artist, flying with a single strike. Even an 8th level origin core stage martial artist is unable to accomplish such a feat. He's definitely in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. The surrounding customers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Customer, the food is here. Meanwhile, the attendant brought steaming hot food to Duan Lingtian's table. The attendant was slightly terrified, as he never imagined that this generous young man would actually be so terrifying. He even dared to hit the Chu family's 3rd young master. Zhu Zhao half lay on the ground as he struggled to stand up, but the soreness that came from his body caused him to be unable to stand up. When he noticed the burning gazes that descended onto him from the surroundings, shame arose within his heart. When had he ever been so humiliated? For a moment, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had a trace of coldness mixed within. Kid, you're dead. Don't you find it tiring to speak ruthlessly while lying down? Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Zhu Zhao, then didn't pay any further attention to him. He picked up some food for Li Fei, who was beside him, and said with a light smile, Little Fei, come eat more. Okay. Li Fei lightly nodded, then looked at Duan Lingtian's pair of beautiful eyes that were tender like water. In this lifetime, she had no regrets to be able to obtain the protection of this man. Xiong Quan, sit down and eat as well. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiong Quan. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan respectfully replied and sat down. When Zhu Zhao saw this scene, he was angered to the point his face flushed red, and when he glanced at the old man that had fainted by the wall, he had the desire to faint as well. If any of you go to the Chu family and help this young master send a message, then this 1,000 silver is his. Zhu Zhao gritted his teeth, then withdrew the 1,000 silver from his pocket and looked at the crowd of customers in the restaurant. Many customers revealed burning gazes when they heard this. But when they glanced at Duan Lingtian, they dispelled the thought of helping Zhu Zhao. What a joke! There was an existence that was suspected to be at the 9th level of the origin core stage by this violet-clothed young man's side. If they helped Zhu Zhao and the violet-clothed young man became unhappy, then they would surely be unable to bear the consequences. So, although they coveted the 1,000 silver in Zhu Zhao's hand, not a single one of them dared make a move. Although money was good, it wasn't as important as their lives. All of you, a group of cowards. Zhu Zhao's face was gloomy, and even his breathing became hurried. If you continue making noise, then you'll end up like him. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Zhu Zhao with his gaze, then extended his hand to point at the old man that had fainted by the wall. Zhu Zhao instantly shut his mouth when he heard this, but his eyes still emitted dense hatred, as he thought about how he would take revenge on Duan Lingtian after returning to the Chu family. Although no one dared to take Zhu Zhao's money, but as some customers finished eating and left, the matter of the Chu family's third young master, Zhu Zhao, kicking an iron plate, still quickly spread out. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had just finished eating and were preparing to leave when Duan Lingtian heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside the restaurant. There were a total of 4 people that arrived, menacingly. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he glanced at Zhu Zhao. Xiong Quan, capture this fellow. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan extended his hand and lifted Zhu Zhao up when he heard this. You, what do you want to do? Zhu Zhao was terrified to the point his face went pale when he was lifted up by Xiong Quan. He'd witnessed the strength of this middle-aged man earlier, and the middle-aged man was suspected to be at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Wanting to kill him was as simple as stepping on an ant. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer as 4 middle-aged men charged into the restaurant. The middle-aged man in the lead wore blue clothes, and his face was covered in a layer of murderous rage. Father, save me! Zhu Zhao seemed as if he'd seen his savior when he saw the blue-clothed middle-aged man, and he hurriedly shouted out. The blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath. His gaze flashed past the old man that fainted at the corner, and after a trace of fear flashed within his eyes, he then looked at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, I'm the second master of the Chu family, Zhu Qi. If my son has offended you in any way, please forgive me. He was clearly aware of the strength of the old man that followed by his son's side. Being able to knock the old man unconscious, the strength of the middle-aged man beside the violet-clothed young man could be imagined. 9th level of the origin core stage. Even if placed in their Chu family, the middle-aged man would still be ranked. Of course, he wasn't afraid of a mere 9th level origin core stage martial artist, because he himself was a 9th level origin core stage martial artist. The other 3 people that followed him over were all existences at the 8th level of the origin core stage as well. If they really fought, he had the confidence to kill them. But the person he was truly afraid of now was the violet-clothed young man. As far as he was concerned, the violet-clothed young man's identity shouldn't be simple since he had a 9th level origin core stage follower by his side. So, although he was furious, he still chose to endure in the end and chose to retreat. Father, what are you doing? I want him dead. I want him dead. Zhu Zhao's face went grim when he heard Zhu Qi, and his expression was savage as he roared. Bastard! Zhu Qi's face sank, and he took a step forward with the intention of giving Zhu Zhao a slap. But Xiong Quan casually raised his hand and moved Zhu Zhao away. Zhu Qi frowned, but his son was in Xiong Quan's hands, so he didn't dare flare up. He looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian. Little brother, after I bring my son back to the Chu family, I'll surely discipline him properly. Now, I hope little brother can let go of my son. Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Zhu Qi, then asked indifferently, I heard that your Chu family's second elder is a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Yes. Zhu Qi nodded. If little brother wants to find the second elder to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon, then I can help introduce you to him as an apology. How about it? You've concealed it well. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zhu Qi, as if he could see through Zhu Qi's heart. Now, you should be thinking that since I have such a follower by my side, my background shouldn't be simple. Is that so? Zhu Qi had an embarrassed expression, as he never expected that Duan Lingtian would see through him. All right, I'll keep your son. As long as you call out your Chu family's second elder, I'll return your son to you. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Qi with a calm gaze. Zhu Qi's pupils constricted as he discerned that the violet-clothed young man before him had ill intentions. Little brother, may I know why you're looking for our Chu family's second elder? It shouldn't be as simple as asking the second elder to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon, right? Grade 8 spirit weapon. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and with a raise of his hand, a strand of raging flames ignited on his hand. Do you think I need him to refine a spirit weapon for me? The flame in Duan Lingtian's hand ignited, and as expected, it caused a stir in the restaurant. Oh my God, it's a grade 8 weapon flame. This violet-clothed young man looks to be not even 20 years old, but he's already a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A grade 8 weapons craftsman not even 20 years old. What natural talent is this? The expressions of the customers in the restaurant all went pale, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some people seemed to have thought of something, and their pupils abruptly constricted. A grade 8 weapon flame can only be condensed by an origin core martial artist. In other words, this young man is an origin core martial artist. An origin core martial artist, not even 20 years old? A grade 8 weapons craftsman? The expressions of Zhu Qi and the 3 middle-aged men he brought went pale. The violet-clothed young man before them was far more terrifying than they'd imagined. Little brother, may I ask who exactly are you? Zhu Qi took a deep breath, and he could feel his heartbeat speeding up. Not even 20 years old, origin core stage. Grade 8 weapons craftsman. Chapter 234. Instantly, Duan Lingtian became the absolute center of attention in the restaurant. As far as everyone was concerned, an origin core martial artist that wasn't even 20 years old. Such natural talent seemed to only be inferior to the imperial city's embroidered uniform guards commander, Duan Lingtian, amongst the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But a grade 8 weapons craftsman that wasn't even 20 years old was an unprecedented existence. At least, in the long history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, such a monstrous existence had never appeared. Zhu Zhao was dumbstruck as well. He never imagined that a fellow he casually offended would actually be such an abnormal existence. Although he was profligate, he wasn't an idiot. He knew that he'd bitten off more than he could chew this time. Moreover, it was an extremely tough one. Who I am isn't important. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Qi with a calm gaze. Just call out your Chu family's second elder. Right? Remember to tell him that I've come to look for him, this time only for a life wager. I heard that he's once won 2 life wagers by weapons refinement. I presume he ought to not refuse my challenge. Life wager by weapons refinement? Zhu Qi's pupils constricted, and he took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, although I don't know who you are, since you're able to break through to the origin core stage at such an age and even become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, I presume your background isn't simple. But I still have to advise you. A life wager isn't a joke. Our Chu family second elder can be said to be second to none amongst the grade 8 weapons craftsmen in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Out of 10 grade 8 spirit weapons that he refines, At least 8 of them are top-grade spirit weapons that provide an amplification of 19%. As he spoke up to hear, Zhu Qi looked at Duan Lingtian, wanting to make Duan Lingtian back off in the face of difficulties if it was an ordinary grade 8 weapons craftsman. He wouldn't waste so much breath. But Duan Lingtian's background was obviously not simple, and he didn't want the Chu family to offend a power that was suspected to be exceedingly powerful for no reason, just because of a life wager by weapons refinement. Presently, even the group of customers in the restaurant felt that Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. This young man is too arrogant. That's right. Even though he became an 8th grade blacksmith at such a young age, but in terms of experience, how could he compare to the second elder of the Chu family? Exactly. The second elder of the Chu family once gambled his life on refining weapons twice and never lost. You're truly young and frivolous. Newborn, calves aren't afraid of tigers. None of the guests present were optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Little brother, you heard it too. If you really bet your life with our Chu family's second elder, you'll definitely lose. So, let's just forget about it. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was indifferent, Zhu Qi further persuaded. Duan Lingtian calmly swept a glance at Zhu Qi, slowly asking, "Where is the largest trading market in your Swallow Mountain County?" Even though he didn't know why Duan Lingtian asked this, Zhu Qi still said, "It's in the central district of the county." Duan Lingtian nodded. After putting down the money for the meal, he held Li Fei's hand and glanced at Xiongquan. "Xiongquan, let's go to the trading market in the central district." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and walked out the door. Xiongquan also carried Zhu Zhao and followed. "Little brother, my son," Zhu Qi's expression slightly changed, and he was somewhat anxious. "As long as I see your Chu family's second elder, as long as he agrees to bet his life on refining weapons with me, I'll return your son to you without a single injury." Duan Lingtian's voice sounded from afar, causing Zhu Qi's expression to darken. "Second master, what do we do now?" A middle-aged man behind Zhu Qi said with slight fear, "Return to the clan." Zhu Qi took a deep breath and left the restaurant. The group of guests in the restaurant also paid their bills and left, heading towards the trading market in the central district of the city. They knew that there would be a show to watch very soon. Zhu Clan Estate Audience Hall. From the Zhu Clan's patriarch, Zhu Rong, all the higher-ups of the Zhu Clan were gathered together. "Patriarch, why did you call us over in such a hurry? Has something happened?" A Zhu Clan elder noticed that Zhu Rong's expression was slightly unsightly, and he couldn't help but ask. The other elders all looked at Zhu Rong as well. Zhu Rong's face sank, and he glanced at Zhu Qi, who stood at the side. "Second brother, you speak." For a moment, the gazes of all the Zhu Clan elders descended onto Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi took a deep breath and spoke in detail of what he saw and heard in the restaurant. Then he added in the end, "According to what that young man said, if second elder isn't willing to agree to his request, then he won't let my son go." As soon as Zhu Qi finished speaking, the audience hall went deathly silent. Not even 20 years old, origin core martial artist, grade 8 weapons craftsman, second master, do you know his background? The Zhu clan's grand elder, an old man over 70 years old, had his gaze descend onto Zhu Qi as he asked in a low voice, "Grand elder, it's precisely because I don't know his background that I have some misgivings." Zhu Qi laughed bitterly. "Second elder, what do you think of this matter?" Patriarch Zhu Rong looked at the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang, who sat below the grand elder, and asked. Zhu Liang had a calm expression as he said indifferently, "He's only a young and ignorant kid that relies on his natural talent to be arrogant. However, since he's able to possess a cultivation at the origin core stage at such an age and even become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, his background ought to not be simple." The Zhu clan higher-ups present deeply agreed with Zhu Liang's words. I think so as well. But he said that if I want to save my son, then there's no other way. Zhu Qi nodded, and as he finished speaking, he had a bitter smile on his face. Humph, he's only an ignorant kid. Otherwise, Second Elder would have agreed to his life wager agreement. A Zhu clan elder that seemed to have a fiery temper spoke directly. Agreeing to his life wager agreement is easy. Winning his life wager agreement is easy as well. Zhu Liang's muddy eyes flickered with a trace of a bright light, and he stretched out his hand to lightly tap the table. But we still don't know his background now. If we win against him and he dies, then we'll surely offend the power behind him. The Zhu clan higher-ups went silent, as this was precisely the most troublesome matter. Second Elder, how about this? You agree to his life wager agreement, and at most when you win, display your bearing and allow him to not have to carry out the wager agreement. In this way, not only can you save Zhu Zhao, you can also avoid offending him. Zhu Rong pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. This method is feasible. I think it's possible as well. Instantly, the group of Zhu clan elders agreed. The gazes of everyone descended onto the second elder, Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang's eyes flashed as he nodded. That's good as well. I'll win against him and not allow him to carry out the wager agreement, and I'll be able to obtain a good reputation as well. Swallow Mountain County's county city. Today was undoubtedly a bustling day. Today, a mysterious young man below the age of 20 had arrived at the county city. Supposedly, this young man had just arrived at the county city when he beat up the Chu family's third young master, Zhu Zhao. Not only that, when the Chu family's second master brought people over to look for trouble, the mysterious young man even displayed his cultivation and natural talent as a weapons craftsman, an Origin Corps martial artist below the age of 20, a grade 8 weapons craftsman. After that, this young man even announced that he wanted to carry out a life wager with the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, using weapons craftsmanship as a wager. Moreover, he chose to carry out this life wager at the most bustling trade market at the center of the city. For a time, the entire county city was stirred. The trade market at the center of the city was already filled with people, and now it was even more difficult to move a single step county governor's estate. A dignified, middle-aged man sat within the pergola in the front courtyard as he leisurely savored fragrant tea. Suddenly, "County Governor, something big has happened." A servant ran before the dignified, middle-aged man in panic. "What's so flustered?" The dignified, middle-aged man was precisely the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, and his brows raised as he asked in a low voice, "County Governor, a young man came to our county city and wants to carry out a life wager with the Chu family's second elder." Under the servant's detailed narration, Pei Yuan knew the sequence of events, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled. An Origin Corps martial artist below the age of 20? Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Pei Yuan abruptly stood up, and his eyes lit up. "Interesting, interesting. Come, follow me to join in the fun." Alchemist Guild. Ever since he became a grade 7 alchemist 3 years ago and left Aurora City, Su Mo returned to the county city's Alchemist Guild and even became the vice guild master of the Alchemist Guild. What? An Origin Corps martial artist below the age of 20? Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Su Mo was slightly surprised when he heard the rumors that gave rise to much discussion outside. Could it be that there's an existence within the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that can compare to that little freak? Su Mo muttered to himself. He would never forget that violet-clothed youth from all those years ago. That year, it was precisely because of that youth that he was able to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist and leave the godforsaken Aurora City to return to the bustling county city later on. Even though he was in the county city, he heard many rumors about that youth from all those years ago. Paladin Academy's #1 genius, Duan clan's direct descendant disciple, embroidered uniform, guards commander. Now, that little fellow from all those years ago had already been publicly acknowledged as the peerless genius with the strongest natural talent in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I'll go join in the fun as well. I want to see exactly who's so monstrous that he's almost comparable to that little fellow, Duan Lingtian. The corners of Sumo's mouth held a smile as he directly left the Alchemist Guild, the trade market at the center of the city, a luxurious building with a special symbol hanging outside, the symbol of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. At the highest point of the building was a pavilion. Presently, a graceful and luxurious, beautiful woman was sitting in the pavilion as she gazed from afar at an empty area of the trade market. A violet-clothed youth and a beautiful woman stood there. Behind the two of them was a middle-aged man who carried a young man with a pale complexion as if he was catching a chick. I never imagined that he would cause such a huge commotion as soon as he arrived. Chapter 235. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand. At this moment, he could clearly feel the fluctuation of Li Fei's emotions. "Don't worry, I'll surely take revenge for grandfather." Duan Lingtian gave Li Fei a reassuring gaze. "I believe you." Li Fei lightly nodded. She trusted this man unconditionally. Her grandfather was dead, and in this world, this man was her greatest reliance. In the future, she would only live for this man. "They're here." Suddenly, as if he'd noticed something, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he gazed into the distance. The dense crowd seemed to have discussed it beforehand and opened up a path. "It's the Chu family's second elder. The Chu family's second master has come as well. There's also the Chu family's patriarch, grand elder, and third elder. My God, practically all the higher-ups of the Chu family have come out." The crowd surged and was extremely clamorous. On the path that the crowd opened up, a group of people walked over in a formidable array. Amongst these people, Duan Lingtian only recognized Juqi, the Chu family's second master. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and the Chu family's group stood in confrontation at an empty area. When facing a group of origin core stage and nascent soul stage existences, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and his gaze was calm as if he was looking at a group of ordinary people. While Duan Lingtian was sizing up the Chu family's group, the Chu family's members were sizing up Duan Lingtian as well. Their first thought was astonishment. Such a young man that was absolutely not more than 20 years old had actually obtained such shocking accomplishments, and it was truly shocking. The Chu family's second master, Zhu Qi, took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, "Little brother, my Chu family's second elder has arrived. Now, can you let my son go?" "Which one is the Chu family's second elder?" Duan Lingtian's gaze swept over the group of people behind Zhu Qi. "I am the second elder of the Chu family, Zhu Liang." An old man behind Zhu Qi took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Qi. The gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian contained a trace of disdain. "Little fellow, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Let people off whenever possible." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhu Liang's words. Right when Zhu Liang frowned, Duan Lingtian's laughter stopped abruptly, and his cold gaze descended onto Zhu Liang. "Zhu clan's second elder, I won't waste my breath with you. Now, let's make a life wager agreement, and the victor will be decided in a single round. Whoever refines a grade 8 spirit weapon of lower quality will die. Do you dare?" Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Liang, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. "Humph." Zhu Liang's voice was cold as ice. "Why wouldn't I dare? Now, I'll agree to your life wager agreement." If he didn't dare, he wouldn't have appeared here now. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Good, straightforward enough. Xiongquan, let him go." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xiong Quan threw Zhu Zhao, who was in his hand, directly towards Zhu Qi as if he was throwing trash. Zhu Qi glared angrily at Xiong Quan as he stretched out his hand to catch his son. Father. Zhu Zhao had an ashamed expression. Zhu Qi grunted coldly. Stand at the back. I'll deal with you when we get back. At this moment, the surrounding crowd quieted down, and everyone stared fixedly at the violet-clothed young man and the green-clothed old man. They held their breaths. They knew that the most exciting moment was about to arrive. Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a calm tone mixed with a sense of superiority. You're a junior, so it's up to you to make requests. What weapon do you want to refine? Zhu Liang's current tone was like a senior lecturing a junior. The crowd surged. As expected of the Chu family's second elder, the publicly acknowledged #1 Grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County. His bearing is extraordinary. Of course, although this young man's talent in weapons refinement can be said to be monstrous, in terms of experience, he surely can't compare to the Chu family's second elder. He's simply courting death by making a life wager with the Chu family's second elder. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Today, this weapons refinement genius is probably going to die here. No one in the surrounding crowd was optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally heard the discussions of the crowd. A wisp of worry appeared on Li Fei's face, and the hand that grabbed Duan Lingtian tightened a bit. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian lightly pinched Li Fei's palm, and after letting go of her hand, he took a step forward and looked at Zhu Liang. I don't mind, then I'll refine a sword. Sword. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhu Liang's mouth. In his lifetime, the thing he refined the most was swords. If it was refining a spirit sword, then he had at least a 90% certainty that he would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit sword with a 19% amplification. Then let's begin. Zhu Liang's eyes focused as he raised his hand and withdrew a pile of materials from his spatial ring before starting to refine the grade 8 spirit sword. Zhu Liang's technique was extremely complicated, yet extremely skilled, causing the surrounding crowd to gasp in amazement. The Chu family's second elder's technique is too swift. This is a true weapons craftsman. In next to no time, the surrounding crowd looked at Duan Lingtian, but they quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't have the slightest intention of starting weapon refinement. Could it be that he's giving up just like this? Isn't this courting death? Many people were speechless. Time flew by, and 2 hours quickly passed. The pile of materials on the weapon flame in Zhu Liang's hand had now completely fused together to form a sword base. According to this speed, he would surely be able to complete the refinement of the grade 8 spirit sword within an hour. Now, Duan Lingtian still didn't make any movements. In a nearby restaurant, in 2 rooms that were adjacent to the place of the life wager, 2 pairs of eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Could it be that this young man has given up? In one of the rooms, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, frowned and had an astonished expression. In the other room, the corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a smile when he saw this scene. This little fellow looks to be extremely confident. I really never imagined that besides being an alchemist, he's also a weapons craftsman. When Sumo had just arrived at this room, he'd noticed that the young man that planned to carry out the life wager with the Chu family's second elder was actually the youth from before, Duan Lingtian. After he found out about this fact, his heart was filled with shock. But in next to no time, he came to an understanding. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a little freak, and it wasn't strange for any miracles to occur on Duan Lingtian. I wonder how this Chu family's second elder offended this little freak. I want to see how he'll deal with this. The corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a smile, as he had extremely great confidence in Duan Lingtian. Although he knew that the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, was able to refine a spirit weapon that provided a 19% amplification. But when he thought of the medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian had refined that day that had a purity of over 90%, he was filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he knew that since Duan Lingtian dared to make the life wager with the Chu family's second elder in such a flamboyant manner, then he surely had confidence. Duan Lingtian wasn't a rash person. In the luxurious building directly opposite the restaurant, in the pavilion, why do you think he hasn't started crafting weapons yet? The middle-aged man with an imposing appearance lightly smiled as he asked the beautiful woman by his side, and his voice was filled with gentleness like water. The beautiful woman's clear eyes that were like water-condensed strands of complicated flowing lights that converged onto the violet-clothed young man. Perhaps he wouldn't need so much time to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon. Don't forget, he's Duan Lingtian. Yeah, he's Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man lightly nodded, and his tone contained slight emotion mixed within. 3 years ago, when you mentioned him to me, I was slightly disapproving. It was even to the extent that after he refused your good intentions, I felt that he didn't know what was good for him. Who would have thought? The beautiful woman continued. Who would have thought that in a short 3 years his name would spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom? Now it would seem that not only our Violet Tulip Trading Company, even the Crimson Sky Kingdom can't tolerate him. Then let us witness him creating a miracle once more. The middle-aged man lightly smiled as he nodded, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance. The group of people from the Chu family couldn't help but reveal disdain when they saw Duan Lingtian not moving for a long time. He actually hasn't started crafting a grade 8 spirit weapon. Could it be that he's prepared to admit defeat? An elder from the Chu family sneered. He probably won't. The Chu family's patriarch, Zhu Rong, shook his head. Since the life wager this time was initiated by him, it's impossible for him to admit defeat. I keep having the feeling that it's slightly inappropriate for us to rashly ask the second elder to agree to the wager this time. As he finished speaking, Zhu Rong frowned, for some unknown reason, as he looked at the violet-clothed young man in the distance who had a carefree and unhurried expression. He suddenly felt slightly uncertain in his heart. Patriarch, could it be that you think he can defeat the second elder? Another Chu family elder shook his head with a face full of disbelief. Don't worry, uncle. The second elder is the publicly acknowledged #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County. In the Swallow Mountain County, I've never heard of a grade 8 weapons craftsman capable of crafting a grade 8 spirit weapon with a 19% amplification. Zhu Xiao had recovered now, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely gloomy and cold. This time I want to see how he dies. Zhu Qi glanced at his son and said indifferently, Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The clan has already made a decision. Even if this young man loses to the second elder might not take his life. Why? Zhu Xiao was stunned, and he had a face full of unwillingness. Zhu Rong added, Xiao, this young man's background ought to be extraordinary. For the sake of not bringing unnecessary trouble to the clan, we can only do this. Zhu Xiao's face sank. Uncle, what if he doesn't have any background? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.